January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
And checkmate. Abdusattorov played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is a beast, doesn't give up. We know the kind of comebacks that he's capable of in the position.
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish is taking down the world champion Magnus in absolute shock.
Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
A huge win for Pragg against Ding Liren.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament, coming to you from Amsterdam, the capital of the Netherlands. It is the 5th round of Tata Steel, so we are currently in the Johan Cruyff Football Arena, which will be a special one-day venue for the event. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today, International Master Jovanka Huska. Jovi, I'm a big fan of your commentary. It's a pleasure and honor to be doing this with you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and the feeling is mutual. And boy, have we been spoiled for chess so far. I mean, it's been such an amazing tournament.
Each round has featured so many electric games, and the day before yesterday, we had 3 decisive results, and even the draws were incredibly exciting. You can see there Pragg with really the game of the day. Jovi, correct me if I'm wrong. All he really did was defeating Ding Liren with white. It's not that the world champion lost a game as well, so, you know, it wasn't too impressive.
I was going to say, I know, there was a close call, actually. I mean, what a spectacular day of chess, and I have to say, Pragg beating Ding Liren with the black pieces, and in such a positional style was absolutely wonderful. And then, of course, Anish, oh my God, he is getting better and better. He seems to be leveling up and making it all look so easy.
Yeah,
and
Anish with the win against the world champion, and that propels him to the top of the tournament standings alongside with Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, both of them sitting pretty on 3 points out of 4. Man, Anish Giri, he has just been electric. He is confident, and he is atop this tournament after 4 rounds. And speaking of Anish Giri, he offered us his own insight in a very entertaining interview after his win against Magnus Carlsen. Let's listen in.
But it was in the bag first time after he allowed me BC, because I thought it was dead lost. And then I blundered 96. And then the second time I thought after A5, bishop A5, rook C8. I mean, I thought, okay, it's very convertible, even for me. But you know, still possible. Like I was almost blundered at one point. I thought he has no moves. I almost played King G2. And then there's 93 check cheapo. So there's like, but then when I saw that, I was like, that's that blunder that I should avoid. So that was good. Actually, I was sort of just thinking that the odds of me messing this one up are higher than usual. That made me feel relieved because I didn't put much pressure on myself. I thought like, okay, you know, very likely I'll mess this one up somehow. I don't really see how, but maybe it will happen. I didn't feel the usual Magnus effect because I felt like he was missing stuff, and he was making moves that I thought were weaker than the moves I expected, and that gave me confidence. But in terms of like, I think it's a sort of a historic moment. I've beaten him once, but everybody knows it was a little bit lame. He blundered something, and I was so small. It was a different person back then. I really, and it's always a kind of a weird story because I always tell my story now that so I beat him at 16 and I've never beaten him ever since, and that's always a weird. Like, and I was thinking like, I have to beat him at some point, right? We're not gonna wait till like we're both 50 and we play this match like Tim and Karpov are playing, so I thought like, okay, so I'm really happy that I won because now, it was a fair and square.
I don't know why, but that interview just makes me smile. There's something wholesome about it. And listen, historic is not an exaggeration. If I beat the world champion, it would be a glass of wine. There would be a nice dinner at a French restaurant. But Anish Giri cannot rest on his laurels, Yovi, can he?
No, he absolutely can't, because today he still has a tough opponent to face, and he will be facing Pragg. And of course, there are many other exciting matchups.
There are indeed. We're going to take you through those matchups one by one. First of all, Magnus, he needs to bring the heat, fighting Nodirbek, Anish Giri's co-leader of the tournament. You don't say this often, but Magnus is coming off a loss. He's going to be mad, and he's going to have the white pieces, so we can expect Magnus to take some risks.
Yeah, and I remember the last time that Magnus played Nodirbek with the white pieces in the World Rapid Championships, Magnus he played in the most spectacular way ever. I mean, I know he just learned from the legends himself. Fantastic game. Just check it out if you can.
Yeah, I mean, this is just such an amazing match, a matchup of the generations, and they've also never played in classical before. That's really weird to say because you think that's impossible, but we actually have a couple of these matchups given this very eclectic roster we have in this year's Tata Steel. Well, one matchup that we have had many times is the All-American matchup between Fabiano Caruana, who takes on Wesley. So now, Yovi, Wesley, he has drawn all of his games, but that can change at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, absolutely. I've always likened Wesley's style to that of a bear. If it looks quite tame, but if you provoke it, well, he comes at you. And the thing I've noticed about these two is that, yes, they do play a lot of draws, but they do have a lot of fireworks along the way.
They do indeed. And of course, Wesley coming out with an E4 course. He is armed to the teeth with both white and black, as is Fabiano Caruana. So I really think that matchup is going to give us something very interesting in the opening. Speaking of the opening, Gukesh against Report. I mean, two incredibly exciting players who are languishing in the bottom of the tournament standings, Yovi. But I mean, it's just been 4 rounds, so it's weird to talk about last place or first place because we know how quickly things can change, especially when we talk about Report.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both these players are kind of a bit streaky. I feel that when they're doing well, they're really going to start motoring. And like you say, it is only round 4. Soon, it's going to be the middle of the tournament, and these players need to catch up. So they really need to start racking up some points. And the same goes for Max Sodlulu and Jordan van Voorhis. These are some of the most creative players. And I, for one, can't wait to see what Jordan is going to bring to the table when it comes to opening surprises.
Yeah, and Jordan never really accomplished anything in the Tata Steel. I mean, he only won the tournament during its lockdown phase 3 years ago. He defeated, actually, Anish Giri in the Rapid Playoffs to win the Tata Steel. So Jordan, he's really, really well prepared. He doesn't have all that much to lose. He's sort of an underdog, and those players can be really, really dangerous because they have a chip on their shoulder, and they're trying to prove themselves worthy of playing the top guys. So definitely an exciting matchup. As is, of course, Pragg against Anish. Pragg coming off a win against Ding Liren. He is confident, and he is incredibly dangerous. The Battle of the Kingslayers, Yovi.
You said it. Pragg, of course, taking down Ding. Anish taking down Magnus. I mean, this is going to be such an exciting game. I mean, both players well prepared, both players riding high. It's going to be a fight.
It is indeed, and our final two matchups are going to be Arjun Erigaisi against Ding Liren. Arjun has also drawn all of his games. He's been very, very solid. And finally, we have Levon Aronian against Vincent Keimer. They've had some absolutely crazy games. Yovi, you pointed out in 2022, they had a wild affair, so we're likely to see something exciting.
Yeah, something about those styles. But of course, the headline game is going to be Magnus Carlsen against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And there we can see Nodirbek waiting for Magnus to arrive. Magnus not yet at the board. I mean, always late.
He likes to be fashionably late. He likes those 2 minutes. Well, he has 2 minutes because the time control here is so generous. The format, it's a 13-round event. It's a long tournament with all players receiving an invitation. The winner earns a point. A draw gets you half a point, as is standard. And the player with the most points after 13 rounds wins the Tata Steel Masters. If there is a tie, then there is a set of rapid games that break the tie, but it will cross that bridge if we get there. There's a lot of bridges to cross in terms of the time control. First, you have 100 minutes for 40 moves, then 50 minutes for the next 20 moves, and then another 15 minutes after move 60 is made. And of course, we have the standard 30-second increment after every move. Yovi, it's a generous time control. This allows for some of the highest level chess that we see each year, and that is why people love Tata Steel.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of chess games, this is a marathon. This is in competition in endurance. And like you say, it does allow the players to play such great quality chess, especially in the later stages of the game. And there we can see Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana with his new hairstyle getting ready. And Magnus has made an appearance at the board, and both players getting ready. And we can see that Nodirbek seems to be slightly nervous.
Yeah, he was kind of smiling uneasily there. I mean, black against the world champion is going to do that too.
Yeah, it will do that. And well, what are your predictions for this game? Do you think Magnus will open with e4 and take on Nodirbek Sicilian, or will it be a c4? Will we see even crazy moves from the world champion? I mean, we have seen him also open up with b3.
Yeah, I mean, it really, with Magnus, it depends on how he feels. I mean, he can play absolutely anything. If he wants a theoretical battle, we're going to see e4. Maybe he doesn't want a theoretical battle. Maybe he just wants a deep breath after losing to Giri. And you called it. 1c4 is the first move of round 5 of Tata Steel, executed by Magnus Carlsen. Here we go. Seatbelts fastened.
Yep. And kind of expecting Nodirbek to play e5. He's done that before. And I think the very first time that they played each other in 2020. Oh, no, we have a symmetrical English copycat.
Indeed. C4, C5, the first moves of this game. And the symmetrical English has a fantastic reputation. I mean, it is alongside 1e5, the frequent choice of highly theoretical players. And the ball back in Magnus' court, he is really the one who has to choose a setup here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I find that in these symmetrical Englishes that the game kind of takes on a maneuvering phase. I mean, both players will just develop the knights out, get their pieces onto good squares, and then just wait for the actions to start brewing, either in the center or quite commonly on the wings. And there you can see the knights just developing.
Yeah, knight f3, knight f6. And what I said about Magnus being in control of the setup isn't entirely accurate. He's played knight c3. Now, knight c6 is not obligatory. Black has a couple of alternatives. There's the move e6. There's the early queenside fianchetto. Of course, you can also play the move g6, but that's often frowned upon at the top level because it actually allows White to transpose the game into an accelerated dragon, a Morozzi-bind system, not to Nodirbek's liking, as he does indeed bring the fourth knight out to c6. Riveting position thus far.
So, what is your prediction for how long that they will copy each other?
Gosh, I mean,
how many moves will they go?
Well, I guess if Magnus plays d4, then something tells me Nodirbek won't go d5. If Magnus goes e3, I think they're going to keep it going. e3, e6, d4, d5. You could go for another 4 or 5 moves here potentially.
Yeah, I was also thinking about fianchettoing. Keep it going for all the way. Could be the drawing system.
As long as possible here. Magnus actually taking a little bit of time here. Did he decide on assistant before the game. Maybe he actually didn't expect Nodirbek to play the symmetrical English, but finally chooses the move e3. And we're going to keep following this game and update you on whether Nodirbek continues to copy the world champion. Not a bad strategy, but for the first time today, let's go back to our beautiful bird's eye view, Yovi. My favorite view as we see all of the positions as they currently stand.
Yeah. And let's have a walk in the park, and let's take a look at whether anyone has launched any opening surprises or have, well, there's fireworks on the board. Can we take a look at Parham Magsudlu against
great minds
Jordan
think
Van
alike.
Forest?
I was so hoping you would say that. Let's go. What do we have here? A crazy position after only 7 moves. You called it. I mean, sometimes you just hear about a matchup and you just know that they're going to bring their opening A game to the table. What do you make of this chaos that's on the board after White's 7th move?
Well, first of all, I'd like to rewind and see how we got to this position, because my impression of Parham is basically that he likes his schemes. You know, he tends to live on the third row, as I call it, develop his pieces. And here we see a departure from that style. And I was really curious as to see how Jordan was going to shake him up. And here we see.
Well, yeah,
He's playing immediately.
This is a standard line of the Queen's Gambit accepted. Where it gets off the rails here is after knight f6, White takes on e5. Now, Black does not take on e4, which seems quite tempting. I can't exactly tell you why. Instead, he clings to the c4 pawn with b5. And I suppose the reason you don't take on e4 probably has to do just with bishop takes c4, attacking f7. And White is quickly able to shelter his king, keeping very strong pressure on f7. So Black trying to keep White's light squared bishop at bay. Now, of course, White has to defend e4. So the moves make sense, Yovi. But as a result, we've got a wild position. a3 and then a4 is White's last move. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, no, it wasn't what I expected. I mean, I could kind of predict up to a certain point, but that I would not have thought about this last move, because my focus would have been simply in developing the pieces, in primarily the king, or perhaps trying to establish a pin. But wow, I mean, a4?
I'm still digesting this. I think, well, the tactical point is that if the move b4, which is very tempting, runs into knight e5, takes c4. And the bishop on a5 is hanging. That's actually why he played a3 first, to provoke the bishop onto a vulnerable square. And if Black can't play b4, well, Black does have the move c6, but that queen side, it does not look stable, Yovi. And after c6, maybe White can take once on b5, and White's got a pretty imposing center, a nice knight on e5. The eval bar seems to approve of Magsudlu's early opening experiment.
Yeah, unexpected, but very good. I mean, the only problem that I would see with White is, of course, would be the king safety. I mean, White's king is still 2 moves away from getting to castling. And, you know, Black does have the opportunity to chip away at the center. And wow, Jordan is accelerating the play. I mean, talk about fighting fire with fire. Unexpected stuff there. I mean, we thought he would just support the pawn, but no.
Yeah, normal support the pawn moves. Nah, that's not in his vocabulary. c7, c5. And every time we think the game's about to calm down, it somehow just becomes more chaotic. So what does this move accomplish? Well, it obviously attacks the d4 pawn. Parham has to respond to that. And the way I see it, he's got 2 candidate moves. There's the move d5, and there's the move d takes c5, just grabbing the pawn and saying, what you got. As for which of those I would prefer, d takes c5 actually looks really good to me, Yovi, and maybe I'm missing something. But if Black now plays queen c7, looks like a very strong fork. White has this incredibly nasty move, queen to d6. And if you trade queens, you've stumbled yourself into a probably losing endgame at this point.
Yeah, and you still have to deal with the pressure on b5 as well. So I agree with you. Black cannot trade queens. Yeah, that looks convincing. So, I mean, my first thought was queen c7. Are there any other moves? For instance, I would perhaps forget about the pawn on c5, try to claim that it's kind of dead wood, and instead focus on developing the pieces. I'm thinking bishop e6, or something to protect on c4.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to get your pieces out ASAP. That's the only way you earn compensation. But I'm going to keep gobbling. Bishop e6, I'll take on b5. Maybe b4 is possible now.
Yeah.
But the problem, again, is that white takes on d8. Again, rook takes d8. There's knight takes c4. And let's not talk about bishop takes d8. This looks mighty ugly. White's going to win c4. And knight d5 isn't even the best move. Probably knight b5 is even better. Tell you what, Yovi, this could be early major trouble for Jordan if Maksutlu takes this pawn on c5.
Yeah, I mean, but how natural is it to take that pawn? Because my vibe was, I'm a pawn pusher. I'm going to push the d5 pawn and grab that space. I mean, how is that?
Yeah, d5 makes sense. I mean, white drives the wedge into the center. I think the one major counter argument against d5 is that black can now play b4, because one of the byproducts of black's last move is that it's connected the queen and the bishop, which means it's taken the sting out of knight takes c4. So unfortunately for Jordan, I just don't see Parham declining that pawn.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Parham already in control, and it's just such a wild position. You kind of almost feel like you should deep dive into it. But of course, we should carry on our walk in the park, because there is action on the board on this game. But is there action anywhere else? And,
most of the other games... Yeah, I mean, most of the other games have relatively standard positions. Let's go to Caruana and Wesley, if that's okay with you, Yovi, as we look at the bird's eye view one more time. I mean, we've got a lot of rich openings here. We've got a Grunfeld on the right side of your screen between Gukesh and Laporte. Is there anything else that's catching your eye, or should we go to the All-American matchup?
Yeah, let's go to the All-American matchup. And because that one looks to me like it's a Scotch. And I was not predicting that. I was expecting that Fabi would play a Lopez, maybe a Vienna game. Definitely not a Scotch, because it's fallen out of fashion, because the pawn structure is so imbalanced, and it provides both players with a lot of chances to win. And of course, that means to lose as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Scotch was most popular probably in the 90s. Garry Kasparov really introduced it to the highest level. But back in the Wild West days, I mean, you could push any pawn at the start and kind of make it work, with Deep Fritz 2 offering its sage thoughts. Now, you really can't get away with that kind of stuff. So I always love it, Yovi, when these top players bring back something that's out of fashion, because you start wondering what it is that they have in their pockets for that game. This is a standard position. Bishop to a6 here is the most popular move, but you can also drop back the knight immediately, as far as I know, and that's looked upon favorably by current theoretical knowledge as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not au fait with the latest trends, but I remember it was very popular to go bishop b6, knight b6, and then also fianchetto, the dark square bishop, and very ambitious play from Fabi. What do you think Wesley will do? Because also bearing in mind that the players have just come off a free day, Fabi will have spent all of his rest day preparing the Scotch. Meanwhile, for Wesley, it's a surprise.
Yeah,
and do you kind of stick to your normal repertoire? You kind of like have faith in your openings, or are you actually going to just depart? Because incidentally, there was a nice story from Magnus, actually, when he was asked his thoughts about losing to Anish in game 4. He kind of said, well, he felt that Anish wasn't playing so confidently, and there we see the light square bishop move to the edge of the board, pinning the queen. And he said, well, Anish was taking his time, and so he decided to go rogue and play something completely different to what he had prepared. So he kind of went for an intuitive choice. And of course, we all know what happened in game 4. He got crushed by Anish.
Yeah, it did not turn out well, but this brings up a very interesting point, Yobi. I think there's a misconception that top players, they prepare an opening, they look at their file, and then always things go according to plan, and they always stick to what they had planned to do. That's not true. I've heard a good amount of interviews where top players actually say that they do make spur-of-the-moment decisions in the opening more often than people realize. And often they make those spur-of-the-moment choices precisely when they're facing something unexpected, because they know that if they go down the path that they've gone down previously, they might run into some incredibly nasty preparation. So immediately you run into this dilemma. Do you play what you know best, or do you play something that you don't know as well, but that your opponent isn't likely to expect. As Fabiano brings his own bishop out to a3, two can play at that game, says Fabi. And Wesley actually has a really cute simplifying combination here, which I don't think solves all of his problems, Yovi, but probably is worth showing on the analysis board. He's got the move queen takes a3 in his arsenal. And after knight takes a3, you don't take the knight, you play bishop to b4 check, and king d1 runs into the fork. But king d1 isn't going to be White's choice, is it?
No. Okay. You gotta block that check with your queen, unfortunately.
Oh, nasty. And this endgame just looks slightly worse for black. I mean, you've got the damaged pawn structure, and what do you have to show for it?
Yeah. I mean, actually, this pawn structure is so bad that black could often be pawns ahead, and still he has problems with the light square bishop, and still white would be better. So, I mean, here white just looks like they're killing it, to be honest with you. I mean, you've got control, bishop is locked out of play. All you need to do is just connect your rooks and start advancing those pawns. I'm a big fan, Daniel, of advancing pawns, grabbing space.
Yeah, no, and this is the last thing that Wesley wants, a worse endgame with minimal winning chances, after move 10. So as we go back to the live board, if he's not taking on a3, you can't check on b4 immediately because the knight still controls c3. That means you either have to move your queen, don't move it up to e6. There are hot coals here that Wesley has to avoid. I've seen the move queen to g5 played in similar positions, but maybe Fabi in that case is just going to trade on f8 and then bring his knight out to d1. Note that queen c1 is never that dangerous because the queen can just slide back to d1.
Yeah, I've also seen moves such as knight b4 as well, blocking the attack on the queen.
Precisely.
Just to kind of dissuade white from castling to queenside. I'm so used to saying to the left, to the right, that I've forgotten the chess terms.
Indeed. that makes total sense. Knight b4. Yeah, knight b4 does look pretty interesting, and Wesley is going to continue pondering his next move. But what an interesting opening here. A Scotch essayed by Fabiano Caruana. Something tells me this is going to be a decisive game.
Yeah, and definitely they've gone off script as well. Normally they've played quieter positions and then fireworks happen in the middle game. Here they're going for broke immediately. And please, can we fast forward to the Arjun Erigaisi Ding Liren game? Because, well, I always get very excited when one person has push pawns in front of their king. And there we see Ding Liren. He is really taking a very committal approach. It's quite standard in Lopez. I'm very excited about it, but it is standard. But still, I find this kind of battles very complex and extremely fascinating.
Let's jump into that game. You can see Magnus at the top of your screen. They'd stopped copying each other, and Nodirbek putting on the board a very ambitious setup with a bind in the center. But we will get to that a little bit later. I'm on the same page. The Erigaisi Ding game is so entertaining already. And not only has Ding played h6 and g5, the most ambitious way to meet the Italian, but he's also castled to that same side of the board, Yovi, which a lot of players might find radical, wildly surprising. But in reality, well, first of all, black is often the one who attacks on the king side anyway. And second of all, yes, black has some holes on the king side, but it's not like checkmate is imminent here.
Mm-hmm. No, it's certainly not imminent. And one thing I remember reading this book by Max Erver on the middle game, and he was talking about these particular positions, and he was saying it's all to do with pawn breaks. You develop your pieces, and then white is either going to get d4 or the other one is f4. And by playing this particular way, there's no chance in any century or any version of life that white is ever going to get f4 in. And here comes the other pawn break in the center. I love this. Players are following the rules. If you take space on the wings, you got to strike in the center. This is classical chess.
And you got to pay homage to Max Erva, who you mentioned, the Dutch world champion, is beloved in Amsterdam. I've been to Max Erva Square. I think there's a Max Erva museum. And so how fitting that Erigaisi follows Erva's prescribed method of play. D4, what an ambitious move. Now, first order of business, I think we need to explain, perhaps I need to explain to myself why exactly black can't snatch up the pawn on d4. So let's bring up an analysis board and dig in. Now, I assume after ED, White's going to play CD. Yovi, what catches your eye here? Perhaps a queen sortie over to h5?
Yeah, definitely. That's the first move that I'm thinking about. I'm also thinking about just accelerating the play and just blasting open the center with e5. But okay, let's have a look at what happens if the queen goes over and makes a foray over to the black king. And yeah, it looks very scary. Oh, you're going to grab even more pawns.
The eval-bar's laughing in my face as usual. It's like, you want queen h5? Give me some of your pawns. The problem, I was really attracted to this check, Yovi, because it looks pretty. Unfortunately, it does exactly zilch after bishop g7. So here you're at a dead end. I actually think you're right. I think White is probably best advised to try to open up another side of the board, such as the center, with a move like e5.
Yeah. That was kind of my vibe. And, you've given up one pawn, give them all up and just start shifting over your minor pieces. So this one looks a little bit dangerous, actually. And I have a tendency to use the British form of understatement, a little bit dangerous, very dangerous.
Just a tiny bit, just a tad. Just a smidge.
Just a tad. Yeah. But okay, we have to be cold-hearted about these things. I mean, White does have their choice of playing e5. I mean, when to do it after pawn takes pawn. Could you do it when the knight reaches d4?
Yeah, that actually might even be better because you're not giving up b2 or takes, and now e5. I agree.
Yeah. And
is there d5 here, though?
Potentially. I mean, but is that a big deal? Because if the bishop drops down to d3, it's on the perfect attacking diagonal.
Yep. And queen b1 could come later. That knight is actually going to be trapped on h7. If you think about it, queen b1 is a huge threat. Crazy. And I would ignore the computer evaluation here. I mean, this looks exactly like what you don't want against a well-prepared Argentine guy. See, this is also not in Ding's style. So if we rewind to the position after d4, you don't have to take immediately. You can also push g4 to knock the knight off of f3 first. But you could also just play h5 and say, I don't care about the d4 pawn. I'm going to continue my kingside expansion.
Okay, I kind of like that one as well. Keep the center closed. But how scary is that? Because obviously you have to do something about your dark square bishop, push the pawn forward, h3, because somehow I'm a little bit chicken when it comes to the pawns in front of my king. I don't want to take too many bold decisions. So my vibe is just to go h3 and I'm just going to curl up in a ball. But that could be very passive.
Yeah, black could follow up with h4 and then g4 and just throw all caution to the wind and throw the kitchen sink at White on the king side. And again, I just need to point out this king on g8, I mean, it sounds totally brazen to play h5 and g4, but the reality is that if you hide the king on h8, this knight on h7, he moved it back, did Ding Liren, I think, to play the move f5 originally. But the knight is also a very good defender when it's curled up, as you said, in a ball. It's surprisingly hard to access black's king if it's just kind of chilling in the corner. White's king, on the other hand, could get caught in the crossfire very easily, even though technically he's got more pawns in front of it.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen quite a few games actually at a high level where we see this kind of scenario. White has this great center and black is just attacking with all the pieces. And well, definitely one to watch. Shall we have another check on the bird's eye view to see which other fights are brewing up?
I'm never going to say no to that. You can bring up the bird's eye view any hour of the day, and I'm going to say yes to it. We've got so many diverse openings here, some with e4, some with c4. Do we have any d4s? Well, I guess in Maksulu's game, we have that Queen's Gambit accepted. By the way, that's over to the right side of your screen. He did take the pawn, and Van Forest running from the queen trade like, from a fire as he drifts his queen from d8 over to e8, hitting that knight on e5. But we've got, a whole assortment of interesting positions. What else catches your eye, Ovi?
Well, I have to say, I mean, we should There seems to be just a few contenders. I mean, just taking I mean, if we quickly kind of pop in at Pragnananda Anish, I mean, that just seems like a very normal position, and not much to see.
It's kind of as symmetrical as it gets. Mm-hmm.
It does. Well, the thing that kind of catches my eye is that both players have kind of put their bishop on e3 and e6 respectively. Because I mean, one of the battles that I've come to understand in the Vienna is all about this light square bishop, dark square bishop. I mean, most sides kind of prepare this bishop coming to e3 or coming to e6. They want to recapture with a piece. But here, perhaps they've been inspired. Maybe Pragg has been inspired by his game against Ding, because in that game he has 4 doubled pawns on the e line. So maybe he's kind of saying, "Hey, let's repeat that pattern."
I think that's a great point. And I think this position is very deceptive because you look at it and you basically think draw. This is just going to stay symmetrical. All the pieces are going to be traded. But if you look more carefully, there's a very high likelihood, as you're indicating, that the pawn structure actually becomes incredibly asymmetric in the next 2 or 3 moves because you can't keep this tension forever. White, the ball right now is in White's court. He's the one who has to make a decision. And conceivably, Pragg could take on e6 and then take on c5. And as you said, Black's pawn structure is ruined cosmetically. But if you think about it, the pawns on c5 and e5 are doing a great job of clamping down on the d4 square. And of course, Black has the semi-open f-file to operate on once he castles kingside. So that's why Pragg is taking his time here. You don't automatically want to take on e6 in these types of Italian structures.
Yeah, definitely something to ponder on. Also, again, like you mentioned, with the imbalance of pawn structure, it does mean that the energy transfers to the pieces. You have an open F line, control the d4 square. But to me, it's also very typical Italian because this is the whole name of the game there. You know, it's a very much a waiting game. Both pieces get their pieces developed. And then in the middle game, you know, all hell breaks loose because one person has broken free and tried to break in the center or perhaps done something at the wrong time. It's such a subtle opening. And I have to say, I'm still trying to understand it despite having played it and watched this opening from now coming up to a long time, actually. I'm not going to reveal how many years.
Well, let's see. I mean, 2 years, 3. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm at that stage as well where I don't want to mention anything that has to do with years or the first time I played something because we're talking about the early 2000s and, you know, let's just table that conversation. But a conversation I don't want to table is the one about the matchup of the generations, right? This is something I always love about fields, about tournaments with an eclectic field. This is only the second classical matchup between Pragnananda and Giri. Again, when you say something like that, it sounds crazy because Pragg has become a household name. But Yovi, this really is one of his first opportunities to match wits with the top players on earth. And, you know, these young players, they come into these tournaments, they're not just trying to put in a performance and phone it in. They're all trying to win. They're trying to buck the trend. They don't care that it's their first time playing. They're going for the throat, and that makes it a terrifying experience for the top guys.
Yeah, absolutely. They're very confident. And what I find very scary about Pragg is the fact that he's so calm with his emotions. I mean, we saw him after he beat Ding. He did an interview and he just said, you know, I've been in this position before. I've played great games. And afterwards, after the free day, I lost a few games. So I'm just going to be calm about it. I'm not going to display too much happiness. I'm not going to display too much sadness about anything. It's just about the chess. And that focus, I think, is deadly. And I see it. It's such a common trait amongst the young Indian juniors. They are very, very cool customers. And they don't have this ego and this arrogance that is normally associated with like the old players. Instead, it's just all about learning, about getting better. And I find that this is quite scary when it comes to chess talent because it just means that these youngsters are just leveling up all the time. They're just, you know, when you think that you've detected a weakness, you have for 5 minutes and then they fixed it. Hard work.
They're
pays
so
off.
easy to root for, as you said. I mean, they're modest. Their humility makes them unstoppable. And as you said, they don't get too high with the highs, don't get too low with the lows. If they have a bad tournament, they're sitting at their desk analyzing the games on the very next day. They just don't let anything get to them. We're talking Gukesh, Pragnananda, Aragaisi. This generation of Indian talent is so exciting. And all three of them, and Nihal Sarin, have world championship aspirations. That would not be an exaggeration. Bishop takes c6, meanwhile, has indeed happened. White has a kind of a cool resource, knight takes e5 here, in order to meet knight takes e5 with d4. That occurred to me as you were making some great points about Pragg, but he's actually the one taking his time. Giri has more time than he started with, so obviously still in his preparation. And I'd be terrified if Anish Giri had an hour and 43 minutes against me. I would be trying to, take the back roads. Whatever you do, avoid the freeway, avoid his opening files.
Yeah, that's true. But in this type of position, I mean, can you just play it cool and just do something? Or should you play in the principled way, which would be actually the trade-off the dark square bishops?
The more I look at it, the less I like bishop takes c5. I feel like it'll be very hard for white to operate in the center. And in the Italian, you often want to leave yourself, as far as I know, with the possibility of playing d4. Speak of the devil, d4 is on the board immediately.
Yeah. And okay, well, you're a very good fortune teller. And so, okay, what happens now? So there's a choice now. The bishop can retreat, or there could be a capture. And the first move that I would be calculating would be capturing on d4. I presumably with the pawn, but it does occur to me that there are other captures on the board, like knight takes pawn.
Yeah, if you're going to take 3 times, it really doesn't matter what you take with, but you want to leave yourself as flexible as possible. Probably black should take with a pawn. So if we pull up an analysis board here real quick, the first thing we should understand is what happens if black just trades everything on d4. Is this just drawish, or is there some intrigue in this position? Yovi, my instinct is to say that this is about equal. Black could even just castle kingside, but maybe Pragg has a little something after e5.
Yeah, my instinct was that black is under some slight pressure, actually, and to do with king safety, because say black says, hey, I don't want e5, I'm going to play e5 myself. The queen can kind of move herself to c4, and the question arises, like, what are you going to do about the king? And yeah, you kind of calling out there. f4 is very much in my fears, b4 as well. But so my vibe is don't trade off everything. I don't think that's necessarily a good idea, but you can initiate a set of trades and then maybe leave it here. Is this a possibility?
And just like castle?
Yeah, but then you do ruin the pawn structure, and I'm not a fan of having an ugly structure.
Yeah, with
like
an open center.
E6 is... So then I would kind of rewind and say, I don't like this, just because... I don't like the aesthetics of the position, and perhaps keep the knights on the board. Can we do it that way, or do we have to make the trade of knights?
The issue is that here you would love to play knight d7 to stop e5, but g7 hangs and you're walking into queen h5. So
yeah, no.
Maybe
I meant now.
Bishop.
Yeah.
Oh, you meant take first, or you meant here?
Yeah, take first. Yeah, because I was trying to kind of go through my thought process. Like, so first of all, now I would take here, and then I would look at moves like maybe queen to d7. So I'm very aware. It was a rule it was a lesson actually by Bent Larson. I was reading his book, and he said, if your king is on an open diagonal, it's unsafe. You've got to protect your king. And I was just thinking queen d7 with the idea that knight takes knight. You can go queen takes knight. Keep it nice and solid. Keep it calm.
I love queen d7. I actually think that solves all black's problems, because here, if you compare this position to the one that happens if black takes on d4, white's queen is a lot less active. It doesn't have access to that c4 square we were talking about earlier. And guess what? If black castles here, you've got some pressure on f2. Let's say white offers a draw here. I'm thinking about playing on here with black. I like black's piece activity, and of course the pawn structure remains intact. So if I had to make a prediction, I actually think you called it. I think Giri is going to take on d4 and play queen d7. The one bit of good news for Pragg is that Anish Giri has actually started to think. Shocker.
Ooh, but wait 1 second. This also means that Pragg hasn't played the best moves. Because if they had been
Exactly.
playing the top engine choice, then hey, Anish would have responded instantly. So yeah, swings and roundabouts.
Indeed, d4 is on the board. Tension is happening in the center. Anish is pushing his chair in. He's going to settle in for a nice long think. I think what we should take this opportunity to swing ourselves back to the bird's eye view. Let's see what's going on some of the
Definitely.
other boards. And Magnus, his
Yeah.
position getting real interesting, but I'm happy to go where our heart desires, Yovi. Oh, man.
Yeah, the problem is that there are so many exciting games.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, there's one that I'm just itching to go back to, but we've already been there. It's Arjun Erigaisi against Ding
Me
Liren.
too.
Because it really reminds me of Arjun's game against Liam Lequang in the Champions Chess Tour.
Oh
And there, Erigaisi just sacrificed like 3 pawns, even with a check, giving them away with check. And he just checkmated Liam's king. It was such a brilliant tactical fest. And I'm wondering whether Erigaisi is also having the same kind of, I'd say, deja vu feeling.
Well, we have to go back also because of the last move on the board. There was also crazy stuff happening in the Maksudlu game. We'll get to that next because there was a PSAC carried out by a bloodthirsty Parham. But oh my goodness, this is not a transmission error. Look at Arjun Erigaisi's last move, which he carried out in about 5 seconds. First of all, Ding decided on something we did point out, Yovi. He plays g4 first. He knocks the knight away. Then he takes on d4. Rook a1 to b1. This is modern chess, ladies and gentlemen. This right here. This is the epitome of modern chess.
So tell me about this mysterious rook move. What do you think it's all about? I mean, the positional person in me just goes, well, you know, after pawn takes pawn, he's just going to recapture, and then the light square bishop can't come out.
I think you're exactly right.
It.
I think you're exactly right, Ovi. In my limited experience judging computer moves, they're usually played for prophylactic reasons, and prophylaxis in chess is the art of stopping your opponent's threats and ideas. So you look at a move like Rook B1, I think the only conceivable reason can be that the rook's placement is going to be justified in the event of a trade. Not only is Black going to have a hard time bringing his bishop out, but you could actually swing the rook from B5 to H5 later. I think nothing is out of the picture here or out of the question in a position that's this unorthodox.
And you know what scares me the most?
Let's hear it.
Take a look at Arjun's clock time. He's got more time than he started with. Oh, no. And when your opponent is playing rook, these are kind of weird and wonderful moves like rook b1. Oh, you know, you're in some home-cooked preparation. Oh my God, love this.
This is bad news for Ding. You're exactly right. This would be so disconcerting. You have a position that's getting more and more tactical. Your opponent's play is merely getting faster. But Ding takes a sip of, I think that was water, maybe tea. He's, talk about not getting too low with the lows, not getting too high with the highs. Ding is so experienced. He is an E4, E5 player for many, many years. So he expects his opponents to be well prepared, and he doesn't let that get to him. But White has so many tactical ideas here. There's knight H4 to G6. My big question here, Yovi, is what Arjun's next move is going to be. Let's say Ding plays bishop C8 to D7, for example. How is he going to keep accumulating the pressure on the king side?
Well, my first kind of view is that, first of all, you should try to look at ways to get the queen over. But I would really love to kind of somehow magic the queen over to H5. Since that is quite unlikely, I would be just looking at improving my pieces, or maybe trying to initiate a breakthrough. So like maybe E5 is something that I would also be considering.
And speaking of magicking the queen over to that side of the board, what's stopping the queen, of course, is G4. But after bishop D7, you could try knight H4 to F5. You could try to slice off the connection between the bishop and the knight. Let's bring up an analysis board here real quick. Bishop D7, let's say knight F5. Okay, bishop F5 EF. And your move E5, Yovi, has the effect of opening up the E4 square for the knight or the rook. This has the exact same effect. Something like queen G5 could run into knight e4, couldn't it?
It could, and you'd have to calculate what happens after queen takes pawn as well. I mean, the play is getting fast and furious here. Then the bishop comes back to d3. Oh, this
is oh,
it's crazy. I mean, is there any way to do any repair work? Like, for instance, move the knight to e5. I mean, you just has to, or maybe knight g5. I'm not so sure about, but
I like knight e5 though, because you're attacking the tail of the discovery.
Yes. The problem though is that the knight can get exchanged, so there is bishop takes knight. What other things are there? And then there could be a potential discovered.
For sure, you could even move the knight back. You could maybe
this
set
is not
something
enough,
up with queen c2. No, you're right. There's nothing decisive. Let's put it that way. Clearly, nothing decisive here.
Yeah. So this is such a wild position. Okay, so going back to the game, knight comes to f. So knight f5 is definitely a move that one would consider. And what else is there?
It's an idea. I'll put it modestly. It exists. Yeah. It's somewhere out there in the ether, and it's on Arjun's radar.
And the thing is, though, and I've been trying to train myself quite a bit these last few months to think about alternatives, to kind of come up with that list. I'm trying to be very schematic about it, and then choose from that list. So it's like checks, captures, threats, going back to the good old CCT. And so the first kind of moves is like, again, I don't know why I'm drawn to E5. I mean, it's such a, I don't know, maybe it's not the best move. Another move that I was thinking about was just because I'm a sucker for pawn breaks and I really want to go F3 or H3. but obviously if I go F3, I'm exposing the king. So I was thinking, do a Caruana, tuck it in the corner and then get ready to shift everything over.
That pawn on g4 is the main obstacle to White's attack. So I think you're absolutely right that White needs to target it, whether you do knight f5 or h3.
Yeah. And if you go h3, if you go like, hell yeah, let's throw caution to the wind. and after pawn takes pawn. Yeah. I mean, is there anything there? I'm just thinking of the queen Queen g5 is the problem. The queen always has to protect her king. And you're not kind of getting anywhere there.
No, you're not. That queen d8 to g5, that's a move which makes an appearance both after knight f5. And as you said, you play queen h5 prematurely, it has the opposite effect. The last thing you want with White is a queen trade. But looking at the eval bar, there's just no way that Ding could have anticipated this, because this is the new type of preparation. You go for a position where it's minus 0.3, it's minus 0.5. So it's really hard to anticipate if you just follow the top line. But players and their seconds, they make the decision that from a practical perspective, the position is hard to play, even though it could be a little bit better for the opponent even. If you aren't acquainted with the ideas, if you aren't familiar with the best way to play, you could just dig yourself into a hole within a couple of moves. And Ding, he's digging himself into a hole on the clock, Yovi. So this is a game that we definitely want to keep track of.
Yeah. And talking about games we want to keep track on, we have to go to that game between Magsudlu and Van Forest, because you kind of said there's a piece sacrifice. And when I see that on the board, well, my my need for, what do you call it? When you have that insatiable desire to observe everything, you gotta be there, sitting there.
Wanderlust, I don't know. It's just
Wanderlust, that is my word, yeah.
You have to travel to each corner of the world. That is a fascinating game. But before we get to it, we are going to recharge and refill our coffee cups. We are going to go on a short break, ladies and gentlemen, as this incredibly exciting round 5 of Tata Steel has gotten underway. And we've got such an eclectic mix of fascinating positions. We will bring you the Magsudlu Van Forest barn burner, along with all of the other games, after we come back to our coverage of Tata Steel 2023.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
Welcome back to Tata Steel 2023. This is round 5. The players are fresh. They're fresh off of rest day, and they are showing it. GM Daniel Noditsky, and I am Yovi Huska, bringing you commentary on this lovely day. And what a lovely day it is, Yovi. Wherever your eyes turn, you've got super exciting action, and particularly Maksudlu against Van Forest, Caruana Wesley, Magnus's game, all of them rivaling each other in terms of their intrigue level.
I know. We couldn't have asked for a better start. I mean, the players have certainly used the rest day to come back refreshed and energetic. And we've seen people get in their opening preparation. We've seen surprises. And we've also seen a piece sacrifice, which can we quickly go over to this game between Parham and Jordan Van Forest. And there we see it.
Jordan has that oh no look on his face. Like, what have I gotten myself into? You know, we've all been there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, people at home are asking maybe, why is this a piece sacrifice? And the whole point is that bishop takes knight will be played. And after pawn takes bishop, there is queen takes knight on the board. And what is Maksudlu's idea behind this piece threat? I mean, is he planning to put the queen in the middle of the board and say, hey, look at me, I've got 3 passed pawns? Or is it something deeper and more fearsome?
I think he's going to say, hey, look at me, I've got 3 passed pawns and you've got no pieces developed. No, first of all, it's important to point out this is not a blunder. Like, he definitely sees bishop takes c3. And I think the situation is so bad for black, even after he accepts the sacrifice, that Jordan is actually thinking about declining it with a move like queen takes b5 and just accepting basically a pawn down miserable situation. Because takes, queen comes out to d4. If you trade queens, you're just going to get run over by all of the pawns. I mean, that's not even close. White is just winning there, I think.
Yeah, and if you don't trade of queens, of course, the pawn on c4 will get picked off, and that pawn on c5 is just so strong. And not to mention that white still has very active pieces. I mean, I always have this phrase in chess, it's not what they are, it's what they do. And when it comes to the pawn on c5, and again, the bishop on c1, and the one on that's soon to be on c4, oh no, that is just a really, really bad position for black. I mean, just take a look at his extra piece. It's not going to be utilized at all.
No. And something Robert Hess would point out, anytime a pawn and the knight are on the same file and there's 2 squares between them, not good news for the knight. And you have that situation here, that pawn on b5, completely restricting the mobility of black's knight on b8, let alone the fact that the rook is out of the game, that the bishop on c8 has no real good square, and black is suffering on the dark squares if he takes on c3. So Jordan kind of raising his eyebrows there. Really? This is what I have on move 11. This is troubled times here for the Dutch Grandmaster, and one incredible preparation by Maksudlu.
Yeah, absolutely. But do you think he predicted it, or do you think it was just something he had in his arsenal?
Yeah, it's a good question. Given how fast he's played, I think if he had that in his arsenal, he probably would have taken a little bit longer to remember his file. So if I had to make a guess, I think he predicted the Queen's Gambit accepted from Jordan, which is so impressive because Jordan really can play anything. He can play Grunfeld. I've seen him play Nimzo Indian. So Parham and his team doing phenomenal work here in the early going. But his job is not done. The game is not over. And Yovi, in the challenger section a couple rounds ago, we saw Amin Tabatabai, the Iranian Grandmaster, blunder a piece in one move on move 6 and come back to beat his opponent. There was no compensation there, but he managed to spin up some complications. And I'm sure that Maksudlu is aware that is a possibility. So he is not resting on his laurels here at all.
Yeah, no, I have to say that Wijk does have that tradition of certain people just blundering pieces and the position being unbalanced enough to be complicated. And the reason I'm saying this is because Magnus actually lost a piece to Gawain Jones. I think it was in 2018. And, he just carried on as if, whoops, didn't realize that, and just carried on as if nothing happened, and then and won the game and turned it around. And it was quite funny because Tata Bate, he's kind of said in his interview that was his inspiration.
Yeah. Man, I mean, I'm just trying to take a deep breath and let these games settle in. But another game that we have to get to, Jovanka, is the Wesley So Caruana game. I know we haven't touched the world champion in a while, but we have to spin our way back to the Caruana Wesley game, which is right over on the left side of your screen. Any objections?
No, absolutely not. Let's get there and let's zoom there as quickly as we can, because that position is crazy. I mean, we have opposite side kings castling. We have both sides just attacking each other. I mean, first of all, what on earth is happening? I mean, who is going to get checkmated here?
Oh
and
gosh.
oh my gosh. It's like, you need to take about half an hour here to digest this position. Oh, goodness me. I mean, like, first of all, if I were black, I would be thinking, is my king going to get checkmated? If the queen comes to h3, is it checkmate? And my quick observation is no, it's safe, because that bishop on g7 is a defensive beast. If that's the case,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, and if it can't get rid of, then I've got a free move to do something. And that could be like putting a rook on an open line, or making some, no, I can't touch any pieces. That's the thing. I'm also thinking about moves like c3 as well. So I've got my calm and controlled, move the rook to the center. Another move that I'm considering would be like just playing c3 and saying, hey, I'm attacking your bishop, but maybe that's too over optimistic. Oh God, well, there's so many moves.
There are. Institution c3 caught my eye as well, because I was very attracted to the prospect of deflecting the bishop on b2. If you can sink your teeth into the a3 pawn, black can whip up some mating chances of his own. What I will say, just to piggyback off of your point, I don't think either side is in imminent threat of getting checkmated. I think that white needs 3 or 4 moves to actually set up real mating threats. 3 or 4 moves in the context of a middle game like this is an eternity. So black has time. He doesn't have a lot of it. And the question for Wesley is, how do I use my time to properly generate threats against white's king? And you pointed out a couple choices. You could bring the rook to d8 and set up some sacrifices on d2. You could play the move c3, try to simplify the game and trade the bishops. You could play a move like queen c5 and bring the queen into the attack. You could play knight c5. I mean, the abundance of candidate moves sounds like a good thing, but it's not a good thing if you haven't studied this position beforehand. And white's plan is very clear, Yovi. I think there's 2 main ideas. There's queen h3, queen h7. The second idea is to drop the knight into f6. And if the knight pays a visit to that square, there will be hell to pay for black. That's when the checkmate threats become real. That's when the rubber hits the road.
Okay, so knight e4 is definitely a dangerous idea. So let's kind of like take it easy and let's go rook moving over to d8. And, you know, black saying, hey, I'm kind of I'm not fast about what's happening. And then the knight will come to e4. And then black has to answer this knight jump. And, you know, you're looking at retreating moves, or maybe moving a knight to the center of the board, anything to cover the f6 square. Oh, I mean, is this critical?
So one detail I want to bring up in reference to knight e4. Let's pull up an analysis board and just sample a couple moves here. If black plays rook d8 and white plays queen h3, which isn't necessarily the best move, it's important to point out that, or sorry, not here. Obviously, here bishop e5.
No,
there's a bishop.
You have to show that. You have to show the checkmate.
So CB knight e4, for example, bishop e5. There's a beautiful checkmate pattern, that evil bar shooting up, and it's because of queen h8. It's because of queen h8. What a checkmate!
I know, that is gorgeous. That will give you a satisfaction if you get that on the board, but it won't happen, unfortunately. These players are just too good. They will have spotted this.
What, Fabiano will not miss mate in 2? Come on. I mean, you're giving way too much credit to these players. I mean, they regularly miss mate in 2. Come on.
Oh, my bad. They're human, just like the rest of us.
only half human. So in a position like this, black would presumably play a move like knight c5. I suppose the bishop's hanging here, so perhaps first black would take on f1. And what I've been trying to establish is whether or not white has a mate from this position. So I've been testing out ridiculous ideas like queen h7 and queen g7. And this comes really within a millimeter of checkmating. Unfortunately, when you sacrifice this many pieces, you give your opponent the possibility of sacking a lot of them back and still maintaining a material advantage, which is a classic case here, f6, and if you take on f6, when the smoke clears, black's going to have an extra knight on b6. That's not an option for white.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, but it is so close. I mean, I'm also looking at ways to sacrifice material, and is it? I mean, you could almost do weird and wacky moves like put the queen, like put the knight on f6. I mean, you have to work it out at the right time, and then everything is coming within a whisker.
It really is. And if you're not prepared, which Wesley isn't, he's got an hour, 5 minutes. And look at Caruana's clock, hour 53 minutes. This is still on Caruana's laptop. So just a terrifying sensation that Wesley must be experiencing right now. And you've got to test each of these lines to make sure that you don't get checkmated. So we'll go back to the live board here as Queen F3 is on the board. Just terrifying preparation for Fabiano Caruana. I just love the fact that he played a scotch. He took a risk. And in the early going, it seems to be paying off.
Yeah. And so we're pretty hopeful for Fabi. But I was just looking from the black side of things. I mean, is it possible to defend against the knight coming to e4? I mean, just kind of be calm and go, yeah, knight come to d7, cover the f6 square. The reason I was a little bit afraid about the knight coming to d5 is that it's unstable. The knight is unstable on d5. It, a piece can capture on c4 and kick it away, and you don't want your defenders to be kicked back from important squares.
That's exactly right. So we talked about White's prospects. The good news for Black, I think, is that as we just analyzed, even if White gets a knight to e4 and a queen to h7, I think the upshot of the conversation we just had is that White does not have a forced mate in that position. That gives Black a little bit more time than it appears he has. So I would seriously consider a quote-unquote slow move like rook a to d8. If I'm Wesley, I'm trying to get my pieces into the center and orchestrate some sort of a sacrifice on d2. But in order to fuel the fire of the attack, you need more pieces. So rook a to d8 is a move very much in Wesley's style. He's so calm, even in the face of mortal danger.
Yeah. Well, he will have to have nerves of steel here because he is going to be facing an onslaught in the next coming moves.
Oh, God,
oh very good. Like that one.
Interrupted you with that pun. That's what kind of a commentator I am, Toby.
It was a good one. So feel free to interrupt me anytime. And okay, so whilst this one is all fire on the board, can we take a look at Magnus Carlsen against Nodirbek? Because that one looks a little bit more tranquil, shall we say. But still, I can see it's going to be brewing for a big fight because the position is open. And when the position is open with no pawns in the middle of the board, this means that the energy transfers to the pieces, and it's all going to be about putting those rooks on open lines, making your pieces work in the best possible way. And we've seen that Magnus is like the master of harmony, right? He knows how to put pressure, and he knows how to make things unpleasant for his opponent. And the big question for Nodirbek here is, I mean, what's he going to do about the pin?
Yeah. Pin against the knight on c6. And what's he going to do about the prospect of the bishop coming out to this juicy long diagonal, the rook getting into c1? White is better here. I think the result of the opening is Magnus, in a satisfied manner, gets up from his chair to check out the other games. I think Magnus has exactly the kind of position that you want and exactly the kind of position you want after a loss. You want to mitigate your risk. You want to avoid backsliding into 2 losses in a row. He's got a position already basically for 2 results, Yovi. Maybe I'm overstating the case here, but if you rewind a couple of moves, we just had a completely different situation. But this move, bishop e2 to b5, moving the bishop for the second time in the opening, was, I think, the key to the kingdom for Magnus because it forces Nodirbek to release the tension in the center and to help White prepare this d4 pawn strike. So we have a mass trade on d4. And to answer your original question, how is Black going to solve the pin? Well, bishop d7 to me looks like the most tempting move, but Magnus doesn't have to react to that. He can just continue developing and continue accumulating the pressure by putting the rook on c1 ASAP.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, the bishop coming to the squares you highlighted. And in this type of position, I mean, is it possible that Nodirbek can fall back on perhaps giving away material? but liquidating a lot of the minor pieces and just saying, hey, let's play an endgame where you're one pawn up. That would be the e3 pawn. Ain't that big of a deal.
Yes, I think
Or am
the
I
answer to
just
that is yes.
okay? I was just wondering
No.
whether that was a pipe dream. Because if I were black, I would be just like, okay, let's get the king to safety. Let's forget about a pawn on. Just say if there's knight takes knight, pawn takes. Just forget about defending that pawn. Let's not kind of crawl into a small ball. Let's instead just play as actively as I can and get pressure along. Well, just get counterplay that way.
So I agree. I actually think castles here is probably better than bishop d7 just because you have your priorities straight. And as you're saying, even after the trade on c6, if I'm Nodirbek, I'm not necessarily giving up that pawn voluntarily. You can try to defend it. But what you do in these types of positions a lot of the time, you put a pawn on c5, for example, and in the time that it takes for your opponent to pile up pressure on that weak pawn, you use that time to get your pieces onto ideal squares and set yourself up properly, let's say for a pawn down endgame in which perhaps you generate significant piece activity. So definitely defensive options here for Nodirbek, but the big choice right now for him, as you indicated, is whether you want to castle immediately and allow a damage of your pawn structure, or do you want to play bishop d7 somewhat more stubbornly, but that move comes with a little bit of risk because you're delaying castle and kingside.
Yeah. I have this instinct for playing actively, so I'm not going to be playing bishop d7. But then again, this is some of the things that we kind of call the Magnus effect. A lot of people take a lot of negative decisions, like they defend their possible weaknesses just because they're playing world champion, or in fact anyone who's stronger rated than them, and they're afraid somehow to take them at their own battle. They're afraid to take the game to something active or dynamic, and I don't think Nodirbek will do that. He's of this new, fresh generation where they're simply unafraid of anything. They trust in themselves. There's a lot of hard work going on behind the scenes. So I'm predicting that castles will make its appearance. I'll be very surprised to see bishop d7.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Magnus effect, and you mentioned how relatively impervious the young generation is to the Magnus effect. You're absolutely right. I mean, you see that in a lot of the times that somebody like Magnus faces somebody like Nodirbek. Nodirbek defeating Magnus at the World Rapid Championship en route to becoming the World Rapid Champion. And as you said, the decisions just don't change as much for these younger players based on who they're playing. That's how they've been taught from a very early age. And look at that final stat, Yovi. Abdusattorov was born in 2004. You were pointing this out before the show started. The same year that Magnus Carlsen already made his debut in Tata Steel. That is just a mind bender right there, just thinking about that.
Yeah, I must admit that stat did make me laugh, because 2004, it doesn't seem that long ago if you ask me, but apparently it was. Yeah, that's just crazy. Abdusattorov, born in 2004 and already playing on the world's finest stage in the Wimbledon of chess, and doing so with such ease. And is he twiddling with a piece? He is. What are your thoughts on this piece twiddling?
I think
Do you think it's
players. Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's unethical somehow? Because it can be okay, he's doing it out of Carlsen's eye line, but I mean, it is a little bit, and actually Carlsen is doing it himself. I kind of think it's a little bit distracting. And I think
it can be. I think it depends on how you do it. I mean, Boris Gelfand, I think, is the famous piece twiddler, and he actually performs some acrobatics with his pieces. He throws the knight up into the air and catches it, and all of this. He's not actually looking; he's looking at the board as he's doing it. But Magnus is slow rolling it. There's different styles, right? Magnus kind of slow spinning the pawn. Nodirbek was fiddling a little bit more nervously.
Yeah. But I mean, is there some psychological value to this? I mean, presumably everyone is doing it because it calms the nerves, and the energy, the nervous energy that you're generating just from being in this high pressure environment gets transferred over to that poor pawn. I don't know whether it should be allowed. My vibe is no.
Interesting.
No.
Well, I've heard. Yeah.
I think everything that leaves the board should be kept off the table. In fact, the players should deposit it in a bin, minus the queen, of course. Actually, they don't even need a queen. No, that wouldn't work because, of course, you have promotion.
It's interesting you point out the bin at the Mechanics Institute Chess Club in San Francisco, where I basically grew up. There was a very old school, the boards were carved into the table. So the squares were literally part of the tables. And next to each board, there was an inset kind of box that extended into the table where you put captured pieces. And both white and black had a very elegant compartment where you would store the pieces after the game and after you've captured them. So what you're saying is actually not unheard of. And that's how things were done in the old days. Love the Mechanics Institute. I have a lot of stories about it, but you know, I'll be telling a lot of them in due course.
Cool. I didn't actually know that. And here I was thinking that I had a nice, fresh idea. But in fact, no, it's all been seen before. That sounds really good. And okay, so definitely things heating up in the game between Magnus and Nodirbek. Shall we move along and revisit what are the other games? So someone who we haven't actually checked up on is Levon Aronian against Vincent Keimer. And I'm especially excited by this pairing because I've noticed that when these two play each other, the games are wild in a way that games are not ever wild. I mean, they just up the level completely. I mean, have they managed to achieve it?
Well, Aronian Keimer, and that's right in the middle of your screen as we check out the bird's eye view briefly here. And man, it's just very hard to focus my eyes on one board in particular. By the way, before I get to that, notice that Maksudlu has indeed gone through with the piece sacrifice. Jordan has accepted it. And white has a monster of a pawn sitting on c6. Trouble brewing in Jordan Van Forest's game. But to get back to Aronian Keimer, we have a classic Ruy Lopez battle. And Yovi, compared to some of the other games, this might look boring, but it's actually very far from boring. Just because it's more strategic and more positional and thus less tactical fireworks, that certainly does not mean that we should expect a quick draw here or that this is a yawn-inducing position. In fact, I think it's still well within the bounds of Ruy Lopez theory. Both players, look at the time. Oh my gosh. And I guess Keimer has taken a lot more time than Aronian here. Plays a5.
Yeah. I mean, Aronian has more time than when he started, and a5, so it's very much a strategic battle. And yeah, like a5 going for queenside expansion. Meanwhile, of course, Aronian will focus his energy on the king side, just relocating his knight, perhaps maneuvering the other knight, preparing for my vibe would be prepare f4, get open that those pawn centers. Another thing that I could potentially do if I were playing with white would be just sit on the space. That's actually one of my favorite things to do in chess. You know, you're just like, yep, got all the space in the world. So what I'm going to do, just move my pieces, do nothing committal, and wait for black to instigate any form of action. And then you react accordingly. Even better is when you actually predict what your opponent is going to do and you stop it. That is the dream. I rarely get that in, though.
It is indeed. And Aronian living the dream there, sipping on whatever hot beverage he has in his hand, pondering the situation. We are aware that the clock was jumping around there a little bit. We'll try to update you more accurately very shortly on how much time Levon has. They are now fully accurate. So Levon, he doesn't quite have as much time as he started with, but he's only spent 15 minutes or so to Keimer's 50. So this move a5, very, very committal because you're essentially inviting white to take on c6 and take on b5. But I am totally on the same page with you, Yovi. I don't think white should do that. I don't think white should yield control of the center. And I think Levon should slow roll it with a move like knight g3 or knight to e3 or h3. In such positions, nothing really happens fast.
Yeah, I'm on the same page. I love knight e3. The knight has a lot of flexibility, covers the central squares, also threatens to come in on f5. And I don't quite see what Keimer is doing. You know, he needs to, I don't know, I feel like as black, you needed to be doing something, you know, it could be something like g6. Once you've expanded as much as you can on the left side, g6 and move your bishop to g7 just to protect the king, and then I don't know, threaten to perhaps break out with f5, but not really. Just wait and see is all I can advocate.
It's just one of those things, right, where I think the next 5-7 moves, the players are going to assemble their pieces on, whichever side of the board they want to operate on. We're going to see knight g3 and maybe bishop e3. So they're sort of gathering together the forces, because that at one point the center is going to open up. No tension in chess exists forever. Some, either white or black, will eventually flinch and release some of that tension. When tension is released in the center, files open on the sides of the board, so you could have an open C file. When a file opens, the battle transitions from the area of tension, which was the center, to those sides of the board that have new tension. The tension basically shifts, and we will see which side of the board the tension will shift to. Very rich strategic position here in Aronian Keimer.
Yeah, and we can see that Levon Aronian is a 4-time winner of Tata Steel, and the latest one winning in 2014. 4-time winner. That's nothing in comparison to Magnus, 8-time winner. And also, a fun fact is Anish Giri is actually 5-time runner-up.
Wow. I did not
Yeah,
know that.
I didn't know that either until I was researching the tournament. I was like, oh, Anish. And meanwhile, shall we take a bird's eye look at all the other games? Because you know how I was saying that Nodirbek would no way play the bishop to d7, protecting the knight? Well, I was wrong. He did.
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I kind of thought he would take an active approach, but he hasn't. He's just developed his light square bishop. That's a good move as it is. And let's have a look at the wildest game. Actually, there are so many crazy games, and the one that we haven't seen in a long time is Arjun Erigaisi against Ding Liren, because the position was brewing up for a lot of fun things, and we left the game when Erigaisi had played the mysterious rook b1. Well, not the mysterious, because it was just very subtle.
The nuanced rook b1. And we've only had one pair of moves played since then, but that pair of moves has given us a lot of new information about the approach that Ding has chosen. Whatever approach he's chosen, he has to put a move on, because he's already down to 50 minutes. And what's interesting is that Arjun finally took a little bit of time. So Ding's move, knight c6 to e5, might have been out of the bounds of Arjun's opening file. He responded by moving the bishop back, and now Ding has just captured the pawn on c3. So he has, in a way, justified the placement of the rook, but he's also opened up for himself a very nice diagonal. So, Yobi, I'm assuming that white's going to recapture on c3, and then maybe black will bring the queen up, as we were discussing earlier, for defensive purposes. Now, visually, this doesn't look like anything special for white, but that knight from d2 can also swing over to e3, and these light squares in the center, I think that's where a lot of the problems could really lie for black.
Yeah, and Erigaisi does, in fact, capture the pawn. I was a little bit thinking, like, why is he hesitating in capturing the pawn? I mean, did he have other ideas of perhaps rerouting the knight to f1 to sit on e3 and then get control of the f5 square? And Ding responding immediately with h5, supporting his pawn in the middle. So not in the middle, on g4. Wow, I'm surprised at that, because that's a very luxurious move. I mean, does he have time? I would have been developing some pieces. But
I don't know. Can he afford this, is what you're saying? Can he afford to make more weaknesses on the king side? Well, I guess he's saying that there's no imminent danger to his king. I think we're very likely to see knight d at f1 here, but your old idea also, king moving away to h1 and then pushing up the f-pawn, very real possibility as well.
Yeah, I had forgotten about that idea. Thank you for reminding me.
You're very welcome. I thought a reminder might be in order.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Okay, so if it does make its way on the board, put the king on h1. Nice, sophisticated move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, what can black do? I mean, there is the idea of knight d3. There's also ideas of getting the queen over to f6 to protect her king as quickly as possible.
Indeed.
I mean, but
what is
still...
Arjun going to put on the board after queen f6, or after, let's say, king h1, queen f6, or king h1, knight d3? It's a good question. King h1 is a double-edged move, as you said, because you are freeing the f-pawn, but you're also weakening it. So queen f6 also comes with the threats of bishop takes f2. Man, this is just such a rich position. I could not imagine having this with either color if I wasn't just deeply acquainted with the ideas.
Yeah.
Phew. Taking his time is Arjun Erigaisi, finally, for the first time this game, Yovi. Is that much to Ding's relief, or, as you said earlier, is that disconcerting for Ding because he knows that he's deviated from Arjun's file? It's a lose-lose.
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, I think Ding is disconcerted anyhow because you're facing Erigaisi, and one of his main strengths is that he's an incredibly dynamic player. He's such a good tactician. He's so good with moving those pieces forward, propelling those attacks. So it's not really the type of position that Ding would be feeling comfortable in. Having said all that, of course, you have to do the job what's in front of you. And here it is, just to protect the king, survive the next few moves, just consolidate the pieces. So Ding probably won't be feeling too much ahead. And we have to also remember that Erigaisi is such a talent. Everyone I've spoken to has very high words of praise for him. You know, he's only 19 years old. Last year in the challenges, he just blitzed through the field, you know, and it was really clear that he shouldn't have been playing in the challenges. He should have been up there in the Masters, and that's where he is. And I can remember when he made his breakthrough in the Gold Money Asian Rapid on the Champions Tour 2 years ago, but we hadn't even heard of him. And suddenly he came in and he went all the way to the quarterfinals, which was unheard of at the time. And now, of course, everyone is familiar with the name Erigaisi, and also everyone is familiar with the name Pragg, who actually defeated Ding in round 4.
Yeah, I mean, we take some of these players for granted. We take their improvement curves for granted. But if you put this in a historical context, these improvement curves, particularly for Erigaisi, they are historic. They are unprecedented. You just never have had players moving past the swamp of 2,600 as fast as Arjun has, and as fast as Pragg is. Pragg is almost 2,700, but Arjun has just been on, honestly, one of the greatest tournament winning streaks that I have ever seen in my chess career. He won also some incredibly strong open tournaments, like I think the Abu Dhabi Masters, and, you know, anything online. He's played well there too. You know, all the AIM Chess Rapid tournaments, just you name it, whatever format, wherever the tournament was held, however it was held, online or OTB, Arjun has been atop the tournament standings. Of course, he also played well in the Tata Steel Rapid a couple of months ago. And here he ponders his next move in this incredibly complex position. Ding Liren is nowhere to be seen. He's been taking a long walk around the tournament stage. Is he trying to take his mind off of this game? Like, I don't want to look at my game. I want to look at Maksudlu's game. I want to look at anything except this.
Yeah, it's understandable, you know, because whenever I'm playing in this type of positions, I'm always trying to use that nervous energy to something constructive, just walk it out so that when you get to the board, he's back, you're in full focus mode, and that you can just concentrate what needs to be done. And here it's just survive, protect the king. And after all, he is material up. So if my maths is right, it's sometimes a bit shaky, but it's good. And once he does that, he has good piece play.
Yeah, I mean, this game could go in so many different directions in the next couple of moves, depending on whether Arjun goes knight f1 or king h1. So we will keep a very close eye on this game. But before we move on, we have a very important and exciting announcement to make, because the FIDE World Chess Championship 2023 has just been announced, and it will take place in the city of Astana in Kazakhstan from April 7th to May 1st of this year. A new world champion will be crowned as Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren will battle to seize the throne left vacant by Magnus Carlsen's withdrawal. Mark your calendars, ladies and gentlemen. This is coming right up starting April 7th and ending May 1st. The World Championship 2023 has been announced. Could we get any more exciting news, Yovi, than this?
Yeah, that is the most exciting news, actually. It's incredible. I mean, I knew that the announcement was brewing, but I actually didn't have any predictions as to what country it would be. I actually thought it might be China, but I didn't quite know. But Astana, Kazakhstan, this is a great venue. It will be, they've held a lot of tournaments, and also everything they do is with the utmost of professionalism. So I can't wait. And and there we see the bird's eye view. Can we revisit the game between Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So? Because there we saw Fabi's last move, and it's a rook lift. And the rook has moved itself. And interesting last move also from Wesley. So if we rewind, we left the position 2 moves ago, and we see the battle taking shape. Because when we left it, the bishop was an a6, and we kind of came to the conclusion that Wesley had one free move, and he's used that free move to retreat the bishop to relocate it to a more aggressive diagonal. I missed rook b8.
First, he played rook b8. So he spent 2 tempi on sort of a reconstruction, remodeling of his position. But it's so interesting. We were talking mostly about knight e4. He used the e4 square, did Fabiano, but he used it for a rook lift, as you pointed out. Rook to e4 makes a lot of sense, actually. Now that I think about it, you want to get it to h4, and you want to deliver a checkmate on h8. But how do you set that up? The point of bishop c8, not only are you potentially getting your bishop to f5, but from a defensive point of view, you're preventing the queen from accessing this very important h3 square. And if white only gets 2 major pieces on the h file, then the bishop does a great job of holding the fort and defending the h8 square.
Yeah, there's some ghosts in the air, Daniel, because I can see that rook swinging over to h4. And it doesn't work, but it's there in the atmosphere, is the queen can actually come to f6 and plonk herself down, give herself up in order to catch the king in a mating net. So it doesn't quite work, but, well, you can see knight takes pawn instead played. This position is just a cracker.
It is indeed.
Who's going to crash through? Okay, so this is so wild. So now, I mean, I've been saying this a lot, and a completely unexpected turn of events for me. I fully expected this round to be very calm, positional grinds, but instead, it's like the players have just taken something in their coffee and just come to the games pumped.
Yeah, what did they do during the rest day? Maybe some of them visited some of the great museums in Amsterdam, the Rijksmuseum, the Van Gogh Museum. Maybe that gave them inspiration, but you're absolutely right. This round has been a barn burner, as Fabiano with the Scotch, something you don't say every day. I mean, I was expecting an Italian or a Berlin, but no, that was not the plan for Fabi. And knight takes c4 is a sign that he doesn't necessarily believe in his attack to the point where he will throw everything to the wind and go directly for checkmate. And as we pointed out, that's because rook h4 doesn't actually threaten the immediate rook h8. And I want to make another point to piggyback off of a very insightful remark you just made. White has this very tempting idea of putting the queen onto f6, sacrificing it, and getting rid of the bishop. The problem with doing that straight away, if instead white had gone rook h4, if we could bring up an analysis board, let's say for the sake of argument that black takes on b3. I don't think that's the best move. But the point is that queen f6, as good as it looks, runs into checkmate in 1. You've opened up the e file, and it's very hard to stop the move queen e1. Even if white's bishop wasn't on f1, queen e1 would still be mate in 2. Couple that with the fact that queen h3 is not possible, and it's hard to progress in a position like this. Maybe there was knight e4, and so maybe black would have played bishop f5. in response to rook h4. The eval bar is laughing at me, Ovi, so I'm going to pass the mic to you. I'm tired of getting laughed at here by that eval bar. How do you play this position well? It's just not possible.
Yeah. No, this is the thing. When you play this type of chess, I mean, it's all going to be an endurance, not only about your chess prowess, but also your nerves. And what tends to happen is when it's so sharp, is that someone cracks and you'll see a one-move blunder of the horrific kind, actually, ones you cannot recover from, and that will just end the game. And there we see knight takes pawn, and then the bishop does, in fact, come out to f5. Still, the position is amazingly complicated. I predict that the rook will move over to h4. And there is another way for white to crash through, and that would be to put a rook on h7 and just sacrifice the rook for this all-powerful bishop on g7. That's also one way, but again, it's not so clear-cut.
Yeah, I just don't see... Well, I don't see an alternative to rook h4, first of all. I mean, maybe Fabi leaves the rook on e4, but I don't quite understand the function of an exchange sacrifice. I'm very curious what Wesley has in mind against rook h4. We shouldn't ignore the possibility of a check on g5. In some cases, that could force a queen trade, because the last thing you want to do with white is slide the king over to d1, where it's going to get massacred by a rook on d8. So I think there's a non-zero possibility. I mean, we see this a good amount in high-level games where you have a super chaotic middle game, and then at some point, the players do play accurately, and you get sort of a mass trade. The queens get off the board, and before you know it, you get liquidation and potentially a drawn endgame. Not to be anticlimactic here, but we should acknowledge that that is a possibility.
Yeah, it can fizzle out into a draw. But yeah, still, there are ways to keep the queens on the board. You know, the knight can block the check that you pointed out. And again, still everything to play for, because like you say, you know, both sides are highly dependent on crashing through. And as you've pointed out on numerous occasions, the two rooks just don't cut it against this dark squared bishop. And if this is the case, then this is a fantastic defensive effort from Wesley, and his counterattack will be deadly. So, I'm in two minds. Do you go all in, burn your bridges, or do you try to initiate that queen trade?
It's so hard to say what strategy Fabi is going to adopt. Now, I think rook h4, queen g5 check is very likely, and I think we're very likely to see a long think by Fabiano in that position. Does he want to keep the queens on the board, or the endgame could actually end up being better for white? Even if the queens are off the board, it's not like the h-file attack fizzles out. You still have ideas of, let's say, pushing the pawn up to e6. So I am just not envious of either player here. They have the very difficult task of managing a position of this magnitude.
Yeah. Whew, what a crazy game. And well, can we also revisit? Let's take a bird's eye view. And another game that, you know, took our fancy quite early on because it was just mad was the game between Parham and Jordan van Forest. And, well, what happened there? Because when we left it, Parham had sacrificed a piece, and Jordan was in trouble. Has he managed to wriggle out of danger?
Not entirely, but I actually think he has improved his position to some extent. Let's rewind a little bit. After the piece sacrifice, which Jordan accepted, as we predicted, queen d4 was on the board. No way, Jose, says Jordan van Forest. I'm not touching that endgame with a 10-foot pole. c6 by Parham, and the eval bar didn't love that move. Maybe taking on c4 would have been better, because the move c6 actually allowed black to re-sacrifice the knight. Very common defensive technique. You sack the knight back for 2 pawns. Okay, first he plays rook d8. He chases the queen away, and he's not in a rush to recapture c6. It's not going anywhere. And finally, on move 18, he takes it. Parham, in the meantime, completing his development. So we cannot dispute that white is better here, and white's better for many reasons. I think the main two are his better central control, which restricts black's minor pieces, and the presence of the dark squared bishop, which will entrench itself on this lovely d4 square and put the heat on black's king side. But the good news for Jordan is that he's stable. He doesn't have any obvious weaknesses. And Yovi, the biggest thing that worries me about Parham is this pawn on a5. That pawn, I mean, the path is clear for that pawn, and you cannot fall asleep on it.
No. That pawn is going to gain in value the more pieces get traded off. For the time being, I think should be okay. I mean, I don't think Parham will be worried about it too much. But this does mean that he is in a very committal situation. He has to go forward with his dark squared bishop, and he has to play on those dark squares. No trades. And it's difficult to actually recommend a plan other than just plonking the bishop on d4. I don't see anything else to do.
No, I think we're going to see those two moves. I think the path is pretty clear for both players here.
Yeah. And so, well, that's actually a big relief for both players, because the way was very muddled and it was a deep, dark forest. Now it's clear. And, well, both sides have their advantages. They've got their cons as well. And here he comes, running pawn on a4. Okay. Now, the big question is, how far do you let it up the board? I mean, I would stop it now. No, I stop it now. Yeah, I'm the ultimate coward. No, I cannot live with it on live with it any further. Better to stop it on a light square so that you control the dark square.
Yeah, and you can attack it with a later bishop d1. No, this is actually a very difficult dilemma because rook a3, rook fa1, bishop d1. Yeah, you can do that, but is it worth that many tempi? Bishop d4, as we've been talking about, looks very, very juicy as well. So you could compromise. You could play bishop d4, maybe after a3. Then you're like, okay, that's enough. That's as far as I'm going to let it go. Maybe you don't compromise. And maybe you let it all the way to a2. I don't think he's going to do that, though, because if the pawn reaches a2, you can't attack it with your bishops. That's a very important point. That means that if black defends that pawn twice, that pawn is going to remain alive as long as black keeps two heavy pieces on the a file. So I think you're going to see a rook on a2 or on a3, depending on how black handles this position.
Yeah, and he does put the bishop in the center, and the knight will probably relocate to where to put it, actually. Because you kind of feel that if the knight goes away to d7, that the black king is looking suspiciously devoid of any defense. So I agree with you. My instinct was to put it on e8 first.
Same. I think you
very
have to
passive circuit, but yeah, you always have to be thinking about. Yeah, I think so too. And also, knight d7 looks clumsy. It gets in the way of the rook. So knight goes to e8, and then let that knight live a happy life, defending its own king. We have this expression on the tour, which makes me laugh. It's like a knight is a king's best friend. I didn't actually know this until last year. And then I was like, wow. Like, I think I'm just.
Yeah, I mean, the knight is the most underrated defender. I think people think of the knight as a short-range piece. They think of the bishop as a good defender. In the Caruana So game, the bishop is a star defender. But a knight on e8 like that it's safe. And knights are good at doing the job that they are assigned. You tell that knight, I want you to defend g7. Knight is a king's best friend. It's going to sit loyally on e8 as long as you need it to be there. And knights are just good at defending particular weaknesses. So the big choice for Jordan is whether he plays knight e8 immediately, or does he push the pawn one square further, allowing white potentially to ruin his pawn structure on the king side, which I don't think Parham is going to do because the bishop is the pride of his position. So just a very rich situation. Parham definitely with the upper hand, but Jordan, I think, doing a good job of keeping practical chances alive. Now, before we go on our second break of the day, there's one more game that we need to quickly look at. We haven't looked at it yet, and that is the game between Gukesh and Rapport, which is already in an endgame. So we are going to dive straight into that game for a little while, and we have a very interesting pawn structure in that game, but largely an endgame that looks balanced to me, Yovi.
Yeah. Gukesh and Richard Rapport supporters will have to forgive us because this game looks very balanced, as you say. I mean, it looks like a very typical Grunfeld endgame where black has this pawn majority on the queen side and is holding white's pawn majority in the middle of the board. I think black is doing fine. He has good pieces for his squares. He challenges the control over the C line. In fact, if I were to prefer someone, I in fact would prefer black. I would say black is slightly better, just on account of all the long-term possibilities and advantages you get from having that outside pass pawn.
Agreed completely. And another thing you should always test in these positions is what happens if all the rooks disappear. And if all the rooks disappear, then the magnitude, the weight of black's pawn majority obviously outweighs what white has, whatever chaos white has on the king side, because there's a very clear path to creating a pass pawn with a6, b5. And if all that white has left are minor pieces, then you might not have the resources to both contain the pass pawn and, let's say, keep your king side defended. So I'm on the same page. Not only has Report solved all of the problems posed by Gukesh in the opening, but he sits very pretty with an hour 22 on this clock and a really comfortable endgame. I think he's going to make a serious push to try to win this endgame, Yovi.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, Richard is known as a creative player, but he's also fantastic in the endgame. In fact, I would almost say that it's better strength. He's actually stronger in the endgame than he is out of the opening or in his creativity, because I've seen him just display amazing technique when it comes to this stage of the game, just grinding things out. And he has sometimes... Richard, a negative mind frame, but I think that this suits him in this type of game and this type of stage, because he's just looking at what his opponent does and he stops it. And again, he's not excited by the bigger picture. He's just simply looking at these mini plans, improving his pieces one by one. And I do remember that these two played a very heartbreaking game on the tour. And Gukesh was defending a rook against Richard's rook and bishop. And we thought it was just a draw in the bag. And then Richard won at the very last minute. I mean, it was incredible. And there we can see Gukesh move his rook to the open line. What do we think about Gukesh's play so far in the tournament overall?
It's been a little bit lackluster. I mean, again, everything has to be spoken with a grain of salt here because we're only 4 rounds in. Now, Gukesh, of course, coming off a ridiculous performance at the Olympiad a couple months ago where he started 8 out of 8. But sometimes when a young player has a performance like that, chess fans like to build up unreasonable expectations. Why isn't he 4 out of 4 in this tournament? He's languishing at the bottom of the tournament standing. He's made some draws. He has had a slow start, but his opponents are incredibly strong. And Gukesh at age 16, let me repeat that, age 16, making his first appearance in Tata 2023. He's actually the only player in the Masters section for whom this is the first Tata appearance. So let's give Gukesh, a little bit of a pass so far. He's gathering experience. He's stabilizing at his rating. And sometimes there are some growing pains associated with being a new player at this level.
Yeah. And also, it's not really his fault that he's been the victim of 2 brilliancies. I mean, first of all, he played Ding, and Ding played a superb game. And of course, who can forget Anish Giri's amazing novelty in the regos in game 2. I mean, that was just incredible. And I don't really fault him for stumbling there, because it was a very fresh idea. It was a sharp position. And he made a mistake and it happened to cost him the game. And he's managed to stabilize since then, 2 draws, very combative draws as well. And one thing that really impressed me about Gukesh is that, he gave an interview after Beal, and he said that he knows that in this type of situation, the most important thing is to not change the personality. If you're inclined to attack your opponent, go for the king. Stick to your true nature. Don't change just because you're losing in the tournament or you're winning in the tournament. Just stay true to your colors.
Especially if you're a younger player who's trying to gain experience. You don't want to do anything too drastic, as you're saying, just because you lost one game. And of course, losing to Anish Giri in that fashion, there's absolutely no shame in that. And there is also no shame in continuing to fill our coffee cups and continuing to enjoy this lovely 5th round of Tata Steel 2023. We hope you are enjoying the coverage, ladies and gentlemen. And as we look at the pensive expression on Richard Report's face, we can't even see his face. He's got his hands over his head. Just a beautiful view right there of Gukesh against Report. Folks, we will have more coverage and more action for you from the 2023 Tata Steel when we return in just a couple of minutes.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring your clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Oh. Download the new Chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
Welcome back to Tata Steel Chess 2023. Not a very recognizable player on the camera in front of us. Yovi, I don't know why our camera operator is just panning out to random audience members.
No, I don't know either. Don't know who he is. I mean, who is he? Long hair? Don't care. Yeah, of course, that is world champion Magnus Carlsen, who is chasing his 9th Tata Steel title. That actually sounds incredibly insane when I say it out loud. He's won the tournament 8 times. That's like, hello, god level. And he's looking to break his 2,900 rating. He made that announcement when last year, I think. And of course, it was a bit difficult actually to achieve, and he's kind of publicly said later on that he's relaxed on that goal and that his whole aim is actually just to get better and better. And talking about getting better and better, I mean, if we just to have a quick look at the state of play right now, we see what on earth has happened, because when we left it, the position was relatively calm. I mean, but the position has taken a turn for the unpredictable. How did we get here? Magnus is exchanged down.
This game has had so many transformations, both strategic and tactical. First, you had the strategic transformation where White demolishes Black center and gets this positional advantage. And we were expecting a slow burn, middle game, end game, where Carlsen's going to put on his normal squeeze. But no, let's rewind 3 moves. Nodirbek playing bishop f6 here. And like any normal human, Carlsen plays rook b1 and the game continues. No, he doesn't. He plays bishop to a3, sacrificing the exchange for essentially one reason only. Of course, he's getting rid of the dark squared bishop, but mainly the bishop on a3 slices off the f8 square, preventing Black from castling kingside. Carlsen is hoping to keep this king in the center where it's a stable target. It is not a stable target. Nodirbek goes the other way. He says, you're not letting me go kingside? No problem. I'm going to go to the queenside. And Carlsen immediately marshaling his forces with the move rook c1, ignoring the possibility of queen takes g7, which it occurred to me would have opened up the g file and maybe given Black some attacking chances. Instead, Carlsen is going to focus all of his efforts on the queen side and on pressuring the knight on c6. What a wild position, Yobi. It's like every game, I don't know what the players have had for breakfast or in their coffee, as you say.
I don't know. They're definitely drinking something. And it's a position that is very easy to get excited about. But let's be a bit cold-blooded here. I mean, is this enough for the exchange? So, I mean, Magnus's last move makes a lot of sense, lining up the rook against the queen and king. And let's have a look if the king just sidesteps away from trouble, puts itself on b8, soon to be headed to the corner of the board. And what does Magnus have up his sleeve? I mean, is it enough? For instance, yeah, there you go. And now I was kind of wondering whether Magnus should hedge his bets and actually capture the pawn, or whether he should just go all in and put the knight on d4, as you mentioned earlier.
So if we let's pull up an analysis board here.
Yeah,
what's your intuition say?
My intuition is basically hedge your bets. Don't take big risks. I mean, it depends on the mood, but most of the time I'm just like, okay, I'll capture some pawns, disrupt the pawn structure there on the king side. And after all, you can fight against Black's rook activity by putting the queen on a well-timed square to guard against bishop h3s. In fact, maybe bishop h3 is no longer a threat. So, yeah. I mean, the problem with knight to d4 is that, if we were to rewind one move, what happens next? I mean, I don't quite see where White is going with this, because rook goes to c8. And yeah, okay, maybe the Black king gets opened, but there aren't a whole lot of minor pieces or pieces full stop to attack the Black king. So... yeah.
Can't get a bishop here?
No, certainly not. And the king will just hide itself away on a8, and then it will use all all its forces, the queen, the 2 rooks, whatever it can, to protect it. And then when the tide has finally turned, then it'll be Black who will be winning that. So on a practical level, I would say grab the pawn. But that's because I like to play intuitively.
I agree.
What about you, Daniel?
I
okay.
agree, but with one caveat. The one thing I couldn't take my eyes off after queen takes g7 is this possibility of rook h to g8. And this sets a nasty little trap. You might say, what is black doing? Just taking more pawns. And then, whoop, there's rook takes g2 check. And if king takes g2, you run into a very pretty discovery against white's queen. Bishop h3 and the queen is lost. So after rook g8, white would have to find alternate arrangements for the queen, but the queen could really get tossed around here. If you play queen f6, there's maybe a rook g6. So maybe this is the kind of thing that Magnus was worried about because, I don't know, he's taking his time. He's not grabbing that pawn immediately. Perhaps you could take the pawn on h7 here and continue gobbling, just gobble the other pawn. But now, well, you've got to watch for that bishop h3 move we pointed out earlier. Maybe black will try to get the bishop over, not to c5, no. Bishops don't move like that, but over to d5. So it's a position that's virtually impossible for a human to evaluate. And when a position's impossible to evaluate, in my experience, it generally means the evaluation is 0.0. And I think that theory is proven here. As you see, the eval bar is just like, what are you talking about? This is as equal as it gets. But yeah, I would take on d7.
No, sorry. Yeah, I have to say I would also hasten. I would hasten to add about grabbing pawns. I would grab one pawn, but I perhaps wouldn't be grabby. That's a word. And take on h7 because I'm doing black's job for them. The whole point of having rooks is to put them on open lines, and by grabbing both the g pawn and h pawn, then basically you're opening those lines and improving the quality of the rooks. So I would grab one and then not the other one. But yeah. Oh,
let's pat ourselves on the back.
On the board. Yeah, and here, prepare for that queen to be kicked around. Yeah, I would bet my house that Magnus would not fall for that trick. That lovely trick that you highlighted.
Oh, I would as well. Maybe we'll both end up without homes.
Yeah, but it's going to be interesting. So hang on, let's be kind of concrete about this. So if the rook comes and attacks the queen, let's take a vote. Should he capture on h7? My instinct was like, no, don't do that. But is it possible to be so greedy? Because in this day and age, people just say, hang on, don't play by principles, play by concrete calculation. So can you do it? Rook hg8, queen takes pawn, and then say, I loved your idea, by the way, of playing bishop e6 and bishop d5. That was terrifying.
Yeah, there's a lot of possible bishop maneuvers. Now, there is a good Russian expression as we examine rook hg8 that is suitable here, which is having said A, you have to say B. And it obviously means that once you've engaged in something risky, there's a sunk cost effect. You might as well continue in the same line. After rook g8, queen takes h7, the other move which worries me on white's behalf is bishop e6, bishop d7 to g4. What does it accomplish? Well, it obviously threatens to take the knight using the pin on the g file. Now, you might say, well, this is not a problem. The knight has the d4 square. But you can see the eval bar shooting all the way down. Why? Because now the queen gets tossed around further. But the problem isn't that the queen is attacked. It's that white suddenly loses the pawn on h2. That's so easy to forget about. And knight takes c6 check doesn't do anything. Black just recaptures with the pawn and then a beautiful mate to boot. After queen e4, bang, bang, and bang. The bishop on g4 blocks the king's escape. So this could get, white could fall off a cliff here in the span of two moves, Yovi. So that's a counter argument against taking on h7. The argument for taking on h7 is that if you're already there, as I said, you might as well get your money's worth.
Yeah. We have that saying too in the UK, in for the penny, in for the pound.
Exactly.
And I love it. Okay, so so how do you react to the bishop coming to G4?
What do you actually do to not lose?
Exactly.
I don't know.
Queen drops back to e4 would be
F5.
one natural one. Yeah, and then you also have moves like bishop takes knight. Let's remind ourselves of that. Checks, captures, and threats, and then after pawn takes, then we can come back to e4.
That is actually a very Nice point, because if black plays f5 here, what is the point of f5? The point is to dislodge the queen so that you can take on f3. But here you have the check on b4. This is a very important intermezzo. It allows you to move the knight away, and then rook h8 is not as effective because white has the time to defend the pawn on h2. Speak of the devil, Nodirbek has just played rook h to g8. Not a lot of time on his clock, so I love the fact that he played that move quickly. That takes some guts to do against the world champion. Comes back to our conversation about young players just not fearing the top guys. I think 10 years ago, somebody in Nodirbek's shoes would have taken 20 minutes and tried to work out all the details. But the Uzbek Grandmaster, he trusts his intuition as he gets up from the board. What an alpha move right there. And let's rewind back to the live position after rook hg8.
Yeah, and we're going to see whether Magnus captures that pawn on h7. And talking about alpha moves, did you catch any of Magnus Carlsen's alpha moves at the World Blitz Championship? I mean, the one that springs to mind was when he turned up 2.5 minutes late. I mean, it wasn't his fault. He's got 30 seconds left on his clock, and he just starts adjusting his pieces. I mean, how cool is that?
Unbelievable. That was
I would be like flustered.
Running to the board, just making move, No. So I have 30 seconds. I'll start with 20. Who cares? And then he crushes Kovalyev. Crushes him.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised. Anyway, it was a moment of chess history. And afterwards, I remember the Norwegian TV grilled him on that. They were like, "What is that all about?" And Magnus just went, "Yeah, I just wanted to mess with his mind."
And so he did. I mean, it was a one-sided game. And my coach, many, many years ago, I had a game where my opponent came 58 minutes late. And in the US, the rule is if you come an hour late, you forfeit the game. So I was already basically tallying up my first point. I was about to sign the score sheet. My opponent comes running in. This is the first round of a tournament. And I got totally destroyed. I got wiped off the board. And afterward, my opponent said, well, there's an old Soviet trick. If your opponent comes an hour late, you just wait an hour on the first move, because it's actually psychologically very difficult in many cases to play with an extra hour on the clock, because you feel like you have to win easily, but there's just something very disconcerting about it. So he said, in the old days, the opponent came 30 minutes late. You would just take whatever amount of time on the first move to level up the playing field and make it easier on yourself because you moderate the expectations. In any case, Kovalyev didn't do that because that was a blitz game.
Wow. Never heard that piece of advice before. I have heard stories about Bronstein, who used to take ages to make moves. And once he spent 22 minutes playing for the Soviet Union on his opening move. And his teammates were like, "What are you doing? Why are you doing this in front of me?" I mean, he was very unpopular.
It's a complicated position. You've got 20 options. Got to consider the candidate moves.
Yes. Can you imagine that? Yeah. What other position do you have the option to move all your pawns forward? Yeah, absolutely. And Magnus considering whether to grab that pawn. We kind of come to the conclusion that he should get greedy. He should be brave. But it is a very dramatic decision to make, because somehow you feel like it is fighting against the principles of the board, to basically open up lines for the rooks.
And the possibility of Magnus losing 2 games in a row is a discussion that has been opened after he sacrificed the exchange. This is not just a 3-result game. This is like aggressively a 3-result game where a single mistake by either side, but more so by white. I think the cost of a mistake, something that was also taught to me, who loses more in the event of a mistake? Okay, black has the extra exchange, so it almost seems like it's safer to be black here. And Carlsen, he's already riding a loss against Giri. His confidence might have been shaken just a little bit. And this is not what he wants to get. I changed my tune, Yovi. He started off really well, risk-free position. But that exchange sacrifice, I don't think he's gotten what he's looking for. I think he was thinking of mating black in romantic fashion, but the hunter has kind of become the hunted here.
Yeah. And I have to say, Magnus losing 2 games in a row, have we ever seen that before? Has that ever happened in tournament history? I have a feeling he did. And he came back and he won some in a row.
He probably did, but that's about as frequent as like a Halley's Comet sighting.
Yeah, once every 75 years.
Exactly. Oh, nice. I did not know
okay.
that. But I knew it was once like X years.
I was into astronomy when I was a kid. And then at this point, everyone's going to tell me, no, you're wrong. It is not 75 years. But anyway, okay. So let's go back and let's have a wander around the boards, because we are now in the midway point. Play is really heating up. And the position that I'm most fascinated about is Erigaisi against Ding Liren, because when we left it, it was just, again, an insane position. Open king. It wasn't very clear who was attacking who. And Arjun had sacrificed a pawn, but had the initiative. I mean, how is the situation now?
We'll go to that board in a second. I will just quickly point out that the Caruana So game has indeed, it's fizzled out into an endgame. It's a very complicated endgame, so it ain't just a draw, but the queens are off the board, so it's safe to say neither side will get checkmated. And over on the top right, Anish has a slight advantage, I think, against Pragg. We will examine those endgames in due course, but I am on the same page. We have to go to the Erigaisi Ding game, because this game just continues to get more and more tense with every move. H3, your idea from earlier, trying to smash into Black's protective pawn cover. It's not a very safe protective pawn cover, because in the event of GH3, Queen H5, there is the threat of Queen takes G6. I think that's out of the question, Yovi. I think Black has to try to keep this pawn alive. And the only way that I see for Black to do that is to lift the queen up to G5. But the queen isn't the best defender because of how vulnerable it is. And Queen G5, well, it runs into H4. It runs into some F4 ideas if White moves the king. There's even some cute tactics related to taking twice on G4 and forking on H6. The problem there is that the bishop and the queen are going to be connected, so it doesn't quite work immediately. What do you think Arjun has in mind against Queen G5?
I have to say, I think Queen G5 is the best defensive move. Yeah, queens are great attackers, but they're also fantastic defenders, primarily because they're so powerful. I wouldn't be so worried if I were Black with the pawn attacking the queen with H4, because then the tension has disappeared in the position, and then I think the queen can just drop back one square to F6, providing it doesn't hang anything, and it doesn't. And I think it's fine, and then he can go about just kicking back White's knight from F5. And the moves that I would be concerned about would be just keeping the tension open. I mean, is it possible to do that?
Some like bishop
C2
counterattacking.
Move? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But then I suddenly forgot that there are two players playing the game, and yes. The queen coming to G4 was a nice defensive move, but it's also a nice counter-attacking move, because you do have ideas of H4 on the board. And if you can get that to work, followed by G3, that is going to be dangerous.
Oh, and the reason H4 doesn't work immediately, that move completely escaped me, is because if we bring up an analysis board here, there's the beautiful queen takes G4. And again, one of the storylines of this game is that bishop on B3 constantly X-raying the F7 pawn. H takes G3, bang. And of course, bang goes the dynamite. There's mate on G7. So Queen G5 is kind of necessary. And I agree. I think White needs to take this opportunity to close off the king side, or once again, the hunter will become the hunted. And after Queen F6, you could play bishop C2, but I really would want to keep the bishop on this diagonal. So maybe Queen C2 is a more harmonious way of positioning White's pieces. And the game would calm down a little bit, Yovi, if they got this position, in the sense that the tension on the king side has dried up a little bit. And I think White has full compensation for the pawn. Beautiful knight. He still has this idea of rerouting the other knight, potentially to E3. And it's just hard for Black to move. I mean, bishop E6, maybe, but then you've got to worry about the B7 pawn. So if Arjun has done his due diligence, then not only has he examined the actual moves, but he should also be familiar with the typical ideas in this early middle game. And that's really what concerns me if I'm Ding Liren.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think there's so much dynamism in the position. And one thing I wanted to point out was that Black's knight on H7, what a terrible piece. I mean, it's a great defender, but it's just standing there doing nothing. I mean, it's completely dominated by the pawn on H4. And that is going to give compensation for the pawn. I agree with you. Arjun has to know the path to attack. I mean, he can't have just planned this particular opening without knowing what to do next. And it's something that I've been working on with my coach. I show him these promising lines and he goes, yeah, very good, very good. How are you going to continue? I'm like, oh, let me consult my computer. And he's like, no. You got to have an answer right now. And then, okay, next time I'll come better prepared.
Totally echo your point. We've all had experiences of really good preparation. Then we hit the first move outside the prep, and I actually forgot to understand the position. We all understand everything perfectly when we've got Stockfish running in the background. The moment you switch the engine off, you're basically stuck at sea. But one player who is most definitely not lost at sea and feels himself right at home amongst the elite is Arjun Erigaisi. This is Arjun's very first elite top tournament in Classical, and he is pumped about it. We have a really lovely portrait to share with you where Arjun shares his thoughts on how he will approach this brutal master section after running through the challengers last year. Let's listen into Grandmaster Arjun Erigaisi.
So it's definitely going to be a lot stronger and a lot more challenging. And there are a lot of top players, and this is my first tournament playing amongst the elite in Classical. So I look forward and I'm very excited. To be honest, I don't think it changes anything particularly to me, but it's nice to have spectators watching chess. I'm quite used to playing rapid blitz in general. Even pre-pandemic I used to play a lot of blitz online, so rapid blitz I'm always used to, and classical is something that's been there since years, since basically when I started playing chess. So at the moment it's not so difficult to adjust from one format to another. The fact that there were so many spectators watching and they cheer for chess, not just for me, but just they love chess and chess is getting more attraction. That feels great.
I see, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, such a professional, so wise beyond his years, and obviously having totally stabilized at a 2,700 plus level, playing in his very first elite tournament. Yovi, what stood out to you about Arjun's interview just now?
How calm and softly spoken he is. I mean, he comes across as so humble, and yet we know how dangerous he is over the chessboard. And he talks a lot about how he's able and he's confident in his abilities to switch between classical, rapid, and blitz formats, and how he enjoys them all and how he just loves the game. And then that's very, very much clear. And one thing that we know, actually, he told us during the Champions Chess Tour, was that he actually has someone to help him, a performance expert, to help him get ready mentally for these type of tournaments. And he has a very good family network. They're there helping him, they're motivating him. If he's down, they just say a few words to him and he immediately can pick himself up. And you do need that strong network behind you if you're going to reach the top levels.
It takes a village. I mean, you don't succeed at this level without a vast support network that includes friends and coaches. And it's important to point out that Arjun's performance in the challenger section last year came without spectators because of the lockdown restrictions. This time there are spectators. We see them in the screen in front of us. And of course, Arjun also has tens, if not hundreds of thousands of fans watching back home in India, watching his every move and cheering him on. The chess environment in India is just so wholesome. It's so fun to watch how many fans there are of this new crop of Indian talent. Nihal, Arjun, Gukesh, two of them playing in this tournament. Such an exciting time to be a fan of young Indian players. So they've got such a bright future. Love me some Arjun Erigaisi. And he's putting the heat on Ding Liren here in the early going of this game.
Yeah, he certainly is putting Ding under pressure. And going back to your point about India, I mean, it's just experiencing such a significant chess boom. I mean, it's completely unheard of. I mean, every week or so it appears that there's a new Indian grandmaster. I think they have 76 at the minute. And if you compare that to how the situation was a few years ago, I mean, it's a massive explosion in chess. And having played in the Olympiad last year in Chennai, it was absolutely shocking and overwhelming. emotionally, actually, how many chess supporters there were. I mean, the Olympiad was just full of people coming to visit and just coming to cheer on their superstars and just loving the game. Never seen anything quite like it. And it was very, very special.
Wow, that must have been the trip of a lifetime. Was it your first time in India?
It was my second time in India, but it was the first time experiencing chess like this, you know, where we were like superstars, and we would come out and they were like, autograph, autograph, and they knew who I was, and they knew who everyone was, and they asked me how I did, and they had thoughts on my game. I mean, it was incredible. I love that, actually, that chess is working its way up in the national rankings. And we also saw, I think, Arjun recently got a huge sponsorship deal, right?
I think he did. Yeah, that rings a bell for me as well.
Yeah, I wasn't sure which one got the sponsorship deal, but I think it was Aragaisi got $1 million. So, I mean, huge amount of money and for the next 3 years. And this will, of course, level up his game even more.
It will indeed. Not a bad deal at all. And as Ding continues to ponder this punishingly complex situation, let's swing back to the bird's eye view. And, you know, our job as commentators is obviously to look at the most interesting games. We also have to look at the most significant games. And one game that we've kind of let sail for a couple of moves is Pragg against Giri. So there's crazy stuff happening in Van Forest's game. Magnus continues to ponder the situation after Rook HG8. That's top left of your screen. But, Yovi, shall we take a dip into the Giri pool and just see if he actually has any winning chances in that endgame?
Yeah. And first of all, just indulge me. I just wanted to know, we left it off in the late stages of the opening. How did the game continue?
So there was you called it. First of all, let's go to that game and rewind the tape 10 moves or so. After knight takes d4, Giri did indeed play queen d7. Great call by you. Pragg trading the knights, moving his queen up, trading the bishops, getting his rook into the game. But the reason that trade favored black is because of that f-file. So Giri starts piling up the pieces and threatening knight g4. Pragg thought, great time to get the queens off the board. And of course, that diminishes black's attacking chances on the f-file. But what it does not diminish is black's positional advantage. Giri getting his knight to a beautiful square and securing the knight with a classic g7, g5 move, not for attacking purposes, but to take the sting out of f4. And now the knight has moved back to c6, attacking this new weakness that Pragg has created on a5. This is not the most pleasant endgame that I've seen. I think black might be a tiny bit better, but Anish Giri showing his willingness to repeat moves, Yofi, as I say that.
Oh, this is the modern way of playing chess. You repeat the position twice, and then you play something different. You know, you keep them hanging. But I have to say, I prefer black's position, because just taking a look at that pawn structure, I'm looking at the pawn on a5, and I'm thinking this could be a liability. And the reason I'm saying this, I'm being very, very bold, is because I'm kind of getting flashbacks to a particular opening that I'm very familiar with the Caro-Kann main line. And often you'll see white have a pawn on h5. And this pawn on h5, in this case a5, it's either a hero or it's just a villain. I mean, it's either going to cost white the game because it's a liability, it's a weakness, it will tie down a rook. You don't necessarily want a rook defending a pawn. Or it will be a lovely clamp, in which case, you know, white will get c4, b4, b5, and the ability to create a passed pawn on the A line. So I'm kind of intrigued about this very small detail. It looks like I'm just like quibbling over little things, but I find it fascinating. And my understanding is, especially when it comes to these type of endings, is like, you've got to be careful with pawn pushes. You've got to judge them correctly. Can you back them up? Because if you can't, they're just weak.
Yeah, and you mentioned little things, but little things combine to make big things. And in these types of endgames with symmetrical material, you have to focus on the little things. So Pragg with a very interesting dilemma here. There's a case to be made for just playing rook d4 immediately and saving time. The time control is generous, but there are only 20 moves in, and Pragg with less than 40 minutes. But there's an equally strong case to be made, I think, for a move like knight c1 to d3. I think if white can get the knights off the board, it'll be harder for black. Black won't have the machinery to attack the a5 pawn quite as easily. And you mentioned hero or villain. One way in which the pawn could be a hero is that it halts the progress of the b pawn. It fixes the weakness, much like the pawn on h5 and the Caro-Kann weakens the g7 pawn. So with the knights off the board, I think the pawn might become a strength. But Pragg kind of looking up into the skies, Beth Harmon style. Let's see what he's going to decide. And speaking of Pragg, Pragg's confidence has been amazing. He just defeated Ding Liren with the black pieces. We've got a great little segment here as Pragg shares his thoughts on his brilliant win against Ding Liren in the last round. Let's listen in.
I think we both were making some mistakes during the second time control. We both were down 2 seconds, and I don't think my technique was good. But okay, it's not all easy to find the correct moves in this endgame because there are so many options, and it's not easy to calculate everything. Yeah, I think he just missed. I don't know what he missed. Maybe after d5. That after d5 I have knight d7. Maybe he missed that one. But I think already I'm kind of taking over there. But yeah, after 40th move I was clearly better. This king g6, king h5 was quite important. But after that, yeah, I think throughout winning.
Okay, Praggnanandhaa, ladies and gentlemen, sharing his thoughts on that win against Ding. Beating Ding with the black pieces at his age, at his experience level. I mean, talk about talent, talk about grit, talk about confidence. Pragg espouses all of these skills and a lot more. So exciting to watch as he makes his way to 2,700, isn't he?
Yeah, that's just a question of time. I mean, it's certainly going to happen. And what I love about this video is that, to me, if you were just to look at him right here, right now, you would not be able to tell whether he's won or lost. And I just admire that composure. As someone who gets very excited, gets very nervous at times, the fact that he's able just to say, okay, no big emotions when he beats Ding, and just to kind of accept that this is a tournament of 13 rounds. There's no place for big emotions. Instead, it's just to take things as it comes. And I also like the fact that he later said that he was going to try football for the first time.
Well,
and
yeah,
as a European here, that's kind of unheard of because everyone has played football at one point in their lives. But yeah, Pragg, way to go. Love it. There we can see a picture of the players playing football on the free day. And there we see Ding, who apparently scored a penalty, actually. I heard that the score was 3-3. And Magnus scored two goals and Ding took the penalty. Very impressive.
Wow,
And
look at that photo there.
Whew. Yeah.
I'm mesmerized. I'm just, anytime I see these top players on like the sports field, I'm like, wow. It's like that feeling when you like are in second or third grade and you see your teacher at the grocery store and you're like, Mrs. Seligman buys groceries. She's not always in the classroom. Kind of the same effect here. I think people in the chat can relate to that. You see Ding Liren on the soccer field scoring some goals. These players are multi-talented.
Yeah, they are multi-talented. And I'm glad that you called your teacher by Mrs. or Miss, because here in Norway, they do not. They call them by their first names, and I think that there's something wrong there.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
I remember something funny. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, because you remember that joy you felt when you've discovered your teacher's first name. It was like, woohoo, you've discovered a secret.
Exactly.
And no, the Norwegians are not down for that. They don't like the formality.
That's interesting. Although, yeah, I remember my fourth grade PE teacher. One of my classmates called him Jason by his first name, and he was not having it. He said, "If you do that again, you're kicked out of the class." So interesting change in approach, and we'll see what approach Praggnanandhaa takes in this position. But it's a good time to get into football. The players are not in Wijk aan Zee today. They are in the beautiful city of Amsterdam, playing from the Johan Cruyff Arena, the home of the Ajax football team. I'm going to pretend that I knew what that team was before you mentioned it before the show. I'm going to pretend to be a knowledgeable European because I want people to keep watching the show.
Yeah, I must admit, I just knew the name and that was it. And the Johan Cruyff's Arena is where they're playing from. But Magnus is a big football fan. Of course, you know, I think during the first round he went, or maybe before the tournament started, he went to see Ajax play in the stadium. And of course, who can forget that Magnus is fantastic at fantasy football. And he was at the top of the leaderboard, I can remember, but I don't think he finished at the top. I think he came second or third. But that is impressive considering the whole wide world is playing fantasy football.
Poker, football, basketball, sports. I mean, Magnus, he has so many interests and so many talents. And speaking of talents and games, let's go back to the bird's eye view. I am pretty hell-bent on traveling to a particular game. I'm going to put you on the spot, Yobi. Which game do you think is catching my eye? You have to guess.
I would say that is the game. Oh, hang on a second. Well, Magnus and Abdusattorov. That caught my eye for a split second. But it's a toss-up between Arjun Erigaisi and Ding Liren. Those two games are really doing something for me. But was I right? I kind of cheated on
So that's second in command. Arjun against Ding, since we looked at that pretty recently. I'm actually looking at the Van Forest game because you have a situation that's to the right side of your screen where the rook on e1 is X-raying the queen on e4. So I'm actually just wondering if white has a forced win in that position. So shall we take a quick look at what's going on in that game? All
Absolutely.
Right, off we go to Maksud Land.
And it's not often that you see a black pawn on a3 either. So everything is happening here. So, okay, let's work it out. So as you pointed out, the bishop can move and attack the queen and skewer the queen and bishop. But everything is going on. So hang on a second. What resources does he have? You do have queen takes. Oh, I'm getting bogged down in the analysis.
But hang on
There's
a moment.
Also bishop takes
bishop
pawn.
h5? You want to take
bishop
this
h5.
pawn.
Yeah, there's the bishop takes c4. That's option. I'm trying to, because when I have these complicated positions, I try to run through the whole checks, captures, and attacks. And first of all, I was drawn to bishop f6. But then I kind of saw queen takes pawn, and I'm going to put that one on the back burner for now. And then I'm like, hey, the bishop can actually capture the pawn on c4. You know, it's pawn up for grabs.
The issue there, I think, is queen takes rook. Let's bring up an analysis board to examine the possible candidate moves. Bishop c4, I think the problem is queen takes e1. And if you think about this position, that knight is the hero, and that a-pawn moves up to a2. So given what Maksule had earlier, I feel like this wouldn't appeal to him. But my burning question is how black escapes after bishop h5. Because in the event of queen d3, the queen gets trapped. And it's not the end of the story. I mean, you could argue that black could play a2. But with only a rook for the queen, white absolutely has to be winning. And also note that after cd, white can always play c4 and just really control that promotion square with two of his pieces. So if bishop h5 happens, it appears to me that black has to take on g2 and bail out into a piece down endgame. This has to be lost for black. It's not completely lost. The knight could get back into the action. But Yovi, at the very least, I think this gives white great winning chances. Am I missing something there?
Let's rewind, because the position is just insanely complex, because we can't forget about the possibility of using Hydra there on the A line. Bishop h5. I'm sorry, I do like my fairy tales and Greek myths and Roman myths or whatever. Okay, so the first thing that I'm thinking of is, could you do something funky like a2? That's and then try to. Yeah, it's a bit weird and wonderful.
Now, if you promote, I take and go rook to e1, so you have to take on e4.
Yeah, and then rook a1.
And then rook b8. Not the end of the story just yet. You're threatening rook b1. But what can I do with white here? Gosh, this is just a mind, you know what. This is
That word has come to mind so many times, and I've been like,
I almost said it. I actually almost, that would have been the end of my commentating career, but I came pretty close to letting it slip by accident. I don't see a move up. Oh, you have to block the B file probably with bishop to B6. You have to just stick that bishop right in the rook's face. Rook A6, get out of here. No, I'm getting rid of Hydra on A2 right here. No more Hydra. I slayed the dragon.
Yeah.
And what do you make of this position? Totally winning? Probably not, but definitely we're talking about 2 results here.
Yeah, we are talking 2 results. I mean, the queen is such a powerful piece that, yeah, she will have a good shot at massaging a victory there. Okay, so that was quite a fascinating line where white was just like riding on the edge with some only moves. I mean, is there any way that we can kind of refine this idea of pushing? Well, it's quite a brutal idea of pushing the A pawn.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question. Let's rewind back to the live position here for a moment, just to update everybody. We are discussing the move bishop to H5. And the reason the bishop should stay on this diagonal is because, well, bishop takes C4, we already examined that, gives black a good version of the queen sack. If you play bishop to D1 instead, you're giving the queen an escape square on B1. So H5 is actually the only square on this diagonal that enables white to keep control of all of the queen's potential escape squares. I think that if black is to sacrifice a queen, the only way to do it is just to push A2, because queen takes C1 ends up losing a tempo compared to that line. Maybe you could also stick the queen on D3 and then play A2, but we've already been through that line. If the pawn disappears from C4, white has the possibility of C4. And one more thing, this has been a burning thought since you mentioned Hydra. You know what the real reference is in my mind when the word is mentioned? Do you remember the chess computer Hydra that faced Michael Adams in 2005?
Yes.
Does that match ring a bell?
It does. That was a whitewash for poor Mickey. Yeah.
I don't think anybody remembers that. The young members of the chat. There was a match between Mickey Adams and the supercomputer, which was built specifically for the occasion of the match and then disassembled. It was called Hydra. I was obsessed with that match. I mean, as a impressionable 10-year-old who was just finding out how good chess computers could be, it's like Michael Adams. I mean, he's top of the top, and he's just getting hammered by this engine. It was a crazy, crazy match. Definitely not Michael Adams' best showing, but I think that really marked the start, Yovi, after Deep Blue, of engines unfortunately showing us how mortal we are.
Yeah, definitely. And now we use them as training buddies. So I guess we've got the last laugh. They play their own little 1,000 game tournament with
that
perfect
they do.
chess. Yeah. So, so fascinating. So A2, bishop H5. I mean,
I think we're going to see it.
We're going to see it because your Parham is going to get there by a process of elimination. And yeah, we're probably going to see A2, unless he's going to flick in queen D3. But yeah, I mean, somehow or other, white's pieces are perfectly placed to deal with this A pawn. Just one of life's happy coincidences.
It is indeed. And you're right. Process of elimination. I don't think there are any other appealing moves if you toss out bishop takes C4. So we will keep you posted on Parham's choice when he makes it, and he should make it pretty soon. He's got 27 minutes on the clock. Now, before we update you on some of our other fascinating battles here in round 5 of Tata Steel, we wanted to remind you of something very important, because the wait is over, and after a 2-year hiatus, the Pro Chess League is back. The 2023 season begins with a qualifier week starting February the 1st, with 16 teams advancing into the main season. Past PCL participants include weak players like Magnus Carlsen, Ding Liren, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabi, Caro, MVL, and Anish. That's basically it. So we could not be more excited for the league's return. And with over 100 Gs on the line, it's looking like the 2023 season will be one for the history books. Use !PCL, !PCL, all one word in the chat to learn all about it. Do not miss the comeback season of the Pro Chess League. All right, so back to the games we go. Yovi, now that that's out of the way, we got the PCO, we got Tata Steel. The best time to be a chess fan. No, we are going to go on a short break first. So We hope you're enjoying our coverage, ladies and gentlemen, of round 5 of Tata Steel, and we will be back with more action from Magnus and Giri and other players on the other side of this short break.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connect accounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
And a beautiful view there. Welcome back to Johan Cruyff Arena in Amsterdam, where the players are contesting the 5th round of Tata Steel. The tournament moved to Amsterdam for one day, giving spectators in the Dutch capital a chance to view these players live. We hope you're enjoying our coverage. GM Daniel Nodirbek and I am Jovanka Huska, bringing you coverage of Tata Steel Chess 2023. And I'm going to put it very bluntly, Yovi, if you're not enjoying the games in this round, I'm not going to talk about the commentary, but you're not enjoying the games, then chess is probably the wrong game for you.
I mean, I totally agree with that. I mean, we ask for excitement. We ask for chess to be a spectator sport, and the players, they are delivering. I mean, there are no tame draws here. There are fireworks on every single board. And wow, it's unbelievable. I mean, I don't know what the players had for breakfast, but I'm loving it. I love this change of tempo. And I feel like chess is the real winner here. I'm going to go cheesy there.
It most certainly is. I think that captures it. And Abdusattorov is trying to capture Magnus's knight on f3. So as a quick update, we had rook hg8, Magnus saying, I'm not touching the king side there with a 10-foot pole, moving back to b2, to which Nodirbek responds bishop g4. Looks like a blunder because if bishop takes c6. But notice the back rank. Black would simply play queen takes c6, and you can't recapture because rook d1 is mate in 2. So I'll show that on the analysis board. Bishop c6, queen c6, rook c6, and whoop! That was not my best whoop, but this is one of Nodirbek's best mates. And so Magnus moves the knight back from f3 to e1, occupying a defensive post that I think can be compared to Jordan van Forest's knight that could have been on e8. It's sort of a similar type of situation where you're guarding the g2 pawn. What do you make of this?
Yeah, it's incredibly complicated. I agree with Magnus. You need to retreat the knight. You need to protect the king at all costs. And now the tempo has changed a little bit. The ball is back in Black's court. Black has to deal with the threat of bishop takes knight. And again, the position is open. It's crazy. It's not easy to do. So I think there's only one move. I mean, you either run away with your king, put it in the corner, which frankly I don't like, or instead I would move my rook onto the 6th row and try to develop horizontally. Defend, I meant to say.
Well, you're also sort of developing your rook. I'm gonna save you there. Rook g6. Yeah, it looks pretty elegant, right? Because I love moves that are both defensive and attacking in nature, and you're potentially preparing to double rooks. Although I would be very cautious about that because you're putting your eggs in one basket, and White could wait for Black to do all of that, and then just kind of crush the ant with your foot and just play g3 and say, what have you been investing your time into? So king a8, rook g6, both of those are possible. Queen b6, another move to consider, creating an x-ray against White's queen. Man, I don't envy Nodirbek's task here. He's probably better objectively, but with 25 minutes on the clock, how hard is it to choose a candidate move in a position this complex when you know that a single mistake could turn the tables?
Yeah, I mean, the price of an error is very high in this position for both sides, I hasten to add. And it's just a full-blooded fight, and the choice is insurmountable. I mean, which one of those moves do you prefer? I mean, again, you've highlighted that Queen b6 could be met by Bishop c5. The more I'm looking at it, either you sound the retreat with the bishop, which frankly no one likes to do, or hang on, yeah.
There's this move too, Queen e5, by the way. Is that worth examining? Or do the tactics work? Yes, they do. If bishop takes c6, you take the queen first and you recapture. Black would kill for a queen trade here.
Yeah, that's number one rule of defense. When your opponent's attacking you, trade off queens where you can. I have to say, 6 times out of 10 it works, which is, I think, quite good odds.
Especially against Magnus. I like Queen e5. I'm going to predict Queen e5. The more I look at it, the more I feel like that's a very wise move given the fact that you're entering time pressure. We are only on move 19. That is a mind-boggling thought because of how much has happened in this game. We haven't even made 20 moves.
20 moves. And actually, the players are short on time in that case. 24 minutes to make 21 moves, and still you have to handle those complications. I mean, we're going to look at a time scramble at the end. But the good news for Nodirbek is that the action is happening right now. And if he can diffuse it within the next 5 moves or so, then he can look forward to doing whatever he has to do in an endgame.
You're exactly right, I think. And the important thing to understand about that is that really the climax is going to last another 3 or 4 moves. So Nodirbek could potentially take 10 minutes here. If he can ensure an endgame, if he can get a position that's easy to play, then he won't mind having that position even with 8 or 10 minutes on the clock. It's not like he's a world rapid champion. It's not like he's good at blitz. So he's totally not able to handle, time pressure situations. Now, really quickly, I just wanted to pull up an analysis board and actually examine this queen e5 move, because white doesn't have to trade queens. White can move the queen to one of these two squares on the b file. Let's not talk about queen b4. But if you play queen b1, you're running into more annoying moves like bishop f5. So I actually think that white should probably take on c6 and get into the endgame and basically say, yeah, I've abandoned my hopes of checkmating the black king, but at the same time, you've got a pawn for the exchange, you've got a nice bishop. This isn't all bad for white, but Magnus would hate having a 2-result position like this. I think he's got to bite the bullet, though, if black plays queen e5.
I agree. And I just wanted to ask you a question. Could you get greedy? Could you get greedy and grab the c6 pawn?
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I am thinking the rook will, if the rook comes down to d1, I'm thinking, well, the rook comes to c1, defend.
Oh.
Living on the first rank, that's me. Anything in pursuit of a pawn.
I'll take it and rook d8. I'm going to pursue your minor pieces here. Oh, but somehow the bishop a3 and the bishop circles around to b4. So you're holding on. But all of that is a moot point, by the way, because Nodirbek has just made a move and it's not queen e5.
Yeah. Okay, he hasn't played queen e5. What has he? Okay, so has initiated a set of trades, but he's played rook to d1. Okay.
Yeah, I think a very similar move in spirit to queen e5. Rather than getting the rooks, the queen's off the board, he's getting the rooks off the board forcibly. White does not want to get checkmated on e1. And once the rooks are off the board, white really can't generate all that many chances against black's king with the remaining pieces that he has. Rook d1 is the top engine move, so that is an excellent choice.
Mm-hmm. It's a very brave choice as well, because the more I look at it, the more I'm thinking that Nodirbek has said that he's prepared to give even more material. Because say, for instance, white were just to capture rooks, the bishop on d1, that's loose.
Yes, it is.
Unprotected. And the first move that comes to mind, you probably spotted that the pawn grabber in me says, well, why not attack the bishop and attack the h7 pawn at the same time? A win-win situation. Yeah.
I mean, once you take h7, you've basically got a 4-on-1 on the king side. So at that point, white's probably okay with a queen trade. Another fork idea is to take and go queen to d2, threatening bishop d6. But the problem is that the rook swings to d8, simultaneously defending both the bishop and the square. So I agree with you. I think queen b1 is the better fork, the more effective fork. And Nodirbek probably invested some time into thinking of a response in that precise position.
Yeah. And one thing I have to say about these juniors they are so good at counterattacking. So often a common calculation error is simply to think, I attack a piece, they have to move it. And most of the time, these kids are like, no, I am going to counterattack. And, yes, you don't have to move the bishop. It just occurred to me, you can actually counterattack with queen b6. And so the game is still kind of continuing.
Jeez, what a chaotic position there. I think you made a brilliant point. Okay, we got to bring up an analysis board again, just because this is such an important line, right? We want to understand the world champions game. So let's dig in. Take stakes, queen b1. Apart from queen b6, there's also queen a5. But your idea is just to aim at the bishop. By the way, Carlsen has just taken on d1. Moment of truth. Are we going to see queen b1? And how does he wheel his way out of this situation?
Yeah,
takes. What if I take?
Yeah, then you go. I think you have to probably centralize your rook somewhere.
D8?
Yeah, d8 is as good a square as any. I probably discover in hindsight that there is a better square for the rook, but it's an analysis board.
And when you put it on d8, it belongs on c8 and vice versa. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, I do love your idea also of queen a5. That is such a great tactical idea.
Check here. And if you take the bishop, black takes white's bishop. And with every minor piece that disappears from the board, black's winning chances increase exponentially, because 2-on-1 on the king side, if you can trade queens and one more pair of minors, the game is over. Like, black will just create a passed pawn and promote it, because the minor pieces are just never capable of dealing with a rook in these situations. So, Jovi, Magnus is towing the line here. He's grabbing his head. He's very, very close. He's one mistake away from losing this game.
Yeah. And he's clearly unhappy with his position. I mean, if you read his body language, he knows that he's taken a big risk. He's gambled, and he might be losing this gamble. Okay, so he can't get greedy with queen b1. Nodirbek has coolly calculated that out. What other moves to play then?
Well, if you're not playing queen b1, you're not playing queen d2. I suppose you could make a slow move. And Carlsen, when he defends, he often, I think this is what distinguishes him from other players. He'll find an opportunity to play a slow roll kind of move. And he's very objective, right? He comes to terms very quickly with the reality if he's worse. And that's what makes him so hard to beat, among other things. So maybe a move like queen c1. Get the bishop out, but try to make sure that your bishop is protected and your first rank is protected. That comes to mind. Even a move like g3 to create some luft, that should not be ruled out either. But with 25 minutes on the clock, this is the worst kind of position to have in time pressure, where you've got a vast choice of moves. You know you're worse. And like I said, you know you're one mistake away from losing.
Yeah. On the subject of protection, I have noticed the top players are obsessed with protecting their pieces. You know, their ideal formation would be, like, for instance, in this type of position, that white knight belongs on f4. Put it on f4 where it's defended by its own pawn. And the dream for these super grandmasters is to have every single one of their pieces protecting each other. It wasn't until I sat in on the Champions Tour or listened to everyone's streams that I realized that it's all about overprotection. They're not interested. They're not interested in wild complications. When the position is like this, just protect your pieces. And then that means that you can actually play a lot of moves just off the cuff.
Yeah, that's a great point. People often say that top players don't really follow chess principles anymore. I think that's not entirely accurate. I just think the principles, they still exist, but it's like we've switched from Newton's laws, which are easy to understand, to the theory of relativity, which still has its principles and rules that are followed. It's just the rules are so much more complex. And one of those rules, as you're saying, is that overprotection turns out to be very, very important to set yourself up for success when the game becomes tactical. So we could see a slow move like bishop f1 to bring the bishop onto a safer square, or h3, or knight d3. A lot of choices for the world champion as he continues to ponder the very difficult position that he's in and try to avoid 2 losses in a row. Shall we dip back into the bird's eye view?
Yeah, definitely. You know, now you mentioned bishop f1 for Magnus, I think it's going to happen on the board.
That's a Magnus move if I ever seen one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. So can we take a look at the game we haven't caught up in a while? It's between Fabi and Wesley, the All-American matchup, because we did leave it when it was incredibly crazy. Middle game, that fizzled out into an end game. And how is this one? Because it's not often that you see 2 double pawns in the center of the board. Or,
yeah,
in fact, there's 4 double pawns on the board. I completely forgot.
Whose pawn structure is worse? That's like a battle of, you know, 2 old clunker cars racing down the racetrack. The pawn structure's not the highlight of both sides' positions. Okay, so who's playing for a win here, I think, is a worthwhile question to start with. It could be nobody, but I think it's actually black, because Wesley Caruana with the implicit draw offer. In response to king g8, he would have definitely gone back to d4. But instead, Wesley goes the other way, playing for a win. And the point is that if you play the scary-looking rook h7, you can just take on e5. And maybe White should go for activity with rook f1, but Yovi, I can see how this could be a little bit unpleasant for White. At this point, he'll be down a pawn.
Yeah. I can also see that. So that's why I was thinking desperate times call for desperate measures. Is this a situation where White should just put the rook all the way over to h8? So rather than allow him to capture the pawn, give a check on h8.
Sack the exchange.
Is that, yeah, I'm feeling reckless in this precise minute. And once the king comes back. Now, yeah, my idea was, like something like this, if I could possibly organize it, or maybe even rook a8 was an idea that I had. But I mean, is it no, maybe that's I'm getting my pieces tangled up. So don't put the rook on a8. Perhaps I like your idea of repeating the position. Maybe this is the way to a draw.
Yeah, I mean, rook h7, I'll take it. And when the situation fizzles out, my king has this beautiful safe square on b7, and White has drawing chances here, no doubt about it, but I don't think the situation is that desperate. I think it's a little bit desperate. You need to go for a lot of activity if you want to hold the draw here, but you got to find the compromise. And I think that's what Fabi's doing. Rook h7 is on the board. Back we go to the live board, and he follows up with a move I really like, e4. Setting a trap, rook d7, Yovi, your move, rook h8, led to checkmate. So black has to keep d7 available for the king, and that he does by playing rook d8. I think rook f1, rook d7, and rook back to h1 is a possible way for the game to end. If I had to make a prediction, I think it's going to end exactly in that way.
Okay. Yeah, that's a neat way of repeating the position. Is it possible that Fabi can play for more? Because yes, okay, he's down a pawn, but my eyes are distracted over to the queen side. I'm thinking, hey, that king could actually make its way to a4, a5, grab a pawn on a6 after.
Ooh.
Hello. And then you've got exactly got past a pawn there. Is this something to think about? Because after all, you can play rook f1 at leisure.
Yeah, and you've got a time advantage. The problem is it's move 35, and we've got a big time addition on move 40. So I wouldn't make a decision solely based on the time situation. Rook f1 is on the board. So for now, he refrains from king b3. I think that is a very interesting idea, though, and the position probably remains dynamically equal, but Fabi might not be willing to take this kind of risk at still a relatively early point in the tournament.
Yeah, I was just thinking it's quite a relevant idea as well, because Wesley could be thinking about trading rooks. So he could say, hang on, I don't want a repetition. He could decide to go rook f6, in which case, after a trade of rooks, king b3, king a4 is quite relevant. And then, okay, now the rook has come to d7. Here we go. Are we going to see our first result of the day?
This is the moment of truth. I think if Fabi wants to play for a win, we're going to see king b3. We're going to see g5. We're going to see a move that keeps the tension. But I just don't see it. And I'm going to call for rook fh1.
Yeah.
New haircut Fabi might not be crazy risk-taking Fabi.
It's been a very tense game. What can you say? You use a lot of nervous energy going through such a sharp opening like that. So I would not be surprised if the players are just like, okay, take a deep breath, agree a draw, move on to the next game. There's still plenty more rounds where it came from. That's
no. I'm not thinking about something else, but I want to let you finish your thought first. Magnus, what I was laughing about as Caruana goes for a g5. He does it. He's like, I don't want that draw just yet. I'm going to make you suffer and work for it. Wesley declined the draw 2 moves earlier, and Fabi says, too late, my friend. It's my turn to play for a win. I was just laughing that Carlsen did, in fact, play the move bishop f1. So you were absolutely right.
But when you mentioned it, I was like, that is the move. How could I have not have seen that one? Bishop f1, overprotect everything. Yeah. We called it, Daniel.
We did. And sometimes you see a move and you just know that Magnus is going to play that exact move because it's so, congruent with his style. As we can go back to the bird's eye view, I think we've given this position the attention that it has deserved. Fabi will continue pushing for the win here. And we also called it in the Maksud Leuven Forest game. They do indeed have that exact position with an extra queen for white and a technically winning position for Parham on the strength of some incredible opening preparation. But the Arjun Ding game, that has also transformed radically. But Yobi, I'll give you the final word on where we go next.
Yeah, can we revisit the Arjun Ding game? Because that one was cray-cray. And
Ooh.
it still looks absolutely insane as well. But somewhat tamer, I would hasten to say. No, I've changed my opinion. No, I mean, it's still mad.
It's crazy, just a
Anything
different
can
kind
happen.
of crazy.
Yeah,
Right.
I would even say it's a little bit more dangerous now for Black, because I'm just saying this because White has two bad boys, the rooks, who are threatening to spring into action. You know, the rook can plant itself on the center of the board. The queen can move herself on c2 and start looking at the Black king. Oh, I mean, Ding has to tread very carefully. I mean, how did we get here?
Well, we had a bunch of transformations. H3 was met with A4. Get off that diagonal. Arjun says, no, I am not getting off that diagonal. I'm just opening the B file. Then D5 happened. And this leads to a trade. Bishop D5, bishop F5, EF attacking the knight. Take the bishop, take the knight. So material is currently, it's not, Black is the one up a pawn. And you would be forgiven for thinking that Black is better because of the pressure on F2. But the pressure on F2 is a bit of a dead end, right? I mean, White's defending that pawn safely. H4 is not a threat because the bishop controls that square. And I actually love your suggestion, Queen C2. I think attacking the pawn could be the key to the kingdom for White.
Yeah, I think it's a very natural move. And the thing is, though, you do have to be really concrete about this position because every move will count. Timing is everything, as Bobby Fischer said. And so the queen comes to c2, then you have to defend. The first move that comes to my mind is just to lift the rook up to f6
Exactly.
or f5. Yeah, I like that. And double the rooks, try to counterattack. This is not a position for Black to curl up in a ball. He has to start putting the pressure on Arjun.
Oh, I apologize.
And,
these moves, HG and knight f6 have been played as well. And
Yeah.
that actually lends even more point credence to the queen c2 idea because now the knight blocks the rook. So after queen c2, you're almost out of options for how to defend the g6 pawn.
Yeah, you're going to have to step up with the king. Always a very scary thing to do, unless you can swing the queen across to g5. But
Let's take a quick look.
There I feel like it's a bit risky because she can get chased around. Like there's no tomorrow. And the first point I would say is rook takes pawn. That's the first thing I would look at. That's
go.
the
It's
dream 7th rank. Okay, but then
Let's eat.
attack is the best form of defense. Can you capture with the pawn?
On g4?
Sorry, the knight. Yeah,
Knight takes g4. I'll play knight. Probably still knight f3, honestly, to block the f file. I mean, clearly we're not talking about whether White is better. We're talking about the extent of White's advantage. And the eval bar really shooting up in this type of position to somewhere around +2. White is probably winning with best play, but it is still very much a 3-result game. I think that much is totally clear. Queen c2, though, might be the only way for White to cement his initiative and keep the flames burning. So will Arjun find Queen c2 or will he go for something else? Well, that remains to be seen. Live position after knight f6. Crazy stuff, Yovi.
Yeah, absolutely. Gosh, I don't know, I feel like a broken record, but I'm just absolutely astounded by how many games have become so sharp. And it's just round 5, the guys had a rest day. They were meant to chill. And it seems that they've just come back to today's round, just invigorated and just something in their step.
The more nervous the players are, the sharper the position, the better for us. And another thing that would be good for us is to listen in on Ding Liren sharing some thoughts. We have a very nice portrait of Ding Liren, the Chinese #1, whose first appearance as Wijk on Zay was actually as a second of his compatriot Grandmaster Wang Hao. Yeah, now, of course, he is a world champion contender and the star of Chinese chess. Let's listen in to the ever classy beast, Ding Liren.
Yeah, I feel good. I feel excited to get back here. I remember the first time I was there, I was helping Wang Hao. Sometimes I got some snacks or drinks here in the bar in the playing hall. So it's it's very special feeling. When I play in a very strong tournament, I always want to try my best and did not hide anything. Yes, it's totally changed the not only my games but also the games itself. I must say now the engines can completely evaluate the positions, very correctly evaluate the positions. It means if we want to beat the opponent with the same level, we need to work hard and to try to seize the very small advantages.
Interesting insights there from Chinese number one, Ding Liren. He's over 2,800. And what a treat, Yobi, to be able to hear on demand the players just talking about what they view as important in chess and how they've changed their play, which was really the centerpiece of that interview.
Yeah, I mean, certainly remarkable times. And I loved how Ding addressed the fact that these days, it's not about refuting your opponent's openings. It's simply about securing that small advantage and just outwitting them by small steps. And that is absolutely fascinating. And of course, we know that Ding will be a contender for the World Championship at the beginning of April. So it's exciting times for Ding. And he actually spoke in one of his interviews about the pressure that he will be facing when the whole world will be just observing this one match. Every game that he plays is going to be scrutinized. Everything he does will be analyzed. And how he's been preparing for this amount of scrutiny that he's going to get. It's going to be intense. One thing I know about Ding is that he rarely comes with a second. I'm sure he's working with many seconds in China, but he rarely brings a second to the tournament. And
wow.
I always found that a bit baffling, actually, because you do want someone there just to drive off, just to provide a good mood. And often you'll see Magnus with his father, with Peter Heine Nielsen. You'll see Anish with his seconds. They spend a lot of time together. But Ding, no one. And I'm in total admiration at that he's so self-sufficient and focused enough to basically do everything by himself.
Yeah, I mean, he's experienced problems with travel. You know, he has not had an easy go of it, and to handle it with as much grace as he doesn't complain. He just, accepts the situation and plays his absolute best chance, just never lets himself get affected by a bad performance. And he's maintained 2,800 now for a while. So Ding Liren, don't miss the World Championship coming your way from Astana, Kazakhstan, from April to the start of May. Jan Nepomniachtchi will get a chance to redeem himself after a crushing loss against Magnus in the last World Championship. Okay, as Arjun ponders his next move in this very complicated position, let's take ourselves back to the bird's eye view, and perhaps we could do a little quick summary of each board before we choose the next board to focus on. So, Yovi, I guess I'll take the top, and then maybe you could take some of the bottom boards. We've got Magnus against Abdusattorov. Not much has changed there. Magnus kind of playing it slowly with H3. Nodirbek clearly playing for a win. And over on the right, top right, we have Pragg against Giri. Pragg has ensconced a rook on p6. I would bet that will be our first result. I think that's going to be a draw. I just don't see either side squeezing any realistic chances out of that position. Now, what catches your eye on the bottom boards?
I agree with you there. The bottom boards, I would also say the same in the game against Gukash, against Richard. That seems to be very level. Although, having said all that, Gukash does seem to have secured a small advantage. He's attacking the pawn on b4. He has a good in-game pawn on h6. But still, I think a draw is a likely result. And we kind of called it when it came to Parham and Van Foreest. We predicted absolutely everything, and Parham will be trying to massage an advantage, a win from the game. He does have the queen against a rook and knight. And he also has a passed pawn for his efforts. And then finally, we are Levon Aronian against Vincent Keimer. And we see a very beautiful pawn structure there, a nice diagonal. What do you think of that position?
Yeah, let's take a quick look at that one. I think it's been a while since we've looked at it. Let's give Levon and Vincent a little bit of love. So this was a Ruy Lopez, sort of a mainline Ruy Lopez, that has morphed into a very rich pawn structure. The A file has opened and black controls it. And it's always important to control the only open file on the board. So that's black's main advantage. The problem is that black has a lot of minuses in his position. The b4 pawn is incredibly weak. The bishops are far from their best days. White's pieces are active, and there's really nothing on the A file. Yeah, you can play queen A2, but apart from giving the b4 pawn up, what is it exactly that you are trying to gain from infiltrating down the A file? White is definitely better, Yovi. It's hard to say by how much, but I think the eval bar is giving us an accurate picture. +1, +1.5. Levon with the clear advantage on the clock and on the board.
Yeah, I agree. And I also wanted to point out White has the potential of creating a passed pawn by orchestrating a c4, c5 pawn break. And certainly not relevant in this particular position, but an idea to bear in mind.
Absolutely, especially if the queen moves away. Another positional idea is to maybe get this knight around, ultimately to c2. I think that is White's plan, to attack black's biggest weakness. And if you get the knight on c2, you can also wrest control of the A file from black's clutches with a rook to A1. God, Levon seems very comfortable. He's happy here. He's enjoying himself.
I just saw this.
There.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That is a trademark sign from Levon that he is happy, he's in control. Yeah. I have to say, Vincent has seemed to me slightly nervous. He's kind of played a very solid openings in the games beforehand, and it's his very first time playing at this tournament, the Tata Steel. So maybe he's somewhat cautious.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that assessment. And we're spoiled by Arjun and players like that. We should, should understand that when you're playing for the first time in a tournament like this, I've heard a lot of interviews with young players. They are nervous, right? They do a good job of hiding it. Everybody's professional in this event, but you don't just waltz into a tournament where you have Magnus and Wesley, and you're always worried, Yovi, and I've had that experience in the U.S. Championship, and that's like 5 times weaker than this tournament. What if I'm going to be in bad form? What if I'm going to lose all of my games? That's a possibility when you're playing beasts of this caliber. As Levon drops his bishop back to b1, makes space for the knight, sets up a battery. He is in control.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very nice that you mentioned how everyone is struggling with those type of anxiety, that kind of feeling, because everything that you said just then, I felt it myself. Whenever I played a super strong tournament, I've always thought, oh my God, what happens if this is a tournament where I lose all my games, do terribly, they'll never invite me back. And it's nice to see that it's running through the top players' minds as well. And I think it's very good to be honest and open about chess and about the emotions that you're feeling. Because too often we see these top players and we just see this bravado. We see like, yes, I'm amazing, I'm wonderful. It all goes so easily. And what resonates with me is the struggles that people have, and Levon is certainly one. He's kind of lost a few, I think 50 points, maybe not 50 points, but he's lost his rating. 2022 wasn't his best year. But it's good to see him back in the action. I mean, I thought his game against Magnus was very resourceful in the first round. I thought he found some great ideas. So it's nice. It's nice to see him come back. And of course, he's like the oldest player in the tournament, which really, I wish they would stop saying that because he's not that old. But it's nice to see him fighting. And I know something about Levon is that he's extremely fit. When he played in the Gibraltar tournaments, we'd often see him in the morning just literally running up the hill, running up that rock. He was walking so fast, and he's in good shape.
Wow. I mean, that's obviously crucially important, especially when you're, one of the older participants. Levon he's in great shape physically. He's still in great shape tactically. He's had some off performances, but he doesn't let that hurt his confidence. We had that beautiful graphic up, which showed Levon's great performances through the years. And that's what experience really does for you. I think experience is most important when you're not playing as well, or when you're riding an off segment of your career. When everything's going well, you're confident just inherently. When you have a couple of tournaments that start getting under your skin, that's where you remind yourself, hey, in 2007, I played well. I've been playing incredibly well for 15 years. I'm not going to let 4 or 5 months of mediocre play affect my confidence. And, that's what makes experience so important in chess. We have a result, ladies and gentlemen. As we predicted, Wesley and Fabiano have indeed drawn their game. Fabi went for it with G5, but then quickly thought better of it and decided to repeat moves with Rook H8 and Rook H7. Totally fair result.
Yeah.
And what a combative game, Yovi.
Yeah, I know. We kind of predicted it would be a draw right from the start. But then what a path they took. First of all, Fabi surprising Wesley with the scotch. And then the game got so complicated. And of course, it fizzled out to a draw. But still, the players really fought every move. I cannot fault them at all. I think it was a perfectly played game of chess.
It really was. It was great opening prep by Fabi. He did everything to unsettle Wesley. He succeeded, but Wesley took his time at the right moment. And as usual, Wesley just, you can almost never get him into a situation where he's truly uncomfortable. He is a jack of all trades, and he's just as good in these wild tactical positions as he is in the kinds of positions he might prefer. A draw is our first result of the day. And Levon Aronian, well, he's squeezing a big advantage against Vincent Keimer. Let's get ourselves back to the bird's eye view.
Yeah. And checking out the bird's eye view, I can see the evaluation bar is all the way in White's favor in the game between Parham and Jordan. And we left it and we thought Jordan had a winning position. It seems that the computer and Parham, no, did I say Jordan? Was Parham had a winning position?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And it seems like Parham is making smooth work of it.
Yeah, he's won the pawn on F7. He just played G3 in that position. We don't have to specifically analyze. I think if he plays G3, he's up a queen and a pawn for a rook and a piece. It's not over. I mean, Black has some chances to stir up a miracle against White's king, but provided that Parham doesn't blunder and he's got plenty of time, he should finish this game off smoothly. This very well might be our second result of the day. In the meantime, in the World Champions game, stuff continues to happen. Do you think we should take a little dive into Magnus Carlsen land?
Yeah,
Let's
because
go.
there is a big trap on the board. It will not happen. I bet my house on it.
For
But
the
we
second
do have
time.
to point out, yeah, that should White capture that bishop, that would be such a big mistake, because after knight takes bishop, knight takes knight check, king will have to run to the corner. Cannot
Wait,
be taken.
my computer's glitching. It won't let me. It just keeps. It won't let me take the knight.
Okay.
I need to restart.
Oh, don't
wait a second.
No.
Gotta go here.
Oh, dear.
Checkmate.
And yeah, okay, that's the end of that. But that will absolutely not happen, but it's certainly a point to be aware of. And it will certainly be causing Nodirbek some excitement. And the question is, how is Magnus going to handle this combination of rook, bishop, knight that's kind of making their way towards the white king?
Yeah, I mean, this is why the world champion is sitting on the board and not the commentator. But the one encouraging thing I could point out is that Black, as far as I can tell, does not have an immediate threat. Nodirbek puts the bishop here to put pressure on the G2 pawn. He's not threatening checkmate. He's not threatening bishop takes G2 because of bishop takes G2. And again, that knight on E1 is really the unsung hero of White's defensive construction. So Magnus could take the opportunity to play a move such as queen to D4, set up the threat of bishop D6, try to deflect the rook from the open G file. Although you have to be careful what you wish for, because if the rook moves on to D8, that might not be much better with the rook infiltrating D1. Man, Magnus has to find a slow move like that, like queen D4, bishop B4, but he's down in 12 minutes. He's got 18 moves to play. Oh, are we going to get an entertaining finale in this game? Queen d4 on the board. He's done it.
Yeah,
And Rook d8
and Nodirbek instantly. I was surprised at that. So, wow. Okay, the queen will move.
Where is it going to go? And that's another decision that Magnus has to spend some time on, and he just doesn't have a lot of it left.
Yeah, you have to be careful because you do have ideas of queen a5 in the air, as you pointed out, attacking the bishop and knight. So, knowing Magnus, it will be somewhere where it's protected.
Maybe h4 to make contact with the rook?
Yep, that is very attractive. There's also queen f4 to establish a pin on the knight. And also to threaten. Okay, he's played queen h4.
Okay.
Nice move.
So rook d1, I don't think works. Knight can take the bishop.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That means Nodirbek either has to play what I think he's going to play, which is bishop to d5. You can make another intermezzo and move the knight back to g6. That's a very engine-like move. I think, as he nods his head there, that he's going to go bishop d5. And guess what? He wants to take on a2 and say, look, I'm going to have connected passers on the queen side. And just because the queens are still on the board does not mean that he cannot eventually just set these pawns in motion.
And he's getting ready to make the move. I love your bishop move. I mean, but in the spirit of harmony, could you drop the bishop back to c6? With the idea that you just say, yes, you can grab material, but my rook will come down to the first row, attack the knight.
I might have a check on h8, though. That could force the rook back. So here, I'll show this on the analysis board. Rook d1 almost wins, but I give this check. And it's not the end of the world, but maybe I can plant my queen on f6 and look up at you pleadingly and beg for a repetition there.
Yeah. And, well, the key question is Nodirbek happy with the draw? Because we've seen this time and time again. A lot of Magnus's opponents, they're slightly better or they're much better, and they go, draw against the world champion? I'll take that. And the game ends.
If I was in Nodirbek's shoes, I'm like, not just taking the repetition, I'm taking it faster than I took the draw, which gave you my third GM norm. I'm grabbing it from the sky. But that's what makes Nodirbek into such a promising young talent. I feel like those thoughts aren't even entering his head. I don't think he's even thinking of it as, I've got this potential achievement, I can draw Magnus. He knows the drill. He's done it before, and he treats this like any other game. There we go. Bishop d5 is on the board.
You called it. So, okay. Big moment on the board. I mean, you cannot defend that pawn on a2. So Magnus just has to go pawn hunting himself, grab the pawn on h7. Unless I'm missing something, of course, I must think about counterattacks, like the bishop coming to e7. See if the bishop can switch tack and plant herself on a better diagonal.
Ooh, maybe something like this, but, well, I think black can take on a2. Black can always use the f-pawn to support the knight in the future with f6. Knight can drop back to g6. Black has options here. And it's just, he's so solid. How is white actually going to generate specific attacking chances? If you take h7, maybe white has to start pushing his kingside pawns and throw caution to the wind, Yovi. But this Magnus is teetering on the brink here.
Yeah. It's a very difficult race to call, isn't it? Whose king is going to be safest once the pawn starts rolling? I wouldn't write off Magnus, though, because Magnus is Magnus. He often pulls out these Houdini-like escapes. And he just has this incredible ability to coordinate the pieces together, put them on the right squares, the right diagonals. And it's not over until it's over, as Anish said. I mean, I really like the interview that Anish did after his victory against Magnus, where he just says, you know, he felt like he had to be on point at all times. He could not relax, and he didn't think he was going to win until Magnus gave him his hand in resignation.
And honestly, to piggyback off of that point, one of the things that makes Anish's win as impressive as it was is how smooth it was, because Magnus is one of the greatest defenders of all time. He never loses games in one-sided fashion like that. And it just felt like Giri dominated in wire-to-wire fashion. He got into a better end game. Magnus barely ever had, a tangible chance to hold the fort. So it was an uncharacteristic loss and an amazing win for Anish. And once again, Magnus Carlsen is staring down the barrel of what would be his second loss in a row. It would put him at -1, which just doesn't add up in your head for Magnus to be -1 in any tournament ever.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's a rare sight to see. And there we can see the standings. Anish and Nodirbek both on 3 points out of 4. Incredible start for both players. Such a tense game. And Magnus in full focus. One of the things I have noticed about Magnus is that to him, chess is a form of meditation. Like when he's in trouble, when he feels the heat, that is when his extra gear kicks in and he's able to generate all kinds of miracles. I remember once seeing him draw a game, 3 pawns down. Most mere mortals would have resigned it, but no, not Magnus. He seemed to just kick in something special and get motoring.
There's a book waiting to be written about Magnus's crazy comebacks. I mean, that is just low-hanging fruit that you could pick off. A message to all potential aspiring chess authors. But right now, the low-hanging fruit lies on A2. Nodirbek is about to pick it off, and if he wins the game, he lands himself on a very handsome 4 points out of 5. That would be really one of the most impressive Tata Steel starts I've ever seen. Racking up wins like this in this field is just crazy, absolutely crazy. And as Magnus ponders his next move, he's dropped down to 5 minutes. We are going to keep a very close eye on this game. We will bring you the action as it unfolds. But once again, our job is to give you a sense of how all of the games are going. So let's go back to the bird's eye view. I don't mind going back to the Magnus game even, but at the very least, let's give people a chance to look at the positions. Magnus takes on H7, by the way, as you said.
Yeah, he took on H7, and we have that full-fledged race happening. It's going to get sharp. It's going to get complicated. And what's even spicier is that the players don't have too much time on the clock. Can we revisit the Arjun Erigaisi Ding Liren matchup? Because there's an immediate threat on the board. And there we see Arjun is threatening to play Rook takes Bishop. And that already sends my pulses racing. And of course, Ding will see it. But we do have that air of anticipation in the air. Will he spot it? Will he not? How will he cope with that threat? How will he cope with that threat? That is quite a pertinent question, because the queen performs 2 duties there. She protects her king. She also protects the G6 pawn. So she will have to move herself up.
Probably to F6. Man.
But there she can get chased around.
With moves like Bishop H4, Bishop E5. Let's go to that game for a little while. Objectively, it appears that Arjun has given up his advantage. He had a big advantage, but we have to realize, in the time pressure situation, take the eval bar with a grain of salt. I mean, things can really change multiple times in a game when the position is this complex. Queen F6 is on the board. Ding saying, I ain't giving away my bishop on B6, tossing the ball back into Arjun's court. And the crazy thing is that Bishop H4 might run into, well, not really. I was thinking of a queen sack, but I forgot that G6 hangs with check. So in the event of Bishop H4, you maybe keep your queen on the 6th rank, and the rook is actually virtually trapped there as well. There's so many moving parts in this position. Jeez Louise. How do you keep track of everything?
Yeah, not easy thing to do. And also one thing to notice is that the white bishop can't pick off the pawn on C7 because bishop takes pawn would be just deadly. That would be very unfortunate.
Man, oh man. Now, queen to E4, I will say, is apparently the best move. But it's a hard move to play because, yeah, you centralize your queen, but you're not creating any threats. And Arjun has just had the initiative for the last 10 moves. So suddenly to switch into this sort of more defensive mode, we know how hard that can be to change your mentality in a game at the drop of a hat. This is getting scary all of a sudden, Yovi, for Arjun.
Yeah, it is very scary Because counterattack is a very dangerous thing to handle, especially when you've had the initiative the whole game. When your opponent has been on the back foot, it's very difficult to adapt to a situation where your advantage is fizzled out and it's your opponent who is now in charge. And often to get that initiative, you've had to take big risks. You've had to compromise your position. And in this particular situation, White's king is not that safe either. And black has very active pieces.
And also, back rank problems are potentially in White's future. White has the Luft square on h2, but the knight controls it. Very easy to miss in a time scramble. Easy to just assume that you don't have to worry about that. You've got to worry about everything if you're Arjun Erigaisi. And if you're not playing queen e4, and you're not taking on c7, and the exchange stack on b6 doesn't do anything, it only brings on the back rank problems, then what do? You can just sense the anxiety kind of building up and the clock dwindling down. Tough stuff for Arjun and Ding. Oh, the guy's a beast. Just the way he survives preparation, initiative, doesn't matter. Doesn't get too high with the highs, doesn't get too low with the lows.
Yeah. And there you can see him completely composed. And you also have to remind ourselves that going into the rest day, he had lost to Pragnananda. So he had one whole day just to brew on that fact, to brew on that emotion. Perhaps he used it to his advantage to, maybe on the football field, he managed to get rid of some of that frustration. And it's such an incredible position, very complicated, so sharp. Anything can happen here.
Yeah. Queen f6 is the last move. Arjun continues to ponder his response. This, just looking at this from the side, scares me. I can't even imagine sitting at the board right now. If you're Arjun, he looks like he's about to make a move, but he hasn't made a decision just yet.
Yeah, not an easy position to call, actually. It's difficult to suggest a move, like you've said quite a few times. Yeah.
Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
It's them playing, not us. This is why they're there. And what?
Oh, whoa.
No. This, I ruled this one out. I said that this one was not possible.
So did I.
Okay.
So did I.
Well, he's living on the edge. This is crazy stuff. Okay, so the first move we have to look at, bishop takes pawn. The king must hide in the corner, run to h1, and okay.
Rook f5. Coming to a theater near you. Rook f5 threatens an exchange sack, followed by potentially a mating attack with queen h4, knight e3. Oh, that's just checkmate. What does White do after rook f5? Arjun must have an idea in mind.
The queen must come to the assistance.
Okay,
She's
so
come
here,
to save the day.
Here. Okay,
yeah.
Rook f5 already on the board. Queen e4. Rook takes f3. If you play gf, you still lose. Check here. This isn't mate, but it basically mate. You have to give up your queen. You lose. So apparently you have to give a check here. Then take on f3 with the queen. Only move. Oh my God. Look at this line. Queen h4. Is this checkmate? No, it is not, because of queen f3. And now black has the insane bishop to e1, slicing off the rook and setting up a mate threat on f1. And now, are you ready for the craziest part? The reason that you have to give that check on d5 is because White has the counter resource bishop e5 check, forcing the knight off of g4. And now you force the rook trade, and black is better in the resulting position. I totally calculated that entirely on my own. Of course. I saw all of that.
Of course.
Immediately.
Never in doubt.
Oh, my lands.
Oh, wait. So this is the only path to safety for Arjun. Hang on. It looks all forcing to me. So rook f5, you have to defend. The only way to defend is move the queen. Does it matter? Queen e4, queen d3? Is there a difference?
No. Apparently queen d1 and queen e4 are both possible. But, I mean, seeing queen e4 to me isn't the problem. It's a pretty obvious move to bring the queen into the defense. The insane part is playing queen d5 check. And I'm really worried that Arjun is going to play queen e4, but then take on f3 and miss that bishop e1 ends the game in that position on the spot, because you don't have that check on e5 to distract the knight from g4. Oh my gosh, this could be crazy. What a turnaround we're seeing. Arjun's about to move. We're about to
What's
find
he gonna
out.
play? He has to move the queen to defend the knight. That is absolutely forced. But you know what, Daniel? I think that what's going to happen is he will find that check.
He's played it.
He'll get to this position. Yeah. Okay, so this bit, so far, so good. Easy stuff. But I think he's going to realize closer to the critical position, and then he's going to go, oh, I have to throw in that check, and then he'll find it. But maybe he might not have seen it when he grabbed that pawn all the way back, and it's just one of life's happy accidents.
Well, Arjun fans across the world are holding their breath right now.
Yeah, I'm holding my breath. I'm just a spectator. I mean, this is incredible stuff. I mean, Ding could be on the verge of victory.
Man,
and now Arjun has one path. That was mind-blowing. Can we show that line again? Because that was just immense.
Yes, we can. And let me show it without queen d5, just to illustrate why it's winning. And here, Yobi, bishop f2 to e1. I mean, talk about easy to miss. Can't take the queen because of a mate threat. You can try to defend f1, but even if you could defend f1, which actually you can't, there's also a fork threat on f2. And remember, with the king on h8 in this exact position, white has bishop c7 to e5 check, deflecting the knight so that you can then trade rooks with rook b8. Rook b8 here allows knight f2 check. That's why you need to sacrifice your bishop. Oh my gosh. Now, first of all, Ding doesn't have to play rook takes f3. So that move is not forced. But do you think he's going to resist the temptation? I don't think so. I think we're going to see rook takes f3.
No, that's just too tempting. You got to open that box. I mean, I would be just absolutely in awe of Ding if he did not capture that knight. He's going to do it.
Oh my gosh, man. I don't know what to
else
turn
to do.
We've got so many games.
I would have my...
Mm-hmm.
I know. I was just going to say, if Arjun calculated all this as the only path to safety, he's calculated the queen to d5, man, I'm just going to say I'm not worthy. He is just God level on chess. That is an incredible defense and such a deep variation.
But there is, I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but even if he executes all of those moves perfectly, that resulting endgame, I won't play those moves through again, but that 2 pieces for a rook endgame actually still offers black very decent winning chances. I think that's about a 50-50 position between a draw and a win for black. So that's what makes rook takes f3 so appealing for Ding. Even if he sees white's best defense, he still earns himself a risk-free endgame with great winning chances.
Yeah. I would just play rook takes f3. I don't have the restraint. I'm just going to do it. I see it is good. I want a part of that action. All chess players are artists at some level. And yeah, you see such a beautiful shot and you can't help it. But there we see Arjun. He's poised. He's in deep concentration. He knows that he's on shaky ground. And wow. And what could be the other alternatives, though? Because, I'm sure this is also running through Ding's head. He could be thinking, yeah, this is very tempting. This is great. But is there something simple that keeps control? For instance, if the bishop does retreat, you are threatening knight f2, which is like a woohoo.
Exactly.
Moment.
And I would say there are 2 buckets of ideas. The first tries to exploit the back rank. The second tries to exploit the f2 square. So as you said, the bishop could move back. You could combine. You could play bishop d4. Queen takes is not possible because at the end there's rook f1. Knight takes isn't possible because there's a fork on f2. So bishop d4, even just bishop to c5, a quiet move. The problem, though, I think, is that white can slide his own bishop down to g3, controlling both the f2 square, but also this very important h4 square. So I think Ding is just double, triple checking. Ding might actually not even see the move queen d5 check. He might be under the impression that rook takes f3 wins on the spot. I just want to see him take on f3. I can't wait to find out if Arjun sees queen d5.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that one either. I was just also wondering whether there were any other fancy footwork moves that Black could do. I was even considering like something like Bishop E1 with ideas that if the Rook takes, obviously Knight F2, and if the Queen takes, then I was thinking Rook takes Knight. Could somehow blast through, but I don't think it works.
I guess I take your Rook in that case and just tuck my King away on G1. That's a beautiful idea.
There's nothing there. Yeah. If it worked, that would be spectacular, but it doesn't. Therefore, it would be a blunder. The margin between genius and idiocy is quite fine.
It is notoriously thin. We've all experienced that margin in a game where you go from thinking you're a genius to thinking it's more the opposite end of the spectrum there. Pretty quickly. All right, Ding. Time to make a decision here. He doesn't have much time left. Remember that 50 minutes are added after move 40 is made. White makes move 40. He gets 50 minutes. Black makes his 40th move and also gets 50 additional minutes. But not a lot of time left here. If the clocks are accurate, there it is.
He's done it.
F3 on the board. Drum roll, ladies and gentlemen. Queen D5 check. The only move to stay alive. Here goes Arjun.
Yeah. Are you not entertained? Because I am.
I'm so happy we stayed on this game. We are going to go to Magnus, okay, folks? I can hear the grumblings, even though there's a delay, but we just have to wait for Arjun's move.
Yeah, we absolutely do, because here is a critical moment. He has to find Queen D5 check. If he does, he's still alive. If he doesn't, then he is dead in the water. Oh, and Arjun, well, he's got less than 1 minute on the clock.
He's thinking, though, that's a great sign. He's thinking that means he is aware that there is an alternative to Queen takes F3. That gives me hope for Arjun.
Yeah.
45 seconds. Gotta move. And then you got 9 moves to make with no time.
And he doesn't look flustered. That also gives me hope, because if he was like moving his head from side to side in panic, that would not be a good sign either. Queen D5. I'm like literally holding my breath now.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the camera, I'm looking at the board, looking at
just
Arjun.
Make that move, Arjun. Put the queen on D5. You got to do it. 13 seconds, 12 seconds.
Still looking. He's still calm. He's still
my
totally
nerves
calm.
Can't handle this. 5.
He might have a little bit more time than that. He is not
I've been told
lost on time, but he, I think, has something maybe like 2 minutes.
Okay.
We are aware that there are.
Give your anchor a heart attack there, but okay. I was literally just on the edge of my seat. But chess can do this to you. Goodness me! Whether you're a player, you're a spectator. Whether you're watching online, in person, doesn't matter. Everyone is like holding their breaths and find the move. I mean, yeah, this is one of the beauties about watching chess. Somehow or other, it becomes all about the chess. It doesn't become about the person. Like every single one of us wants Arjun to find that move, and he's
done it. And he's done it.
Oh, what a man! Awesome stuff.
The game will continue. Now, let me clarify again. After that whole line happens, and I'm going to show this one more time, then I propose we go right to Magnus's game. What's going to happen is the following sequence. King H8, Queen takes F3, check on H4, Queen blocks, Bishop blocks the Rook. And now, the reason you deflected the King onto H8, Bishop E5 check. Black has to take, or else there is a devastating Rook check on G7. Black takes, White trades the Rooks, Rook B8. Black liquidates Queen trade and Rook trade. I mean, the engine, it was pointing out that King G8 is the best way to orchestrate the Rook trade. We're going to get an endgame like this, where obviously, or not, Ding played a different move. He didn't do it. He played Rook F7. Let's rewind. Wow. He's gone Rook F7. And and there's just no bishop check on E5 if Arjun takes on F3. Oh, my lands.
Yeah.
Oh, Bishop D8 is the only move. And he's done it again. No.
He's found it.
Well, the eval bar doesn't even know what's going on.
No, I was going to say, I mean, things are really wild here because it just feels that the queen needs to move somewhere.
To
I mean, do you
F4?
have moves like bishop e1? What about bishop e1 now? Just forget that your
gosh.
queen's under attack.
Oh
Doesn't-
my, this is bishop e1. I can take your rook on f3. And you don't have queen h4 because the bishop's guarding that square. But try this on for size. Queen f4, the bishop comes back to c7, defending h2 and attacking the queen. There could be a 3-time repetition here. This is insane. Only move, bishop c7, and he's going to play it. There's just nothing else to do. Otherwise, if you take on f7, you emerge down a piece. He's done it again. Arjun is a hero no matter how this game ends, and so is Ding.
Yeah. Wow. I could not have predicted that this game would end in a threefold repetition. I mean, is there any way for Ding just to keep the game alive? Move the queen some random square? I mean, e3, f6?
Well, if you play queen e3, I mean, at that point, I can already take your rook with a pawn, and I'm up in exchange. I think that a repetition of moves here is likely. Rook f7 might have been a mistake from Ding, which allows this beautiful defensive repetition. So Ding is going to make a decision. I also know that people are itching to see what's happening in the World Champions game. So maybe we could take a dive into Magnus's position. We will keep you posted on Ding when he makes a decision as to whether to repeat. But don't be surprised. If he does, that game might end in a draw. What's going on here?
Well, we got our proverbial race. The A pawn is marching up the board. The H pawn is going to start copying. And all the while, both kings have to be kept safe.
Yeah, this is what we thought would happen.
Yeah.
So Black is much better.
I agree. I mean, Black has the rook, White has the bishop. By nature should be better, but I'm looking at the king safety and I'm thinking that White's king is just that little bit more safer.
But if
how
I
I came to that conclusion, I don't know.
But I guess the devil's advocate point of view is that Black has this check on d6. What you're saying is that White can just block that check with g3 or even f4. So there's no mate threats, but Abdusattorov has to be so careful about where he puts his rook. It's easy to play a move like rook a1 and forget that that bishop is x-raying the rook. So where is he going to go with this rook is the immediate question he's got to answer.
Well, hang on a second. Can that rook not be chased into perpetuity until forever, until kingdom comes?
Oh, so what you're saying is rook f1, I'll play queen
e2. Yeah. Or maybe, and then I think you'll have to go rook b1 to keep that rook alive.
Now there is rook takes knight. You can give your exchange back and force a queen endgame where you could argue that your pawn is a little bit further advanced and that might give you winning chances. But I would not blame Nodirbek for even a second if he decides to acquiesce to the repetition here.
No, I wouldn't blame as well, especially when you take into consideration that the players don't have so much time on the clocks either. So rook, even if they only have 5 minutes, I mean, that's incredibly tough to sit down and work out every single check, every single pawn advance. I mean, I can certainly see a situation, and there we see a check from Nodirbek, f4 instantly from the world champion, and now there's a big threat of knight takes knight in the board.
But now rook takes knight. I think rook takes knight gives Black a risk-free queen endgame with winning chances. He has done it. That was the only way to keep winning chances alive. This is amazing. Knight takes bishop. Pawn takes knight is forced. And then Nodirbek collects 2 pawns at the same time. He takes on f4. Then he takes on d4. Oh my gosh, Black might be winning here. I mean, that a-pawn, the path is basically clear. White's biggest chance is to find a perpetual of some sort. But I don't see this working out for Magnus.
Yeah, this is a very tough endgame. I mean, especially because when it comes to queen endgames, we see him advance the pawn, queen takes pawn, and Magnus playing accurately as ever, preparing h4. The thing is, though, White does have a runner in the h pawn. So black can't just push the a pawn to kingdom come and be super happy about everything. He still has to be careful. And my feeling is that this is maybe enough to hold the draw. I mean, it does involve a lot of groveling. You're not convinced? You think it's going to be a win for Nodirbek?
Well, what White has to decide on a broad level is what is the balance of attacking moves to defensive moves. And when I say attacking moves, I obviously mean pushing the pawn. So does White play h4 now? Or does White try to park his queen on the best defensive square, which is probably a2? You can't prevent a4, but you can make it difficult to play a3. But I think if you're Magnus with 2 minutes on the clock, you just play h4 quickly. And he just did exactly that. h4 is on the board. Nodirbek is going to play a4, and we're going to get an old school pawn race here. Here we go again.
And do you think we'll see a situation where the pawns will both reach their destination? So a4, come on, gosh. h5, get going, get motoring.
I mean,
but maybe h5 is maybe h5 is too slow. Maybe now is the time to stop that pawn from advancing to a3. Park the queen on a2, do as you suggested, and then carry on with the h-pawn.
Well, it would be nice if you could hop on the United Airlines flight from h4 to h8 all in one go. But here's the big moment for Magnus. You're absolutely right. Is h5 too slow? h5, a3, h6. You could get a situation where the h-pawn is somehow liquidated for the a-pawn. But that's a draw. I don't think Black's king will have enough protective cover in that resulting position to allow Black to push the b-pawn. That's what Magnus wants, I think. To trade these pawns.
Yeah, that would be a dream for him. It would make his defensive task a lot easier. But no, those pawns are going to remain on the board. I 100% guarantee that. I also have to remember that Nodirbek can actually keep an eye on the h-pawn himself. He can decide that 2 are better than 1, and he can also kind of go b5 at the same time and use his king.
Yeah, he most certainly can. 40 seconds for the world champion with 2 moves until time control. Once time control is made, I can assure you that they will use each and every one of those 50 additional minutes to try to make heads or tails of this endgame. But in the meantime, it's time for Magnus to move. I think he's going to go h5. I think he's closing his eyes and praying, basically.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. He's very accurate. Queen goes to a2. And that pawn is prevented from moving further.
By the way, Ding Liren accepting the repetition. We see them on camera there discussing their game. It's a draw by repetition. Arjun Erigaisi. He was maybe winning, but Yovi, the real story was his defensive efforts in the end of that game. Just 6 crazy engine moves in a row is all you need to save the game against Ding Liren. And he did it.
Yeah, they put on a show for us. I mean, what an exhibition. Well, they went out with a bang, didn't they? And they certainly played with my nerves, but I'm very thankful for it. And in the meantime, talking about nerve-wracking, it's still a nerve-wracking situation for the world champion against Abdusattorov because he finds himself in a queen and pawn endgame. It's a race. And if we take a look at the placings of the queens, we see the black queen is right back slap in the middle. And that is the perfect scenario for a queen to be. And let's not forget that Abdusattorov is 1 extra pawn up. So, bad news.
You changed my mind about this position, though. I was originally thinking it's almost hopeless, but now I realize that I actually think White can force the trade of the a-pawn for the h-pawn. First of all, Black has to be able to play a3. So queen b4, we could bring him in an analysis board here real quickly. I think the game is going to go like this. Queen b4, h5, a3, h6, and you might say, oh, I win with queen b2 check. But no, White takes and promotes just in time with check. And that's a good version of that resulting endgame where White has, quote-unquote, the initiative. So maybe there's a better way to do this with a move like queen d6. But the upshot is still the same. White just shoves that pawn down to h7. And at the end of the day, you're going to get this position with that extra b-pawn. And if Magnus can reach this successfully with 50 minutes on the clock, we're going to see a long game. This might be an 8-9 hour game, but something tells me the world champion is going to hold his own if they reach this particular pawn balance.
Yeah, I agree. I've seen a lot of queen and pawn endgames from the world champion, and he's superb at them. Yeah, it's also not very easy for black to support his passed pawn, because my immediate thought was, well, why not play b5? But if you play b5, then you have the problem of queen takes pawn, and you can't get happy and push your a pawn one square further, because the queen will come to f8 and pick up that pawn. So yeah. Somehow not easy to kind of orchestrate the advance of that pawn and at the same time defend your f7 pawn and keep an eye on the h pawn. It seems to be mission impossible for the queen.
Man, this is a frustrating sensation. Nodirbek with f5. Okay, very interesting move. He might be trying to shatter the white king safety with f4. And if you can remove the g3 pawn, then obviously black will have two additional types of ideas. The first, of course, is a fork with attacking the king and the h-pawn. The second is to use checks to get your queen forcibly onto an ideal square. And I think this makes it even more necessary for white to push this pawn as quickly as he can. h5 seems to be a certainty in this position.
Yeah, I mean, white has one trump in the position, got to run with it, and he does. The queen comes.
Is he going to play f4?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Why not? Although, is f4 slightly risky on account of g4?
There, I feel like black plays f3, and you've got a new demon to fight if you're Magnus.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know.
But then, okay, he moves his queen to the edge, attacking h-pawn. Yeah, but the queen is quite passive there.
Also,
and,
you can take on a4 now if you're Magnus.
You absolutely will do that. I had completely forgotten about the existence of that pawn. I was so focused on the h-pawn. Queen takes pawn. But they've reached the critical move 41, so they will be getting extra time on the clock. And
yes,
this is good technique from the world champion. You know, he's simply going to take his time, establish what is his best chance, get to grips with the position, understand it, and then nope, he doesn't.
Well,
he takes that
I think he
pawn.
knows that this is as good as it gets, right? You're not going to get a better version than this endgame. So we are going to see Nodirbek try to grind this out for a couple of hours. I mean, even the world champion gets tired. So it's a classic, as I call it, a 50-50 position. This is just a very classic example of an endgame where there's two results possible unless black blunders his queen. Always possible, but not likely. I would rate white's drawing chances as higher than black's winning chances by maybe 20%, so maybe more like 70-30. Yes, I'm influenced by who is handling the white pieces here.
Yeah, I think that white is definitely going to draw this. I don't think that there's any way that the black queen can park herself somewhere where she can protect the f5 pawn, escort the b pawn, and protect the king from perpetual checks. I think it's just not going to happen. And
you think it's more like 90-10?
Oh, well, I'm notoriously bad with optimistic with my statistics. So, yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, and this is the beauty of the classical time control, they have 50 minutes now for the next 20 moves, and they will use that time. And they have all the energy in the world to figure out what is the best move, what are the best defenses. They can work out the subtleties. And that's it. You know, we're not going to see a time scramble where nerves are fraying, people are panicking. Nope. It's just cool, calm, relaxed chess. And in terms of quality, it's good. In terms of scrappy, it's not so good, because I must admit, I quite like the scraps.
Oh,
I like it when mistakes get made on both sides. But okay. Whew. That was
Wow.
very exciting.
Deep breath. And Magnus gets up from the chair. You often see the players on move 40 going back for some candy or some coffee. They need a little bit of sugar, but you can see the time control there. Once Black's clock hits 0, make sure that you know that doesn't mean Black loses on time. When the clock hits 0, 50 more minutes are going to be added automatically to the clock. So he doesn't have 1 minute. He has 51 minutes. And then you have another time addition after another 20 moves are made. So right now, Nodirbek has to focus on trying to find the best move. When you hit 20 minutes or so, then you start thinking about the clock situation once again. But I think this is a perfect segue for us to transition back to the bird's eye view, because we have some other very exciting games. We have some games which have not reached the time control just yet. And the Gukesh game is interesting. What is going on in that game? I think we're about to see a draw in Gukesh against Rapport.
Yeah, certainly looks like it. But it's a very quirky draw, judging by the pawn structure. It's not every day I see 3 pawn islands, 2 set double pawns, bishop versus knight, a pawn on h6. Is that a good pawn, bad pawn? I don't know. And the knight comes and attacks and attacks the bishop. And so the first question I would be asking, why can't White get greedy and capture the pawn? I mean, how does that trade work?
Yeah, I mean,
on
if
G5?
you take on G5, I think Black pushes B3, but I'll make a proposal. The best way to enjoy endgames is with a little bit of coffee. So I am going to vote coffee break, bathroom break, and then when we come back, since a lot of the games have made time control, we can settle down a little bit. So we will return to the Gukesh Rapport endgame on the other side. But before we do, we want to remind you that the official Chess.com Discord server has been revamped. A fresh new look, lots of new features, and more. Join us at go.chess.com/Discord and make sure to connect your Chess.com account to earn unique flair and stay in the loop. Use !Discord in chat for more information. Well, we hope you're enjoying our coverage of round 5 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023. We will be back with more action from Magnus's game and others' games on the other side of this short break.
I was here. I was lost. Okay. Well, hey.
8, let's go. Oh no, I think I should have just done that. Chat, I got 14.
We beat it. Let's go. No, 15. Unreal. No, first try.
8 in a row, 9 in a row, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I got a little achievement thing.
I honestly really enjoyed that. That was really cool.
Become a Chess.com community streamer at go.chess.com/start streaming.
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
And checkmate. Abdusattorov played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is a beast, doesn't give up. We know the kind of comebacks that he's capable of in the position.
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish is taking down the world champion Magnus in absolute shock.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
A huge win for Pragg against Ding Liren.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Brendan, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
Welcome back to the Johan Cruyff Football Stadium in Amsterdam, where the players are contesting the 5th round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023, and the games have entered their 5th hour. We've got a couple of fascinating endgames going on. I am Jovanka Huska, GM Daniel Nerditsky, chopping it up for you today. Oh my goodness, Jovanka, we can take a deep breath. Finally, time control has been made in most, actually all of the games, and 50 minutes have been added to their clocks. It's time to reevaluate the situations. 2 games have already ended in draws, but we've got fascinating chess yet to be played as we look at the standings.
Yeah, you kind of mentioned taking a deep breath, and there we can see the standings. Anish Giri 3 points out of 4. Nodirbek also in the lead with him. And I think that's such the right emotion for this particular point in the game, because you cannot underestimate all that pent up nervous energy the players will have had to use and had to just grit through, or get through rather, just to get to move 40. And now that the nerves are cleared, the fog has lifted, we can see that the players are in endgames. And talking about endgame, we wanted to head over to the Pragg versus Giri game. And here, to me, this looks like a very balanced endgame. I mean, if I were a betting person, I would just say draw, no problems, move on. But I do think that White needs to be slightly careful, because if White gets too ambitious and, for instance, does nothing, then there is a passed pawn on the board on d4, and that can be supported by the Black King. So I think now is the right time for Pragg just to call it a day, push the b pawn forward, and try to liquidate on the queen side.
Yeah, something a little disturbing is happening here, in the sense that Pragg has been pushing in the last 6-7 moves, really without any risk. And with his last move, King F5, Anish Giri demonstrates that he is not willing to just sit idly by and defend, a 1-on-2 rook endgame. If he wanted to do that, he could have essentially forced the draw with d3. But I do think that he is entertaining at least the remote prospect of playing for a win here if he can squeeze his king, let's say, to d3. So totally on the same page. If you're Pragg, you're looking for a way just to immediately liquidate. And maybe the safest way to do that is to start with the move rook to b6 and trade the a pawn for the b pawn and basically try to get behind black's pawn before it's too late. And then use your passed a pawn to tie down Black's rook. You'll get a mutually assured destruction kind of situation where both rooks are behind each other's pawns, and neither side can make progress because, of course, the G-pawn deep freezes the F and G-pawns for white. How was that summary? Did that make any sense?
No, it made perfect sense. No, I totally understood that. But I had also completely forgotten that Pragg was a pawn up. So actually playing b5 would actually be returning the pawn. So it's much more natural to put the rook on b6. But still, I mean, one has to be very bold to make such moves because there is d3 in the air. And d3 this time can be supported by the king marching to e4. And pawn 2 squares away from queening, it's going to send shivers down your spine.
It is indeed. And let's pull up an analysis board here to forecast how we think this game might go. So let's say rook b6 happens. Black probably shouldn't wait any longer and perhaps should play d3. Okay, white takes on a6, d2, rook d6, tempo for tempo. I mean, that's close. Black should take the pawn. White gets behind the pawn. Black defends it with the king. White pushes a6. Black gets behind the pawn. And actually, white is almost in zugzwang, but fortunately, you have your share of king moves. You can play king g1 to g2. And my question is, what if black tries to get the same position with white to move? Oh, here there's king f1. Because here you can give
a check.
Oh, or you even have rook to e6. Look at this idea. And if rook a1,
then
rook e1.
But you have d2, right?
And then I check you on f6 and come back to e2, and suddenly white has winning chances again. Oh, that is ridiculous. But that is why black doesn't want to play with fire.
Yeah. That was a lovely line you showed there. And yeah, I mean, you can repeat the position a few times. Draw. And he says, yes, absolutely. I'll have a bit of that. It's. I mean, could black after rook b6 just go? I'm going to be a slyer and go king e4.
Yeah, I'll take a6.
You can take a6, sorry, and I'll take b4.
And I'll go back to d6.
Yeah, and then I was wondering whether the king could kind of make its way to c3. I mean, I do realize that this would be Anish playing for the win.
Yeah. No, I actually really like king e4. Is Pragg in trouble here, practically? I mean, it almost seems like he's struggling. He's suffering.
Can we put that up on the board?
Sure.
If the king goes rogue, so you capture the pawn, I capture the pawn. Happy days. You follow the rook principles, get that rook behind the passed pawn, and the king comes now to d3.
You know what I can try here is rook to g4, a weird looking move. Rook to g6, sorry.
Yeah.
And my idea, you're probably going to move the king, right?
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Okay, then I have to get behind your pass pawn.
Oh my gosh, I have no idea who's playing for a win here. I'll go here. Oh, and there's the eval bar.
Yeah.
I thought I'd get behind the pawn, but I guess black just pushes. Oh, and rook takes a5 is now a big problem.
Yes. But I mean, it might not be enough because after all, you have 2 passes. You could. And also, rook d4 is the bigger problem, actually, now I look at it.
Yes, it is. I have to move my king up. But
and now you rook.
Yeah. Or even king c2 can be considered. But then you get into 3-result territory because white has the connected passers there. Wow.
Yeah, that's too wild. That's too complicated. We like simple chess. So
we do.
Yeah.
But this has gotten very gnarly all of a sudden for Pragg, who has 47 minutes. He just started eating into the second time control. But you've seen games like this go out of control. This is how you lose positions that you play for 2 results. You get a little overambitious. You get a little too comfortable. And this move, king f5, is such a clear signal to me that Anish Giri is already thinking about playing for a win here. Pragg has to be very careful for 5 or 6 moves if, he wants to have a good evening tonight.
And Pragg, actually, in one interview, mentioned that in last year's Masters tournament, he started off really well on 50%, and he was very happy with that. But then he proceeded to have a nightmare middle of the tournament, and he only ended up with 5.5 points out of 13, a score that he was dissatisfied with. And the fact that he mentioned it means that it is playing on his mind just a little bit.
Oh, it most certainly is. And any time you have an opportunity to even draw someone like Anish, I mean, that's a big achievement. And when you start feeling that you're messing it up, you're getting it out of control. I've experienced that, many times where I think I have it in the bag against the Super GM. Suddenly I start having to work a lot harder for that draw. Your throat closes up, your hands get sweaty, and that is the process you have to avoid. You have to stay objective, stay calm, and calculate dispassionately as if this is just a Chess.com puzzle.
Very, very difficult to do. And we see
Results.
a result. Big result. Parham Maghsoodloo manages his first win in the Masters tournament against Jordan van Foreest. And there we see the players shake hands. Big smile for the Iranian player. And both players seem to be in good spirits.
Yeah, that was Parham's, despite one player winning and one losing. I agree.
Yeah. No, I mean, Jordan didn't seem too fussed about it. He didn't storm out. He just calmly shook his opponent's hand, and the two players talked a little bit and then left. And there we see people watching the chess, and it's so nice to see people watching chess at tournaments. I mean, this is something that I feel has been phased out in a lot of tournaments. I mean, a lot of high-level events. There are just no spectators. And that's one of the saddest things, because one of my fondest childhood memories is going to these high-level tournaments, following the analysis, and just getting a taste of the whole atmosphere of these great players playing. And I remember how they used to have these big demo boards, and they would come and show these and all these variations that they saw. And I was like, wow, these people are just geniuses. And it's an important part of growing up with chess, and I think it's a pity that it's being lost. So it's really heartwarming to see that there are people watching the show and watching the chess on site. And they're there in Amsterdam in the Johan Cruijffs Arena. And it's great that they are also showcasing the Netherlands and showcasing important tourist features. And of course, it's the home of Ajax Football Club.
It is indeed. And I totally echo your sentiment about spectators. I remember in 2008, I was in Moscow, and the first time I visited a super tournament was when I went to see the Tal Memorial, which was an annual super tournament. Kramnik was playing, Leko was playing, and I remember standing in the hall and watching. I got to watch the players analyze, which was even more fun than watching them play, because I stood right next to Kramnik, and I remember, coming over to my mom and just saying, I was just pointing, and I was just saying, that's Vladimir Kramnik. She's, I know who that is, and I was like, no, you don't understand. That is Vladimir Kramnik. And I just kept repeating it. I was so in awe of actually seeing these top players. And some of the younger people watching might not relate to this, because nowadays we have the privilege of being virtually close to a ton of top players. You could tune in any hour of the day and watch the super GMs like Hikaru Nakamura crush everybody on stream. But back then, just seeing these players filled me with so much inspiration. And little did I know that 7 years later, I'd be facing Vladimir Kramnik over the board in a classical game, and also in a rapid game. So just that was such a good moment. Okay, so we've got the Giri game on the screen here. We have results.
We do have another result, and another draw, this time between Gukesh and Rapport. And the players are analyzing, they're discussing the lines. And I have to say, I do love this particular moment when players are going through the variations together, because this is one of the special things about chess, and it sounds really cheesy, but once you played a game with someone, you feel a bond. You feel this bond of friendship, that you've done something special together. And especially if the game's been hard fought, it's been close, and you're both of you trying to work out where one could have improved, it becomes almost like this sense of unity between the two of you.
At the risk of getting too philosophical, I think you make a great point, and I think some of my friendliest conversations have been with an opponent after the game, because the way I've heard this described is as two authors that have authored a work of art where you both had an equal part to play in it. So yes, you were competitors. Yes, you were at each other's throats for the whole game, but you struggled with the same problems. You did it from opposite sides, but it was still the same questions that had to be answered and the same challenges that had to be surmounted. So I love this as well, just seeing the players share their opinions kind of in old school fashion, not just running to their hotel rooms and plugging in the game onto Stockfish, but now they set up the pieces. It's dinner time in Amsterdam, and another hard-fought draw, leaving us with 3 ongoing games.
Yeah. And on the subject of analysis, I remember 2 friends of mine had played this very interesting game, and they analyzed the game afterwards, and they were both on the same wavelength that White had played a great game, and they were like, yeah, it was an amazing achievement. And they both went back to their respective rooms, plugged in the computer, and then there was like this collective kind of when they realized that White hadn't played a great attacking game. In fact, White had blundered a rook at some point. Like literally it was like a knight takes rook, and they'd just not seen it. And this is what happens. Somehow I find chess kind of bizarre in that kind of sense, that you can both be on the same wavelength. You can both miss the same obvious things, or you can both be there matching each other along the way, playing superb chess.
Yeah, I find that moment so interesting when I think I've calculated a line that's so outlandish. I mean, there's no way my opponent barked up the same tree. Then you talk after the game, and they did bark up exactly that tree. You find that you calculated the same lines. So totally echoing your point there about being on the same wavelength with your opponent. Speaking of wavelength, we should probably check what wavelength Magnus Carlsen is on. There's 3 games left. All of them are in an endgame. Now, Aronian, is still plus 1.5. He's got winning chances in the endgame, but I'm thinking we should maybe let them play a couple more moves until the smoke clears there. What do you say we check back into the World Champions game and see how Nodirbek's winning attempt is progressing?
Yeah, definitely. Because it was a bit of a tall ask for Nodirbek last time we left this position, because Magnus had set up a great defense. And as we know, Magnus is the endgame magician. And, well, we have progress. The B-pawn has advanced 2 squares. Double-edged sword, because it does mean that the Black King doesn't have so much cover. But on the other hand, pushing a pawn, that's got to count for something.
When we try to assess positions like this, I think it's important to try to understand what the good and bad scenarios look like for each player. So obviously, the only way that Black is going to win this game, well, there's 2 ways. Black can force a queen trade. So queen f4 would hasten White's defeat. The second way is that Black can promote the pawn. Now we take the opposite side. If the game ends in a draw, how would we describe the subsequent, 20-25 moves? Well, the only way that White could force a draw is by perpetual check. So that's what the battle is going to revolve around. Can Black continue pushing his pawn while keeping the king relatively sheltered? And you can't keep the king totally sheltered, but what you can try to do, and what you often see in these types of queen endgames, is the king essentially making a bad dash for the other side of the board, and then trying to use the pawn as an umbrella. Imagine a Black king on b4, b3. The queen can be used as an umbrella, and so can the pawn. Can White keep the Black king confined to the back couple of rows where the king doesn't quite have as much protective cover? Well, we'll see.
Yeah, it is a big question. And Magnus has to come up with an answer, because after all, his queen is being attacked. And it's very important, as you mentioned, he must dodge any checks that allows Nodirbek to exchange of queens. It's a tricky kind of situation here for him, because if Magnus does put his queen, say for instance, on a6, I mean, the first move that would come to mind would be Black would then centralize and improve the queen by moving her to d4. And then, as you mentioned, try to establish a path for the king to run. I often find that it's very helpful to visualize a place for it to hide. So, like you mentioned, b3 would be in my mind. I would also perhaps think of hiding the king on g4 should the white king try to run away to the center or to the queen side. So as long as I have that vision in my head, I have a plan.
Yeah, and you need a vision in queen endgames because you can't calculate your way into when there's way too many options. The decision tree is way too vast. So you're basically operating on the basis of target positions. You're aiming for a general type of position rather than for something specific. To confirm your point, queen a6, I think even queen c5 might be a little bit more accurate than queen d4 just to keep the b5 square controlled. And that's exactly what white does not want. Magnus, he's just put his queen in front of the pawn. He's saying you can't force a queen trade and you can't push the pawn away. Nodirbek's next step is to dislodge, to force the queen off of b4. And I think the best way to do that is to inch the king up to b6 and then slide the queen over to c5. The Uzbek prodigy, he is making serious progress here. And there he goes.
Yeah, and there he goes. And the king is going to move to b6. And then there's a big threat of queen c5 on the board. And what's worrying for Magnus is he doesn't have any disruptor checks. And actually, he doesn't have a square to wait with the king. Now I look at it. Like if the king steps up to f3, I mean, you have to worry about potential queen e4 checks. What else?
Well, king g2 loses on the spot. Queen e4 works, and you can count that. I'll let the chat count themselves, but black is in the box. Black stops the pawn with his king, and the two pawns the black has are too far apart from each other. That's what we call trousers in Russian chess terminology. Two passed pawns on either side of the board, unstoppable by the lone king.
Oh, I never knew that expression. I'm going to put that in my repertoire. I like it.
Nice.
Yeah, king. It is very nice. Actually, I'm very seriously worried for Magnus.
I am too.
Ideally, he would actually like the queens to trade places, have the white queen be on e5 and the black queen on b4, but nope, that's not happening. So okay. So you can step up king f3. That would be a waiting king b6. Move. King b6.
Yeah.
And then white hasn't done a single thing. What about if you put your queen all the way to f8?
I think that's what you have to do. I think you have to make a mad dash for the 8th rank to be able to give the side checks. But as we clarified a little bit earlier, you can't give perpetual in a position like this because the black king has way too many pathways and can use the pawn as protective cover. So, for example, if we bring up a board, queen f8, let's say I go king b6. Now, you can't check b8, you can check d8, I go king c5. You give another check, your checks have already run out because queen f8 runs into an interposition with check, which is why white's king is on a terrible spot. It's constantly walking into these interposition checks. Carlsen with g4. He's traded the pawn.
Yeah, he's traded the pawn, and I've just put the table base up, and it says black is winning.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense that black is winning, and I think it's because white's king is so terribly placed. That is why you were advised, as far as I know in these endgames, to keep your king as far away from the opposing side's queen and pawn, precisely because of the possibility that black blocks a check with a check.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. This is insane.
That means if Nodirbek plays this perfectly and wins, Magnus is going to suffer his second defeat in a row. That is sensational stuff. And Magnus will lose with the black pieces. Again, absolutely unbelievable. Goodness me. And you're right. Pieces, from what I... Yes. Yeah. And
Yamaka, you don't know which color Magnus is? Just kidding. His first loss, by the way, since since his loss against Hans Demon. His first loss of the white pieces, that is.
With the white pieces, yeah. Yeah, goodness me. It's been an intense round and full of surprises and full of some fabulous, complicated tactical games. So, but okay, let's run through the technique then. So, I mean, the white king is badly placed, and it's just a question of white has to find a place actually to put the king, and then the king would presume the black king will presumably run up to the b1 square and then assist the pawn in promoting.
Yeah, and there's going to be an arc to this endgame. I think we're going to follow the same pattern again and again, where white gives a series of checks. Then white runs out of checks. He has to make a move to improve the placement of his queen. Black pushes the pawn. Rinse and repeat. White makes another series of checks. Check, check, check. Again, white runs out of checks. Whatever. Queen c6. Black hides. Rinse and repeat. Queen f3 check. King b2. Black pushes the pawn again. Now, when the pawn reaches b3 or so, you have to be careful about not hemming in your king and allowing some sort of a perpetual pattern. Those patterns do exist. But the queen on e5, Yobi, is just on an amazing... I mean, look at that square. It's dominating every file and every diagonal. And once the pawn reaches b2, then the game is over. White will be on his last legs. And at that point, the win is just a straightforward matter of putting your queen on the best square and sliding the king to the side of the pawn. Magnus is lost. I just don't see any realistic chances in the long run here. Yeah, Magnus can squeeze this out for another 30 moves, but unless Nodirbek blunders a pattern of some sort, this is going to be another 0 in the tournament cross table for the world champion. Shocking.
Yeah.
Absolutely shocking.
Yeah, it is absolutely surprising. It's sensational. I mean, it's unheard of at the same time. And the one thing I did want to mention is take a look at the black king and the white king. They're opposite each other. This is a nice rule to have in the back of your mind when you're playing king and queen endgames and you are the aggressor. Put your king opposite its counterpart. That is the best square for it. Primarily because a check can be met with a counter check.
That's a great point. Yeah, money advice there. Kings facing each other. You've got the possibility of a queen trade. And just to take a step back here and remind everybody of the storyline in this game. Carlsen and Nodirbek have played in Rapid. Nodirbek defeated Magnus in the World Rapid Championship 2 years ago. This is their first classical game. And it's a matchup of the generations because Nodirbek was born in 2004, as we pointed out earlier. Queen g8 on the board, by the way. The year that Carlsen made his Tata Steel debut. Now, that's just, I can repeat that fact time and again, and it's just as crazy every time.
I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that fact, Dania, because, we can, let's face it, we can all remember not we can all, but I can remember what I was doing in 2004. I know which Olympiad I played in. And so just to think that this is Nodirbek. This is when he was born.
Was it the Calvia Olympiad? Sorry to cut you off there.
It was the Calvia Olympiad.
Oh, nice.
It was a very good Olympiad. And it was a great one. It was one of my favorites, I have to say. It was full of surprises. I got my IM norm there as well. So I was quite happy.
Nice. Now, what the most tilting fact about having this with white is? It's not even the fact that Nodirbek is winning. It's the fact that he has 42 minutes on his clock. So if you're Magnus, you know that you can't even hypothetically get into a situation where, black has 2 minutes. He has to dodge and meander with his king. That's when you miss skewers and you miss stalemate tricks and you miss all sorts of stuff. With 42 minutes, Nodirbek can always just take a 20-minute think if he wants to make sure he's going to the right spot with his king. That's what I think gives white almost no hope.
But I'm just rewinding and thinking back to the previous moves. Where did Magnus go wrong? What was his losing blunder? I mean, we saw him take great risks, but we thought, hey, it was navigable. But here, is it totally lost? I mean, was it earlier on where he could have perhaps played a better defensive move in the king and queen ending? Or was it much earlier in the complications before time trouble?
I think it was much earlier. I think it was as far back. Well, first of all, the exchange sacrifice. I think in retrospect, in 2020 hindsight, we're obviously going to criticize that, and I think analysts are going to criticize that idea, especially given that Magnus had lost the previous game. He was trying to manage his risk, but you can understand what Magnus is going through. He wanted to knock Nodirbek out of the park. He wanted a confidence booster, and instead he's about to get a second loss in a row. So I think the exchange sack set him up for failure. It forced him to play super accurate, and then he made maybe 2 or 3 more inaccuracies in the 20s. And Nodirbek has just played a perfect technical game. I mean, he hasn't made a single mistake in the last 15 moves as the Uzbek Grandmaster. Crazy.
He's I mean, we've gone on and on about how insanely talented he is. For me, thinking back as well, I was thinking perhaps that key f4 move, which allowed Nodirbek to trade into this favorable queen and pawn ending. And I remember you were just like, whoa, how can he play this? And turns out that it was a very difficult in-game that he would fall into.
Indeed, it was. And as Nodirbek continues to convert this endgame, Magnus doesn't even want to look at the board. I was going to say he's not in his chair. He is in his chair. It's just, I'm afraid, that expression Magnus makes before he resigns the game. So he might not be long for this board as he stares in disgust at the position. Folks, we will take one more quick break. The game is about to enter their 6th hour, and when we return, the Uzbek Phenom continues to try to push for a shocking, sensational win against Magnus Carlsen here at the 2023 Tata Steel. We will be right back.
When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
The musical and, of course, the board game.
Fantastic. Okay, is chess a sport?
Absolutely. Very competitive, known worldwide. Battle of wits to the highest degree, I imagine.
This is the best interview I've ever given. Howdy, sir. Good. How you doing, man? I'm doing great. Are you an important phone call?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Hey, that's not the first time I've had people hang up for me. Thank you.
You're a good
Look at
guy.
that. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are you kidding me?
Is chess a sport?
Intellectually, yes.
Okay.
Kind of like the same type of sport physically that NASCAR is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I've actually never heard that comparison as a guy who's been in chess my whole life. That's a great comparison. Hi, sir. Do you play chess?
Sorry, speak French.
Oh, speak French. Okay. En passant. Hey, that guy was walking en passant. Chess.
Chess?
Chess, like the game.
Chess? I can beat you in chess.
The world champion is on the ropes here in round 5 of Tata Steel Chess 2023. You can just feel the consternation, the frustration on Magnus Carlsen's expression as he is about to drop 2 games in a row for the first time in God knows how many years. And he will most likely drop this game at the hands of the Uzbek Grandmaster Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who will move to 4 points out of 5. An unbelievable start if Nodirbek can display some accurate technique and finish this game off, Yovi.
Yeah, and it certainly looks like he is headed that way because, like you said, unfortunately for the world champion, the technique is pretty simple. It's just to dash up to the B line with the king. Once it gets checked, use the queen as cover and advance the B pawn. The plan is as simple as that, and it doesn't matter whether it takes 60 moves or whether it takes 10 moves. The result, unfortunately, is not in doubt. The only minuscule chance that Nodirbek has is if he puts his queen in the wrong spot and White is able to secure a perpetual check. But that's a tough ask.
That is, you have to basically set that up cooperatively, and unless Nodirbek blunders the pawn or walks into a stalemate trick, he's got 40 minutes on the clock. So the most important thing is for him to take his time, to proceed methodically and meticulously. Don't get pinned, don't get skewered. Just be calm and be careful. And that is exactly what he's done all game long. Magnus has taken a long time on this move, trying to work out any chance at all. Can he put his queen on a tricky square? But we know what the answer to that is, Yovi.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It's not yes.
No. I mean, I actually felt that think was more for the world champion to gather his thoughts, just to collect himself, just to see whether it was possible to do the job in hand, which is to secure the draw. I mean, there was also this moment of realization on the camera where the world champion just was thinking, where did I go wrong? Where did it all just go turn from a drawing position to a losing position? And, well, there was a lot of regret on the world champion's face. But now, looking at his body language, I see that, yeah, he's not feeling too optimistic either. It's difficult to make a suggestion, especially when you know what Black's plan is going to be and how simple it will be.
It's impossible. And Magnus is, by the way, down to 20 minutes. So he doesn't have forever to procrastinate. Now, this is one of those end games where, at first of all, Nodirbek just looking at Magnus like, when are you going to resign, boy? But Magnus could resign at any moment. Okay, it's just one of those things where it depends on how long he wants to suffer here. It depends on whether he bears out an inkling of hope as to Nodirbek blundering. But just looking at his body language, I don't think he is.
Yeah,
look at Nodirbek's stare, that death stare. Look at that.
Yeah, I know. It's not often you see someone eyeballing Magnus Carlsen, and he's not looking away, is he? I mean,
the game is over.
That's someone who knows he's got it in the bag, and he's enjoying his moment and looking at the clock, looking at Magnus, looking at the position. Yeah.
When are you going to resign, son? That's the unspoken words uttered by Nodirbek Abdusattorov's death stare there. And he is enjoying every second of this, sipping on his drink. I always like to point out that when somebody drinks water during a game, that generally means they're satisfied with their position. That means they have the mental capacity to focus on their beverage and their snack and the spectators, anything but the board, because he has it all figured out.
Yeah. And he's kind of doing that Beth Harmon thing, you know. He's like looking, he's calculating lines, he's envisioned the resulting positions, the ones where he can push forward, and he's like, yep, it's good. And he can barely believe his luck. And Magnus, well, he's just a man who's desperately trying to find a solution here. And so he steps up with the king.
Okay. King F3.
Yeah. And taking a look at the table base, I can see that the path is still relatively clear. You know, he can, Nodirbek can step up with the black king. He can give a check on c3. The things he cannot do, for instance, and it's it's a bit of a ridiculous move, is actually just move the king to a square like a6 or c6. Then it would turn into a draw. But why would you go backwards or sideways when you can go forwards?
King b5 is the obvious move to me because there's still no checks. Now, there's another thing which you have to figure out, and perhaps, okay, forget it, King b5 is on the board. He's going to play this perfectly. I was going to ask Queen c3 check and b3 with the king on b6. That could get dicey with white delivering all these back rank checks. It's probably was still winning, but you can do this whenever you want. Just king b5, and now you're ready to play queen c3 and b3. And zigzag meander the king all the way back around behind the pawn. The path is so clear. It's laid out with beautifully paved roads, and you just got a road going straight through the forest here.
Yeah, and there's signposts along the way, so
exactly.
It's all pretty clear cut. I mean, like there was one trick in the position that I can see. Say, for instance, a miracle happens, and the queen. Maybe you could set this up. So the king will find itself on b3, and the queen will be on b1.
Okay.
Yeah. So there you go. And then queen b1 check. Woohoo! And yeah, okay. Let's forget that queen b2 is possible. You do not want to play king c3.
Yeah.
that would be bad.
I would quit chess if I did something. I would literally, if I lost to Magnus like this, I would get up from the board, and right then and there, with other games still going, I would announce my retirement.
Yeah. But you couldn't, though, because you're playing Tata and you have to show up the next day. And then, but you could do like the famous interview by Ivan Sokolov. That was great, where he said, if he survives the night, he will live to 10,000 years.
That is a great phrase.
I mean, yeah, the heartbreak. But chess is like that.
Speaking of Ivan Sokolov, he played his role in the development of Nodirbek into the beast that he now is. Nodirbek, part of the Olympiad-winning Uzbek team at the Chennai Olympiad. An unbelievable Cinderella run by a team that did not have, at the time, a single player over 2,700. But, of course, Nodirbek was still 26-something. He was 2,700 in his heart. And Ivan Sokolov was the chief trainer, the coach of that Olympiad team. He did a lot of work with this new crop of young Uzbek talent, which is just growing more impressive, really by the day, by the win. And Nodirbek isn't the only ones. And Darov and Vohidov and Vahidov and Idov. I mean, you've got like 5 or 6 incredibly talented GMs, headlined, of course, by Nodirbek himself.
Yeah. I mean, Ivan Sokolov did a massive job with the Uzbek team. He really guided them. The talent was already there in place, and he gave instructions. And one thing that did make me chuckle is that they asked him, this is the team, can we go to the Bermuda party? Ivan Sokolov, who, as far as I remember, always went to the Bermuda parties when he was playing, said no. You can have time for distractions after the event. Now you're not going to go to the Bermuda party, and you're going to focus on the chess. And I also like the clash of old school versus new school. You know, he brought with him lots of fresh ideas, and the youngsters were all running his ideas with the engines. And so he was just that guiding influence, and say, you know, giving like positivity, giving some constructive thoughts. And that's all you need at times. Someone who puts you in a good mood, someone who can inspire you. And you could just see that the Uzbeks created a huge sensation by winning the Olympiad. I mean, everyone thought, sorry, Dania, the Americans had it in the bag, but things didn't quite gel for them.
No. I mean, Team US just didn't have its greatest run. I mean, they did okay. But obviously anything except gold medal is essentially disappointment for this all-star team. But Team Uzbekistan, I mean, that's really when that's when the rubber hit the road. And I think a lot of chess fans really started to understand that Nodirbek is a world champion contender. He's not just going to be a quote-unquote run-of-the-mill super GM. That's an oxymoron, I know. But with every passing tournament, I think he is making a very strong case that it's not just Alireza Firouzja from this new generation who's got a chance to one day sit atop the Mount Olympus of chess. Nodirbek is right up there in the equation. And another look there at Magnus. He just keeps looking at him. Let's resign already, world champion.
He's going to get up, or he's taking a deep breath. It's very good to steady the nerves. And you must remember never to lose focus. It's not over until you get the handshake from Magnus. And that's such an easy thing to forget, because at this point you must be riding high when you know you've got it in the bag. You know you're going to win. Yeah. And you can see he's suppressing a smile. He's working hard just to keep the composure. And Magnus moves his king to G2.
Just check on the third rank and go B3, and that's it. Just queen E2 check is easy, I think. Or queen E4 check. Doesn't matter. If it forced the white king onto a square such that queen E3 comes with check so that you can then play B3 and do the zigzag thing. Magnus will probably, my estimate would be maybe another 5 or 6 moves. And Nodirbek's not going to keep him waiting. I mean, Nodirbek knows what the winning plan is. I love the confidence, right? I would probably be taking 7 minutes on every move, but Nodirbek knows that he's got this in the bag and there's no need to procrastinate.
Yeah. There is no need to procrastinate, but it is a good idea not to rush. I mean, that was something I was taught by one of my first coaches. He said to me, when it comes to the end game, you can hurry, never rush. And don't play the moves instantly. This is something I'm actually tempted to do a lot of the time. The emotion gets too much and the excitement is there, and I just lash out with the move and I haven't calculated it properly. I haven't taken my time to be cautious, and there we go.
Queen E2 on the board.
Queen E2, it's happening.
Yeah. Magnus is going to move his king, I would imagine, forward to G3. Nodirbek is going to step back with his queen. And once the pawn lands on B3, I think that is going to be the threshold. Once that threshold is crossed, that's where I think we're going to see the handshake.
Oh.
He made a move.
We were going to... No, he hasn't, but I thought we were going to see a result. And speaking of results, we do have another result.
Yes.
Pragg and Anish Giri, their game ended in a hard-fought draw.
Well, let's give ourselves a little credit. We called it. They went down the exact path we had analyzed. If we rewind a little bit, as we see the players there amicably discussing the game and setting up the pieces, they liquidated the B pawn for the A pawn. Anish decided not to go king E4. That might have been a chance to torture Pragg a little bit further. I think Pragg must have been very relieved to see D3. And they got a situation where neither side is able to make any progress. Another peaceful result, and a good result for Anish, who leads the tournament right now and holds a draw with the black pieces. Solid.
Yeah, very solid. But he is the tournament leader, but not for long, because if we were to go back to there, we see the players, the score sheet still talking, and we've seen another check. King has moved up the board, and this is fascinating.
Queen up to E3 goes Nodirbek.
He's playing fast.
My prediction. I'm sticking to my prediction. Once the pawn hits B3, I think he's going to resign.
Okay, I was going to say B2. King. I don't know. Somehow I feel that Magnus is a never give up. And look, he's got
bathroom
up. Yes, but this is a good sign. This means that he's willing to play a long, long game.
If you got to go, you got to go. I actually think he might be. There's an arbiter there. Not sure what he's doing. Maybe Magnus checking out the results on the other boards as well. Anything to distract himself from this position. Nodirbek double checking there. You called it, Yovi. Notice that he's taking right around a minute, 2 minutes. A lot of young players, they get very excited and they play in 5 seconds. That's what you want to avoid. B3 is on the board, and this game is wrapping up at a furious pace.
Yep. And look how measured he is. I just love the composure that he has when he makes those moves with his hands. And deep breath.
Here we
is
go.
Magnus back?
He is. Is he going to resign, though? That's the big question. Nodirbek just, drinking that water. enjoying himself immensely. Let me tell you, he is euphoric right now on the inside because he knows how the game is going to end. There's not an inkling of doubt left.
Well, never say never. It's not over until until it's over. I was going to say the other quote, but I won't say that one.
I know which one you're referring to, so
yeah,
I will also not say it. I'd like
not
to.
PC these days.
No. I'd like to keep commentating, please. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, so what is Magnus going to do if he doesn't resign?
Just make a spite check. Check the king on b8. Can't even check along the diagonal. I mean, that's the only move you can do.
Nodirbek is he's looking at Magnus with a progressive air of impatience. Like first it was, I got you. Now it's like, really, Riley? I mean, are you really holding me back from going to Tarantella? Oh no, they're in Amsterdam. Tarantella is the only pizzeria in Wijk aan Zee. It's the player's favorite restaurant. So if I'm Nodirbek, I'm starting to think about pizza. And nothing tastes better than pizza after beating the world champion. As if I would know.
Presumably they have to go back to their hotels in Wijk.
Oh.
So maybe there's a train to catch, or there's a car ready to ferry them to their destination. So maybe they are going to have dinner at Tarantella. Maybe it's a bit late, actually. It's 7. Do people eat so late?
Well, 6-hour difference from the East Coast, so it's 7 p.m. there right now. Yeah. I think, that's a perfect time for dinner. And it's funny, the first time I visited Wijk aan Zee, I played a qualifier for Tata Steel. I didn't qualify. Spoiler alert. But when we landed, the organizer was warning us about how far Wijk aan Zee is from Amsterdam. I hate to say it, it's grueling. It's a 30-minute train ride. And I was going to say, in America, we drive 30 minutes to get our groceries. So you're not going to scare me with that.
30-minute train ride is quite significant. But I agree with you. I live in Norway now, and it can be like, to the nearest city, it will be 3 hours drive.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's quite a distance.
It is. And you kind of don't grasp how remote it is until you actually been there. But 30 minutes drive, I also wouldn't be fazed by it. But I've also been very swayed by the Nordic culture, because here it's all about early dinners, not about late dinners at all. So 7, 8 p.m. By 10 p.m., all the restaurants are closed.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same here. I think it's similar to America. 9 p.m. is where like 90% of restaurants close here.
Okay, we have a spite check on the board. The king is going to zigzag up.
Instantly.
And now, yes. But now this is the crucial question to decide an issue between Danya and myself. When will Magnus resign? When the pawn is on b3 or b2?
That's where we're betting, right? I bet b3. You say b2. Now, maybe it'll be in the middle. It'll be the exact moment that Nodirbek is pushing that pawn. Magnus stops the clock when the pawn is on b2.5.
Oh, then it's a draw. I look forward to seeing that occur.
It's terrifying how bored Nodirbek seems. As it's like just another day in the office. You're beating world champion with black in a queen endgame. And he's about to go king c3 and king c2, and that's the whole point. Then you can block all of the checks with your queen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's a great technique, put the black king opposite its counterpart. And white's king is so badly placed that counter checks are rife in the position. And here it comes. Oh, somehow I'm thinking that he will resign now.
It's on the worst square on the board. I mean, and again, that's why in books on endgames, they often recommend putting your king in the opposite corner, precisely to prevent the scenario unfolding here. If the white king was on a8, there would actually be some drawing chances, because white could basically check with abandon. Now, I mean, if you give any check, you're going to have to abandon the game, because black is going to interpose with a check, as we've been indicating throughout this endgame. Another spite check by Magnus. Where is he going to go? King d2. There's our answer.
And
Okay.
Okay.
Queen d8 check, probably.
yeah, it's as good as check as anything. The king will just move to c2, and then hardly any checks left on the board.
I even like queen d3 in response. Maybe then queen a5 check. Nah, but nothing works. Then king c1. I mean, literally any path you take is going to lead to an exhaustion of the checks, or the checks being exhausted.
And how will he handle, say, for instance, the queen does find its way on a5 and the king is on c2. I mean, one defensive technique is simply to pin the pawn. So you don't have any good checks. You just put your queen in, say, a4, and you say you can't advance that way.
Yeah, so I think that's why the simple approach for Nodirbek, and if we could pull up an analysis board here, this might happen. Let's say queen d7 check happens. Now, queen d3 here is the best move. But you can play king c2, and what you're saying is that Wijk can try to cling to the game with queen a4. I think the simplest is just to put the king in front of the pawn. Looks a little counterintuitive, right? Like, why would you block the pawn? But this is an intermediate step. I'm afraid you might be right. I think you might have to push this pawn to b2 and demonstrate this technique. Then you bring your queen like on a square like d3, you step back to c2, and you zigzag your king. Eventually, White's going to run out of checks. It's just an inevitability.
Yeah.
All right, back to the live board.
Yeah. But those are the kind of two defensive techniques that I know. And also the white king isn't well placed. I was thinking for some stalemating tricks. Nothing happening there. And the queen comes to h8, threatening queen b2.
King c2 is going to happen.
Undoubtedly. Either that or he's going to give us some checks, but there's no need. Okay, so I was looking at the table base. So king c1 wins, king c2 wins, king d1 wins, king e1.
Oh my God.
Stepping in the wrong direction. That is going to draw. And a bad square for the queen would be queen e1. And that makes a lot of sense because queen b2 is threatened.
Oh, no. Yeah, that definitely want to avoid. I think Nodirbek is deciding between king c1 and king c2. It's important to point out that king c1 walks into queen a1 check, but that doesn't help because then the king moves up to c2, and the pawn and the king dominate the white queen. When the white queen is at close quarters with the king, that's when it's at its least effective.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Magnus is disgusted.
Yeah,
he wants this game to end.
And he's really just thinking back to his previous moves and just trying to figure out where did he go wrong. He's using the energy there. He just knows that this is a hopeless task in front of him. He cannot save the game. And he's just resigning himself to the fact that he will lose his second game in a row. King moves to c2.
There it is.
Mr. Cool slides the king one square. b2 is a big threat.
There's no rush on the clock, but there's also no rush on the board. You're not at risk of a 50 move rule. You've got about 47 more moves until that becomes an issue. So you're just, moving your king around until you find the ideal construction between your king and your queen that enables the pawn to inch forward to b2. Magnus also with 9 minutes, but the 15-minute addition after move 60 is going to be a totally moot point.
Yeah. And I was wondering what's White's best practical chance. I was wondering whether the queen could come to a1 and whether, for instance, if Black managed to push the pawn to b2, there was any chance of a perpetual, and the answer is no. So even the most obvious move on the boards are going to win it for Black.
Yes, they are, and we've entered the 6th hour of play here in Tata Steel as Carlsen continues to give a series of spite checks. Resignation is coming, but I think you're getting proven right. If Magnus hasn't resigned yet, that probably means he wants to let the pawn reach b2 first.
Yeah. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe the pawn will queen, and that's when he'll finally give up the ghost.
So what's the actual best move? I would imagine that it's queen c3, queen f5 check, and then queen to d3. Okay, king d1. Whoa. Oh, because there's no checks. Haha.
Nope. Nope, not at all, because the queen will intercept on the second row and give a counter check. And okay, but the king is no longer guarding the b pawn, so I guess the queen could put herself on the b line, just b8, b7.
I'm trying to figure out, to your earlier point, if the pawn reaches b2, is there ever any construction where white can continue giving queen checks and black somehow cannot maneuver the king to a proper square? And I'm thinking after queen b7, queen d2 check, king moves away, b2. Is there anything available? No, I don't think so. Queen h8 by Magnus. And I think just queen d2 check and b2 ends the game.
It's as natural as can be. Queen d2 check. King has to step forward. b2. I mean, is he maybe hoping to kind of go queen h7 and try to get the queen on some awkward square? I mean, but it is wishful thinking, ultimately. Nodirbek plays good chess, doesn't even have to be perfect. I mean, I'm just, again, looking at the table base, and I can see virtually anything wins, as long as he doesn't put his king on the E line, which, let's face it, no one is going to do that. Everyone is going to support their pass pawn.
The reason that Magnus is continuing to play, I think, consists in a line like this. So let's pull up an analysis board here. Queen d2 check is very likely what's going to happen. b2. It's not immediately over after queen h7. Like, black has to actually figure out a way to promote the pawn. But I think the way to do that is to go queen c2. Now, careful. Queen e1 would have been checkmate. So, that's something you have to be cautious about. Magnus is going to continue checking and checking. And black has to finagle, some construction here. It's still not that easy to do so. So white's going to kind of keep waiting with his queen. And in a situation like this, actually, Yovi, this starts getting a little bit more complicated than it looks. Because anytime the king moves away, the queen starts giving these diagonal checks. So there's a little bit of calculation remaining to be done.
Yeah, that is true. And Magnus taking a sip of water. Yeah, there is still play, but it really is just about, you can even stumble upon the right configuration with the king and queen. This is the whole beauty of black's position. You don't have to win in 20 moves. You don't have to win in 5 moves. You can even take you 50 moves. A win is a win. It can be as scrappy as you like. It can be bad technique, but the result is not really in doubt.
No. I mean, I can start to understand why. I will be honest, I was kind of skeptical in the sense that I thought it was over, but now I'm beginning to see that there is still, it still makes sense to not resign. I'll put it that way. The result isn't in question, but I think it's admirable, actually, that Magnus is putting himself through the suffering and squeezing out every last chance. Even if there are no chances here, that's what world champions do, right? This is not something he's forcing himself to do. This is just who he is as a player and as a person. He plays until the last drop of blood, no matter how miserable he is at the board.
Yeah. They have a catchphrase. He talks about it in the Grind Like a Grandmaster course that he did with David Howe. And they say, you're not out to win, friends. You're just out to save every half point or squeeze a victory from a point. And if it takes you 8 hours to do it, so be it. It's quite refreshing kind of philosophy, because I must admit there comes a time when I'm just like, okay, 7 hours in, I'm exhausted. I just want to go have my dinner. I do not want to be playing any more chess. But Magnus shows that he's not afraid of grinding out those long end games, playing out those dead drawn positions, or playing out these technically lost positions. It's not over until Nodirbek demonstrates the correct endgame technique. And so he's given a check. King has to move. This is a dilemma. Do you move up the board? Do you move down the board? Should you put it?
I think you move down the board.
Yeah, I think so too, because the black queen, could give some checks on the third row, and that would, in some situations, nicely cover the black king. So I would probably put the king on h1, just because they often say, just put the king in a corner, just tuck it out of harm's way.
Well, yeah, you should definitely try, because the king h1 does set up some stalemate ideas if you imagine a queen appearing on g3. So it doesn't hurt. It's definitely the best of the worst, so to speak. But Magnus going to take his last 4 minutes. There is 15 more minutes added after the next move is executed. But Nodirbek, the last thing he needs right now is 15 minutes. The thing he needs the most is probably some food and a little bit of celebration. But my dad would actually always say, after I would play a long game and I was like, my opponent didn't resign, it was such a long game, he'd say, on the tournament cross table, do they record the amount of moves that each win took? And it would be a rhetorical question. Of course, the answer is no. A win in 70 moves, a win in 30 moves, a win in 7 hours or in 3 hours, it's all the same. It's a point on the cross table. King g3.
King g3. Surprising choice. The first move that comes to mind is b2.
That hastens it. That hastens it. I mean, he wants to give up. Because after b2, basically black can check the king with the queen and simultaneously pave the way for promotion. So b2 simply ends the game on the spot. And there he goes.
And he's reaching out to touch the pawn. I was surprised by that move from Magnus. Because like you say, the queen can block any checks on the third row with a counter check. B2.
That was a bad move by Magnus, and I really do not understand why he played this long and then makes a move that is literally equivalent to capitulating. I also don't understand why Nodirbek's not playing b2, because b2, queen h7, okay, he just did. Queen c3 check. If you go to the second rank, you allow the queen trade. If you go to the fourth rank, the queen moves back to b4. And the reason I'm saying this and talking so much is to hide the fact that you were proven right in terms of where the pawn is going to appear when white resigns.
Yes, I have this uncanny ability to get random things correct.
Where is Magnus?
He's out of there. He had enough. He's getting ready to resign. I think he knows that king g3 is a big mistake. And there we see the spectators. Ooh, they're getting ready for another historic moment at Wijk, and say Magnus Carlsen will be losing his second game in a row. And with the white pieces as well, that's extra painful. I mean, normally you kind of told win with white, draw with black. And here Magnus just took one too many risks. And I have to say, I've been very impressed by Abdusattorov. He's handled everything perfectly. He really played this game like a true champion.
He really has. And, do not be fooled by his dispassionate expression. He must be euphoric. He must be thrilled. And he deserves to be. And this will propel him to 4 out of 5. It's still just the start we're not at the halfway point. It's not just the start. So he's already proven himself an absolute beast, but he's going to have to keep his foot on the gas pedal. You don't win a tournament by just beating Magnus Carlsen, just in air quotes. You win the tournament by being consistent throughout all 13 rounds. There we go. Magnus recording b2, and the spectators holding their breath. No, a little sip of water. Steeling himself before resigning.
Yep. And there's the pause. It is. Nothing to do. And
queen h5, still king c2.
Yeah, everything is king c2.
Pre-move it.
Actually, he can't play queen h1 check because of queen e1.
Intercepting. Magnus's last move was horrible. I mean, he really had to try to go back to the first rank. It wasn't totally over there.
There were still some chances to save the game, but no, not after king g3. It is the final mistake. And queen h5 is your only chance.
And absolutely all credit to Nodirbek. Magnus did not play a bad game. Okay, Magnus actually played a very decent game in the exchange. He followed it up accurately for a while. Nodirbek just playing a modern brilliancy. Just all stages of the game he handled with such deftness and such verve. Honestly, I'm just so impressed.
Yeah, me too. I mean, this game had it all. It started off quietly. It was a nice strategical battle. And then Magnus upped the stakes. And then we had this insane time trouble. And there we see that Nodirbek didn't flinch and he used every chance that was given to him. And I'm impressed by his queen and pawn in-game technique, because I honestly thought that Magnus would save it. I thought that there was no chance that Nodirbek
There it is.
would. And we have a result. And there we see the players analyzing a sensational moment. Magnus Carlsen losing his second game in a row.
And what's crazy is that the last time that has happened, great work by our team, was in 2015. That's 8 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, in Norway Chess. 2015. That feels like a different era. That was the last time that Magnus Carlsen lost 2 classical games in a row. And now, in Tata Steel 2023, Magnus is going to have 2 points out of 5. And a lot of coming back to do if he wants to score in the top half of the tournament cross table.
And absolutely blinding result by the Uzbek. I mean, I've been so impressed by him. I can't use enough superlatives to talk about him. And there we can see the results of today's matchups. So we see a lot of draws. The big news, Magsudlu beating Jordan Van Vries, and of course the headline match, Magnus Carlsen losing with the white pieces against the young Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Abdusattorov jumps out to clear first.
Yeah, 4 points out of 5. What a performance. What a start from the teenager.
Shell shock. There's just a feeling of shell shock when the world champion loses. But Abdusattorov, you just start singing these young players' praises so much. But like you said, I don't know of a superlative that accurately captures the rise of Nodirbek and the consistency that he's displayed, which is uncharacteristic for someone who has just recently made their way into Super Grandmaster land. And the players have gotten up from the board. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Magnus loses. That leaves us with only 1 game remaining here in round 5. Wow. Okay, and it's the Aronian Chimer game. Yovi, what do we make of this?
Yeah, I mean, a long, long time ago, it feels completely like a different lifetime. It felt like Levon Aronian had it in the bag, very comfortable position. Now, something has gone wrong, and I think this position looks very even. I mean, I don't even see a winning attempt for White. In fact, I do feel that White might have to proceed with care in some lines.
Yeah, you pointed out bishop a4 during the break. If the knight strays too far from d3 and the king too far from the center, the only hypothetical way that White has to break through is to push c5. But the problem with pushing c5 is you open this up too early, and like you said, White's got a bunch of weaknesses too. So if White plays c5, let's take a quick look at this. After dc, knight c5, don't go king d6, walk into a fork, but just bishop b6. Knight d3, bishop b5, and even just taking on d3 is a draw. The bishops are way too active.
Yeah, I mean, but in this type of position, with the bishop pair and the position opening up, which favors the bishop pair, I would be playing for the win. So this is what I mean about proceeding with care. I mean, you shouldn't take too many risks. Yes, you might have been winning earlier on. Maybe the advantage was slightly less, but no, forget it. Be realistic. You have to play the position that's on the board, not the history, not the story. And, Vincent just shuffling the bishop backwards and forwards. I mean, that's all he can do for the time being, is just wait and see for Levon Aronian to react. And another thing that and Levon also maneuvering his bishop. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a small gain, isn't it? He's
stopping bishop e8.
Bishop, yeah, but the bishop does have the g8 square to swing
Yeah,
to.
or king f6. Like, yeah, Iranian can also play h4, but to your point, you don't want to do this in a wrong moment and, somehow give up the pawn. Of course, b4, black is tied down to b4. But what does h4 accomplish? White can never really go h5 because black controls that square with the pawn and the bishop. So I don't see even a single way to generate intrigue. And Keimer has time. He's about to make move 60 and get another 15 minutes on the clock. Maybe we'll see Levon maneuvering his knight somewhere, but where? What's the target square for the knight? d4 to c6 would be nice, but the moment white comes even close to that, black slides the bishop back to b6, and really the weakness of the f4 pawn really circumscribes white's activity and white's ability to maneuver in the way that he wants to.
Yeah, it's not easy at all with this bishop giving a check. Yeah. Somehow I wasn't a big fan of Vincent waiting with the bishop on f7. I felt that he could have waited on maybe d7, but still his position is incredibly solid. The white king can't step forward again because of check. The white king can run to the side of the board, but what's it doing there? Nothing.
Yeah, no, nothing at all.
No
Pawn on
entry
b4
road.
is a force field.
The only thing that I can see is that maybe, and it's a big ask, maybe white can sacrifice the pawn on c5 and just give it up, kind of have some kind of construction where the bishop goes to c6, pawn goes to c5, and then drop the knight back at the right minute and then come in with the king to c4.
Or potentially
But
the
then
knight,
again, But then again, I've kind of opened up the position for the dark square bishop. And, white's position is also not without its weaknesses. I'm looking at the pawn on f4.
Yeah. And it just feels like it depends on a lot of ifs. If white can get the bishop to c6, if white can do that, this and that. There's a Winston Churchill quote. Don't remember how it goes. I think it's the great ifs accumulate. And it's just there's too many moving parts to put in place. Levon does go h4. So he's going to keep trying. He's not going to give up the draw just yet. He's going to make Vincent Keimer prove it. And we are going to take that opportunity to take another break as we are 6.5 hours into round 5 here at the Tata Steel coming your way from Amsterdam. But first, we want to remind you of another very exciting event. Mark your calendars because Bullet Brawl Arenas are coming back to your screens starting January 28th. 9 days from now, title players will compete in a 2-hour arena with $2,500 on the line. Yes, $2,500. Watch as your favorite streamers battle it out in monthly Bullet Brawl Arenas starting Saturday, January 28th. Use !Brawl in the chat for all the details. Bullet Brawls, Tata Steel, World Championship. What more can you ask if you are a chess fan? Well, you can ask for us to return soon, and we will indeed. We will take a quick, short break, and we will be back with coverage of the final Tata Steel game on the other side of this break.
My name is Ethan Curry. We all have nicknames. Chicago is naturally where I'm born and raised, so that's how I got the name. I guess they call me the muscle. I'm the one with the passion. I'm always looking for a good fight, Evidently, it don't make a difference, man. That's checkmate coming up. It don't matter. What we're trying to do is to let them know, hey, we playing down here in Houston, Texas. And if you come down here half-stepping, trust me, we're gonna beat you. You better bring your game.
Welcome back to our coverage of Tata Steel Chess 2023. There is one game left in round 5. It is Levon Aronian against Vincent Keimer. Levon trying to squeeze a win out for about 50 moves now, but Vincent is very, very close to holding this game. He's just gotten an additional boost of 15 minutes because move 60 has been played. As we review the time control there, I am Ivan Kahuska, GM Daniel Nerditsky, bringing you coverage of this very important 5th round where the world champion has gone down for the 2nd time in a row. We have gotten everything we could ask for, Yovi, in this round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had mad attacks, we had complicated time scrambles, and we also had sensational results. I mean, who could have predicted that Magnus Carlsen would fall to the young Uzbek with the white pieces? I mean, that was absolutely unheard of. It was not present in my kind of scenario of how things would play out. But what can we say? I mean, the Uzbeki played a fantastic game. I've been so impressed with him. It was a nearly flawless performance. In fact, I'm saying nearly flawless. I think it was just flawless.
Well, I like repeating the quote that I think was attributed to one of Alexander Alekhein's contemporaries, who said that Alekhine had to be beaten 3 times, right? Once in the opening, once in the middle game, once in the end game. And that certainly goes for Magnus Carlsen. And he was beaten. Well, he wasn't really beaten in the opening. Magnus had a small advantage, but he most definitely was beaten in both the middle game and the end game. The way that Nodirbek handled both a tactical position and then a strategic game where the queen's postured for position and then perfect play in the end game to get into that queen end game and then convert it as if he does that kind of stuff for breakfast is sensational. Absolutely sensational.
Yeah. And just no other words for it. And what a result. And well played. I mean, I can only say chapeau to the Nodirbek. He's just brilliant. And if he carries on playing like this, well, we're going to see someone who has strong chances of winning. And talking about youngsters, Vincent has made a move. He's relocated his bishop, you know. After all, he's been given the chance to improve the bishop.
Yeah.
And so he does. And where is White's knight going now?
Knowing
Edge of the
Levon,
board.
he's probably going to go to H1 and then G3. But what's the point of that? I mean, you're not really ever going H5. He goes knight H3. Okay, Z.
To the
So
edge.
he wants knight G5. But what then? I mean, Black just keeps the bishop on F7. Obviously, the opposite colored endgame is just an immediate draw. Maybe this is Levon's way of essentially forcing the draw. He's not just going to go back and forth for no reason. He might have a construction in mind, but I don't see it. I don't see it
either. And what about a situation where same bishops are on the board? So I'm thinking, for instance, if the knight does arrive to G5 and Black decides to trade off that knight with his dark square bishop, is that a draw or are we in dangerous territory here?
It's a great question. And, 53,000 heard you ask that question. So just wanted to quickly shout out our 33K viewers on Twitch and 20K on YouTube. But you're asking the right question. You always have to consider what happens in the event of every trade. If same colored bishops, I think White wins. I think White would win by dragging the king over to D4 and then smashing through with C5. That's why Black needs to keep his dark squared bishop at all costs. It's preventing White from playing C5.
Yeah. Good point. It's always very instructive to know which trades are permissible and which ones are not. And now I presume all that Vincent has to do is just continue passing with his dark square bishop. How is White going to make an inroad? He steps back with his king.
Yep.
Not a problem.
Maybe bishop D7. Oh, no, bishop D7. There's bishop takes D5. Again, Levon certainly does not want to do anything foolish. He might just take the bishop and offer a draw. I mean, at some point, he's just going to say, listen, moving back and forth just because you're up a pawn and technically are better makes no sense. So he doesn't want to sit there for no reason just as much as Vincent. And the question really is, when is he going to admit that his winning attempts have failed?
Well, we'll find out. I think part of the problem, though, is that White's pawns on the right, they're isolated. They're those trousers. They don't protect each other.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, if I was thinking about your idea of bishop d7, which unfortunately doesn't work, but if you have a kind of scenario where the bishops do get traded off, you still can't press for a win because the pawn on h4 and f4 are on dark squares, and black has the perfect attacking piece for those pawns. Okay, you came up with a nice idea of bishop d7. How about I refine it and put the bishop on a6?
Ooh.
And then go to c8, and then go to e6.
I see.
But I'm not quite sure what I'm doing afterwards if you decline the trade.
So let's forecast that. Yeah, bishop e8, yeah. But now I can already play h5. So this is, okay, this I think is the scenario that black has to try to avoid. Because it's not that white is winning here. This might still be a draw. But this forces black to deal with a new set of challenges. And with 15 minutes now for the rest of the game, this is the last thing Vincent Keimer wants. So how do you avoid this if you're playing black? Well, probably you go for your advice and maybe even take the bishop.
Okay.
Draw. Because, okay, c5, take, and king d6, and then white worse.
White worse, yes. But wait one second. White doesn't have to offer a trade of bishops. What happens if white just plays h5?
Where?
Parks the bishop on c8. So, just go h5 now.
I didn't realize that. I thought you have to play bishop e6. You're absolutely right. You don't. Huh. Well, then I think you can't really allow h6. Maybe you can allow maybe bishop g7? Oh, gosh, but this feels very flimsy. Now, white can create another weakness. Probably still a fortress, but this is not ideal for Vincent. Can he avoid this scenario?
Yeah. So if we rewind and put the bishop back on c8, so you have a move. So I don't think you can stop the bishop. Actually, you cannot stop the bishop getting to c8.
There. But
not in this planet.
You can try to stop h5, though. You can get this construction.
Yeah.
But now you've got to be careful. The knight can come to e6. Oh, gosh. Huh. This is gnarly. But if it does that really do anything? Like I go back. c5 is never good. Opening up the position favors the bishops. I still don't think it's going to be enough.
Are you sure about? Yes. Yeah, hang on a second. It doesn't work because the bishop gets out to c6 with check. So now white just has to put the king on. Oh. Somehow you have to be crafty about this whole thing. You have to do it with the white king on e3 or something.
But wait a minute.
You have to do these kind of like...
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I was thinking about using the old tactic that these grinders do. They play nothing moves for like 40 moves. They're just like shuffling the king side to side. And then they set up this construction. And I was thinking, if you set up this whole thing with the king on e3...
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll play
somewhere
bishop e1,
where it doesn't
though.
get checked. Yeah.
So there is this idea of going bishop a6 to b5 and forcing black's bishop onto f7. Bishop a6 on the board, by the way, we called it. And if you can force the bishop to f7, then the knight is sort of free to roam about the cabinet. It doesn't have to worry about the black bishop competing for the same territory. I don't know. I don't know if that is a dead end itself, but Levon has nothing to lose. And that's the fun of playing these types of positions from the better side, from the winning side.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, you can take your time. Something that I've been told many times is like, don't rush, don't reveal your cards too early. If you spot a potential trappy idea, try to implement it at a later stage. First of all, catch your opponent off guard by wasting time, making seemingly useless moves or nothing moves, and then strike.
Yeah, because you also deplete your opponent's time.
Yeah, and also you lull them into a false sense of security because they're thinking, hey, you know what? It's just going to be a draw. You're wasting time. Why am I playing here? And they start envisaging like this draw. And in the meantime, you had something sneaky up your sleeve.
And what you want to be able to do is not necessarily win objectively, because objectively this position should be a draw. It's to face your opponent with a new set of challenges. I think that's the first step, because as you said, when you're, to borrow your phraseology, envisaging the draw, and then suddenly that's taken away from you, and you've got this new set of problems you have to confront, that makes it so much more likely that a player makes a mistake, even a player of Keimer's caliber. So love what Aronian is doing here. He's exploiting his chances, but Vincent doesn't seem worried. He's played bishop e8. And does he want bishop a4? No, bishop a4 doesn't work. White just plays hg and g7. Wait, whoa. No, Levant's got to go h5. He raised his eyebrows there.
He's allowed it.
I thought king f6 was more circumspect. He's going to do it. This is Levant's chance.
Yeah, you can just see, before he has kind of resigned himself to the possibility that it could be a draw, and now he's in calculation mode. Look at the focus, and he's a direct player. Look at him. He needs no moment to wait. He's not hesitating at all. h5 on the board.
Be still, my beating heart. I am changing my tune completely here. Now, I can almost bet my house that this is still a draw. Maybe the best approach for Vincent is to play what we discussed earlier and just to go bishop d4. As terrifying as it is to allow the pawn to reach h7, because white lacks a dark squared bishop, as long as you keep it on this diagonal, you should prevent promotion. But then c5 becomes a much bigger problem, creating potential trousers. I mean, because dc is going to be forced. You can't move the bishop away.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is terrifying stuff, like you said. I don't think I could psychologically allow the white pawn to get to h7, knowing that it's protected and one square away from queening. And plus, at the back of my mind, I would be thinking of this old saying, which is that a bishop can't dance at 2 weddings. So that just kind of refers to the fact that when a bishop can defend along one diagonal, it's a very good piece. But if you stretch it so it has to defend against another diagonal, you're going to get failure. And there we see that Vincent is not allowing a passed h-pawn. And now we have a complete imbalance, and there's been a big change in the position. I mean, white now has a passed f-pawn. Great play from Levon.
I loved the sing a 2 winning score. This reminds me of the equivalent Russian saying, can't sit on 2 chairs. I mean, you actually kind of can, but you get the point. But there's also an old sort of Russian Jewish joke on a similar topic, which goes something like, 2 friends are meeting and it's one of their birthdays, and the other friend gifts him 2 ties, like tie that you wear. So the next day, one of the friends comes out wearing one of the ties, and his friend says, "What, you didn't like the other tie?" So that's a funny expression. Of course, the point is, for those people who need an explanation, whichever tie you're going to wear, you're going to look upon it pessimistically and say, why didn't you wear the other tie? One more joke, if I may, before we get to this end game.
Of course.
Let me try to remember how it goes. It goes something like, oh, what's the difference in a pessimist and an optimist? A pessimist says things cannot get any worse. The optimist says, sure they can.
That was a great one. I'm going to add that one to my
the collection, your cocktail party collection. Anyways, sorry for the detour.
Oh, it was most welcome.
Speaking of detours, that bishop detouring to d4.
Actually, I was thinking that joke is like the perfect analogy for this position. You can just imagine that Kame was thinking, oh, things can't get any worse. And Levon's smiling.
Now h5, hold my beer.
Sure they can.
No, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so we joke. But now the task in hand is quite difficult for Vincent. White is going to go about just improving his knight. There you go. He's centralized it. And the white king is going to start working its way over to the h4 square.
And if you're on the defending...
No, I mean, I go for it.
Well, if you're on the defending side, I think it's important to identify sources of danger. Like, where is the danger going to come from? And there's multiple. You mentioned king g3, king h4, adding strain to black's position. Obviously, there's our old friend, c5, but there's our new friend the new passed f-pawn, which can move to f5 essentially whenever white wants. And I think the game would be decided if white could squeeze that pawn through to f6. So there's the plan, simple plan of going bishop b6, f5, then king f4, and king g5. And at that point, black is hanging by a thread, and black has to try to position the dark square bishop so he can force the king away. But the moment you move away from d4, c5 becomes a possibility. So with 13 minutes left, I'm just not sure that Vincent has enough left in the tank to hold this together.
Oh, it's very difficult for him. I mean, the thing is, he can't really do anything. He just has to pass. Because anything else, if he tries to get active, tries to get some counterplay, like you say, c5 is going to come. He has to keep an eye on the b4 pawn, which is still potentially weak. All he can do is just sit back and react.
That's exactly right. And he's got to decide where he puts his bishops, too. So there is sort of one decision he's got to make. Oh, he's messed it up.
Yeah, I was wondering whether he could just pass with a light square bishop, just go bishop f7, bishop e8, and say, you're welcome, do whatever you like. I may or may not be ready.
I think when I get these types of positions after 6.5 hours of defending, and Vincent has been basically defending from the very start of this game, at that point, it's not that I get tilted. I just say, you know what, I'm just going to go back and forth. And I want to bring it on already. I already want to find out if I'm going to draw this game or lose this game. But Vincent is thinking more diligently. He's trying to find the best defensive construction for all three of his pieces, and I do not envy him one bit.
What is the best construction if I'm going to pin you down? And there we see Vincent wait with the bishop. I don't blame him. I too would make that move.
Yeah, stopping bishop e6. Unfortunately, there's bishop c8. There's even bishop to h7, followed by f5, and the bishop could slide back to g6. And I think in this version, a trade of light squared bishops is going to be decisive. Oh, man, oh, man.
And I have a question for you. I'm going to put you on the spot. Okay. How quickly would you advance the f-pawn?
Without delay. I would play bishop h7, f5. Because it's not like if you wait, black can make a mistake. Vincent is just going bishop e8, bishop f7. So white really has only one approach to this position. You just have to decide whether you're going bishop c8 or bishop h7. Levon didn't take long. Bishop h7 on the board. He smells blood.
He's going for it. Now, the reason I ask this is because there's a big debate on the Champions Chess Tour. David is the more patient character, and you will see him wait, and he would find all the means possible before he commits to playing f5. Like he said, he thrives in playing games that are over 100 moves, and this could be one of them, actually.
This would be such an impressive game for Levon because, again, he's squeezed this advantage for 45 moves. First, it was a middle game edge. Then they got into an end game where he had a positional advantage. He transformed that into an extra pawn. We thought the black had an impervious fortress 5 moves ago, but how things change in chess, how quickly do the tables turn in these games? Just amazing.
Yeah, and it just goes to show you got to persevere. And also, hats off to Levon, because we kind of didn't follow his game that much, but we did see that he had a very promising position. It just looked like everything had worked like a dream for him. And then we came back and it wasn't so easy. Still a lot of fight left in the position. And then, like you say, it must have been a draw at some point. And he didn't let any of the emotions guide him. He wasn't frustrated at all. Instead, he just continued prodding at Vincent until he cracked. And now we have that winning position. And I'm like you. I really like the idea of just simply pushing the f-pawn, advancing the pieces forward. It looks great. And
f5 and bishop g6.
Yeah. That gets my vote all the time. And
the h-pawn's not going anywhere, too. That hurts. Black has no way to create counterplay here. He has to sit around and wait.
How you can't really wait with anything, because you kind of want the bishop on d4 just to keep an eye on c5. So you don't want to touch that. You also want her on the long diagonal. The light square bishop is the only piece. I mean, it's a useless. Aha! There is an idea I have, but it's really bad. Just put the bishop back on e8 and wait for f5.
I know what you're thinking. I know what you're cooking up here.
Cheapo on the board is bishop a4.
But unfortunately, there are multiple f6 in your face. This move is just, you bang this out, you look at your opponent like, who's the boss here?
I wasn't going to do it immediately because it didn't work. But, you know, have it up your sleeve.
You know what you can do? Play this.
Yeah.
But there's knight d2. There's knight d2.
Knight d2.
But
yeah, we need some help, right?
Look at this position. I love these types of constructions where the bishop. This is one of the beautiful things about chess, that just the concept that your own pawn, a member of your own team, can be the reason that you lose the game. It's so unique for this to be the case in, I think, sports and games, for one of your own pieces or things to impede your own position.
Yeah, I've never really thought about that, but you're right. Is there any possible sport?
I'm thinking of parallel. Well, there's the own goal in soccer, right? But own goals are largely coincidental, whereas situations where you use your opponent's pieces to your advantage are often part of a deliberate strategy.
Yeah, the only thing that I can think of is one of these martial arts. I can't remember the exact name of it, where you use your opponent's strength against them, and somehow that's a disadvantage. But yeah, but in terms of team sports, no, I don't. Chess has that unique factor.
I'd be interested to see if in Chinese chess or in shogi go, if you have similar, I'm sure you have parallels where you have similar situations. But just, there's so many elements of beauty in chess that you can appreciate, even if you're just a beginner, right? You can understand the concept of a pawn blocking in your own bishop. And, you know, that's what makes chess such a fun game for anyone, whether you've been playing for a day or a decade.
Yeah. And I was also just thinking on that subject that, I mean, it's kind of unique that you have to keep the pieces that are on the board in play. Because, you know, in other sports, you know, if something is not working your way, you just go, bye-bye, you're not needed. Well done. And then you'd move it off the board. I mean, you take it away. I mean, that's how it would work. And in chess, you're like, no, you're saddled with that bad piece for life. Or, well, I'm being dramatic, of course.
Imagine, well, imagine how much chess would change if one time per game you had the ability to remove any one of your pawns from the board. Let's just say pawns, no pieces. That would, I mean, it wouldn't just change the game a little bit. Any situation where you have a rook on h1 and there's a pawn on h2, and there's a lot of lines like that, the dragon would be refuted immediately because you would just take your h-pawn off the board and there would be mate. So
yeah,
it would make, it's crazy how much these small things change the game.
Maybe we've hit on a new variant.
Maybe
think we have. Needs to put this one into action. And what can we call it, though?
I'm
not very.
I'm very bad with titles. There we go.
Me too.
I'm notoriously bad with inventing names for stuff.
Yeah. And
I don't know, self-capture chess. Ugh, that sounds terrible.
And meanwhile, Levon is in a good mood, and he has a reason to be, because not only is he doing well on the board, but he has history. In fact, a real good history in Wijk, can say. He's a 4-time winner. In 2007, the very first time he won it, he went undefeated with an incredible 4 wins. And in 2014, his last tournament victory, he had, get this, a performance rating of 29-11. That is epic.
For 2014, that is just amazing. And how much the game has changed since 2007. That was only 2 years after Garry Kasparov retired from the game. I'd like to check if Levon participated in Wijk aan Zee with Kasparov. That would be an interesting thing to check. But the fact remains, 2007 was a completely different era in chess. Levon has adapted himself successfully to each new major sea change in the way that chess is perceived. His openings have modernized through the years. And the fact that he's won Wykonze 7 years apart and continues to be in contention says volumes about his status as a chess player.
Yeah. And he played top board in the American team. And he's a great, great player. And he has an interesting backstory. You know, he Armenian, came from poverty, actually. I mean, he told a very moving story about how when he played in certain tournaments and junior championships, they didn't have enough money for his mother to stay in the hotel, so she had to stay on the bus that transported them there. And you know, he owes a lot to his parents. And I know that he transferred to Germany and he went back to Armenia. And after that, Armenian Federation told him, no, we think you're too old. We think that you don't want to support you anymore. Therefore, you know, you should just do something else. Levon was like, no, I believe in myself. And that's how he transferred over to America. And I think he lives in St. Louis.
He lives in St. Louis.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Together with a couple other GMs.
Yes, everyone lives in St. Louis. I mean, it's becoming Grandmaster Central. Is there more Grandmasters in St. Louis than in other cities?
Fabiano Caruana, Lenier Dominguez, I'm pretty sure. Eric Rosen, of course, not a GM, but, you know, we'll put him in the honorary society. And I think that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's Varakobian, who lives in St. Louis, as far as I know. And I'm sure that there's probably 2 or 3 others that I'm not thinking of. So I think it is the most... Oh, Ray Robson, you're absolutely right. It is the most GMs per capita. Lazaro Bruzone, Unieski, because out of everybody who goes to Webster and everybody who goes to SLU, I mean, there's definitely probably over 15 GMs. Like Kwang Lim, it's not just the most GMs per capita in like a U.S. city. It blows all other competition out by a country mile.
Yeah, wow. That's incredible. But actually, this is kind of very fertile ground for people just to get better. I'm a big believer in the hive mind of people coming together, studying. I feel chess should be studied amongst friends and also played amongst friends. And that's how the whole group gets better. I'm really anti this whole idea of lone wolves just studying by themselves, maybe with one coach, because quite frankly, maybe one person can do it, but I think it sets a poor precedent. Most people can't. Most people are social animals. They need that connection. It's just more fun that way.
It is. And, you know, thinking about the idea that it takes a village, to piggyback off of your point about Levon's life story, I read about half of his mom, Seda, wrote not an autobiography, a biography of her son and, you know, his trials and tribulations on his way to the top. It's absolutely fascinating. And Vincent Keimer, Levon Aronian might seem to have completely different stories, but both of them had a mentor, a kind of father figure that propelled them through the early stages of their chess career. In Levon Aronian's case, it was a less well-known name, Melik Kachian, who is now a grandmaster. He lives in Los Angeles. I know him very, very well. He coaches full-time. He was Levon's essentially live-in coach for many years, teaching him so many of the skills that make Levon who he is today. For Vincent Keimer, that figure was none other than Peter Leko, who I think is still his coach and his second. Leko's imprints are so evident in Keimer's play, and I mean that in the best possible way. The resilience, the positional wisdom that he displays, which is far beyond his years, even at age 12 or 13, before Keimer became a GM, he won some positional masterpieces that you think would come more likely from a 72-year-old rather than a 12-year-old. And yet, Peter Leko has done a phenomenal job as Vincent sits on 2,700, and his brightest days are definitely still ahead. Only 18.
Yeah, only 18, and I definitely can see Peter Leko's imprint and Vincent's opening repertoire. I remember having a conversation with Peter Leko on a bus, and he was telling me about the Hungarian school of thought, which is very much that you start the opening correctly. And if you start the opening correctly and it fizzles out into a draw, what can you do? You know, you played perfectly. But if one side plays imperfectly, it is game on, regardless if that opponent is 2200 or 2700. So I found that quite amusing. Hungarian school of thought.
Very interesting. I just love hearing about legacy and imprints, and it's so fascinating when you look at someone's chess games to see the mesh between their own style and their own tendencies, which everybody has, and those of someone's most significant mentor or coach. Every player has that. For Carlsen, it was Simen Agdestein, former Norwegian champion and Norwegian #1, also a professional soccer player in his youth. Fascinating story. And Simen also instilled in Magnus a lot of the skills that we take for granted in him today. Whoever you turn to, there was a mentor. There was somebody who imbued the player with a lot of the foundation that propelled them to greatness.
Yeah. The only person who I can think who's playing now is Wesley. To me, he's a bit mysterious because did he have a mentor growing up? I don't know so much of his backstory. I
don't either, actually.
I mean, he's given interviews where he said that, he doesn't work with too many people. And as a child, of course, everyone knows what happened. His parents left for, I think, Canada, or was it the US? And they left him behind, and he was staying rent-free in the Filipino Chess Federation's flat. So then again, he was supported. And well, we have seen both players shuffling their pieces around, and is it time for action?
Levon.
Time. F5. I mean,
go.
we're not that patient here in the commentary booth. F5.
Hour number 7. Okay, so F5. I think it's over. Now, the reason Levon put his king on H3 specifically, very clinical. He wants to be able to play king H4, right? You don't want to play it before bishop G6, because what's the point? You want to go F5, bishop G6, and then king H4, win the pawn. I don't see a single way for Vincent to hold this together. Perhaps the only chance is to play bishop F6, try to hold White's king at bay, but bishop to G6 still seems to force the trade of bishops or force Black to give away another pawn. Just watch out for bishop A4, as you said. This could come at a very inconvenient moment. See, it's easy to blunder.
Wait 1 second. So if bishop F6, I like that move. And you go bishop G6. I mean, after all, you need to create 2 weaknesses, and another pass pawn would be good. Is it possible to... No, knight D2 is always in the air.
Yeah, I was thinking, try to get this knight somewhere, remote. And the thing is, here already, bishop A4 actually works. Yeah. But it's probably not winning, but it's at least a draw. The thing is, who's going to go knight H5? Levon's going to keep his knight in the vicinity of the center, and at this point, that's it. He's threatening to take and to take. And as we've already discussed, the same colored bishop endgame is winning for White because of the prospect of breaking through with C5. White's just going to maneuver the king around and play C5. It's
can
over.
Can I also point out that in this type of position with a knight on E4, say you just pass with the bishop to D7, I don't know quite where to go. Isn't C5 winning?
Oh, great call. DC D6. Yeah, that circumvents all of the technical shenanigans that White would have to perform.
Unless there's something happening with those pass pawns, because it's not over until it's over. Okay, so the king moves, knight takes, and then, of course, C4.
No chance.
No.
Just don't go F6, because that would be illegal. But the knight coming back to C3 to stop the pawn. Every time that knight makes its way back just in the nick of time.
Yeah.
Okay, bishop B2 by Vincent, by the way. Let's go back to the live board. How does that help? No, bishop G6, just wins.
Bishop G6. I mean, maybe he's hoping to go bishop D7 after bishop G6.
But okay, king H4, I take as a pawn. And that becomes resignable. Like, once White wins the second pawn on H5, it's essentially over. And he's played bishop D7.
Yeah.
King H4. That's
king
it.
H4. It's goody. Yeah.
Black just cannot hold both of these pawns at the same time. You just can't.
And what about once you win the pawn? I mean, Is there any slight chance of a miracle?
Well,
Because
yeah.
I mean, how does white win? Say you just take the pawn and then the black bishop just kind of just keeps dancing on that one diagonal.
Which is the only thing black can do because you simply cannot allow f6. So my inclination would be to take on h5, walk the king back patiently, let's say to d3, and at the right moment push c5 and then push d6. You can play c5, dc, d6. Okay, but Vincent has gone bishop c8. Probably d6 already wins, or c5 already wins. But there's no need. You can play bishop h7. Oh, and bishop h7, king g6, I think is even simpler.
Yeah, is there any bishop d7 giving a check to e?
Oh, look at this line.
Okay, he's
king g5.
Oh.
Then king
Nice.
g6 and king g7. And I push f6. I interpose with a check. This wins on the spot.
That's
Levon
curtains.
senses it.
Yeah. Well played.
Brilliant.
What an endgame by Levon. And to spot that chance from nowhere, I mean, it was just magnificent. Absolutely caught Vincent unawares there. And it's just shows the beauty of grinding out those difficult endgames, managing just to press those points, put your opponents under some form of pressure. I mean, I find that this is actually one of the most beautiful things about chess. I have fine appreciation for the blistering attacks and the mad combinations, but this is clever. And I feel that it takes a certain level of genius to play in this kind of way, because you have to think about it. Both players are kind of only making not both players. One player is only making slight imperfections, slight errors, and the opponent has to play with such precision to fine-tune that advantage and take the point home.
Well, Anatoly Karpov, yes, was famous for annotating his games, his wins, and not including a single question mark in his opponent's play. The implication being that he's such a genius that his opponent didn't make a single mistake and still lost. And when Karpov was asked about this, so goes the anecdote, he responded, I don't know where my opponent went wrong. Essentially, I don't even know what makes me tick. I just won the game. And this game kind of reminds me of that. He just squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. And I don't know exactly where Vincent missed the opportunity to maintain the fortress, but this lends a lot of credence to Magnus Carlsen's now very famous words that chess fortresses basically don't exist. There's always a way to breach them.
Yeah, that's true. And what I love most about that quote is as soon as he said it, he found himself in all manner of fortresses defending things, and everyone comes up to him and they're like, so do you believe in fortresses now?
Mumble.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so
Bishop h7.
Bishop
King
h7
g5.
ends it.
I like bishop h7. And then I love this move of just going king g5, king g6 with some kind of neat triangulation of the king.
That's if Levon does not play bishop h7, that's what he would miss, because the idea is just painfully obvious. He has gone instead king g5. Okay, well, this is of course the alternate idea that we've already discussed, the prospect of bringing the king around to the center and then pushing c5 at the right moment, also perfectly sufficient.
Yep. Bishop goes back to where it came from, and now walk the
Although,
king
wait
back.
a second. Can we forecast how we think this might go? So let's say king f3. Let's play devil's advocate and see if black has any freak chance, because the eval bar is not giving plus 10. It's only giving plus 3. So let's say bishop d7, back, here. I have a worry. And my worry is that if you play c5 at the wrong moment, black has this check on a6. King has to move. And I don't know if this is as easily winning as it appears. Black's bishops suddenly get very active. I'm I'm shocked Levon didn't go bishop h7. That ended the game immediately. Sloppy there.
Yeah, well, I think he's found it now.
Oh, good stuff.
It's coming. And I agree with you. I think this one isn't so clear. After all, there's a very general principle that when you're material down, you trade pawns, not pieces. So trading pawns would, in fact, favor the defender. Bishop h7. Yeah, he's found it.
Phenomenal. Just phenomenal.
Bishop.
And,
Bishop e5. I mean, what can he do? Bishop.
Nothing.
Just wait for the inevitable.
He's probably going to go
sad.
bishop d7. He's probably going to go bishop d7, but king g5 is what we already talked about. The king inches its way to g7, paving the way for the pawn forward. And we're entering the Magnus Carlsen, Abdusattorov type phase where it's really, he can resign here, he can resign in 5 moves, and it really depends on personal preference because the result of the game is no longer in question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a sad thing when this happens.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a sense of inevitability, and the players can also feel it, and the spectators also feel it. There's something really funny about chess, because last month in December, I went for the very first time to a chess boxing match in London, and one of the strange things is that the audience, I would say, some of them were chess players, the majority of them weren't, but everyone seemed to instinctively feel when a blunder had been made, even though they could barely understand the rules of chess. And if you could see everyone go, oh my God. And that was before the announcers had said, it's a blunder. And that was quite something, actually. And I get the same feeling here. You know, everyone can sense what is happening. Everyone understands the script that's being written.
Yeah.
But nothing to be done. And there we see Vincent looking at the board. He knows. Levon knows. Levon has found the correct plan. Yeah.
Yeah. Despondent expression on Vincent's face there. And what you say bears out with my experience. Bishop f6 is on the board. I think knight takes f6 and king f4 is going to elicit resignation. But at the risk of sounding like a, hippie from 60s San Francisco, you can really feel the energy shift when the result is no longer in question. There's a relaxation that happens with one player and just a total dejection that happens with the player who's losing and who knows what the result is going to be. Levon just fully relaxed, and he doesn't even take. He goes bishop to g8, exquisite technique as he swings the bishop back toward e6. I think now we're going to see resignation. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, definitely. And there you go. There we have a result.
What a game.
And I know. It's our third decisive decisive game of the round. And there we see the players analyzing, and we see Levon, I think, commenting on how he let his advantage slip, and a smile from Vincent.
Incredible. Just an exquisite technical display. We have all of our results from today. This was the final game. This round lasted 6 hours and 17 minutes of amazing gameplay as we review the results from today. Levon Aronian, live update there as he wins his game. 3 decisive games. What? The game of the day. I don't think there's any debate about this, Yobi. Well, we debate. Society debates everything. This is the one remaining uncontroversial thing. Magnus Carlsen losing is the result of the day.
Absolutely. And there we see the standings. He is languishing in 10th place, the world champion, on 2 points out of 5. I mean, that
crazy
result seemed absolutely unheard of at the start of Tata Steel chess. And now we can see that anything is possible. And tomorrow we'll have to find out whether the world champion can make a comeback. And there we see the big pairings. And Wesley So against Vincent Keimer. Ding Liren will face off against Levon Aronian. And Anish Giri now has to run the gauntlet of playing Arjun Erigaisi, who we've seen he's been phenomenal with his tactics and with his calculation abilities. And the tournament leader, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he will face off against his rival Pragnananda. And what do we think about the matchup? Jordan Van Forest against Magnus Carlsen.
I mean, I'm first of all, I'm looking at Nodirbek against Pragnananda, and I'm thinking this is fascinating because Pragg is in phenomenal form. I mean, he was pushing Anish Giri there at the end. He just seems so confident. He's got 3 points out of 5 after a win against Ding Liren with black. He hasn't lost a game. And he has an incredibly tall task of facing a Nodirbek who has just defeated Magnus with black. His reward is to get the white pieces. This is a game Nodirbek is going to try to win, really to pull away from the rest of the field. If Anish Giri doesn't keep pace, this could turn into a blowout in the first half of the tournament. But Van Forest, he's got a tall task, facing Magnus, a furious Magnus Carlsen. A Magnus Carlsen that is near the bottom of the tournament standings. Those two words, those two expressions, Magnus and bottom of the tournament standings, you don't hear at all. You don't hear them in the same paragraph, the same universe. And one of the sub-storylines report Maksudlu and Fabiano Caruana round out our pairings for tomorrow. One of our storylines, will be how Magnus gets back on his feet. Can he not only finish in the top of the tournament standings, but this reminds me of Fabiano Caruana's performance at the 2021 U.S. Championship. He lost, I think, 3 games in a row. And yeah, he was losing to semi-retired players. And then he got up on his feet, he came back, and he tied for second. He almost won the tournament. So it is still possible for Magnus to launch a comeback and win this event. Can the world champion demonstrate that verve and that resilience which has accompanied him for his entire chess career? What do you think, Yovi? I'll pass it back to you for your final thoughts.
Yeah, I think he's the king of comebacks. I mean, we've seen him do this, especially in rapid chess and blitz chess, time and time again. He gets knocked down, but he gets back up again, and he doesn't let one defeat, or 2 in this case, defeat him. So I think he will be angry. We'll see him motivated. We'll see a new kind of Magnus appear to the board. And I'm looking forward to this, actually. I think it's going to be a very dangerous game for Jordan Van Forest.
It is indeed. We will watch Magnus. We will watch the tournament leader, Nodirbek, as he tries to cement his position in the tournament standings. But all of that, folks, will be coming your way tomorrow, Friday, at 5 a.m. Pacific, 8 a.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Central European time. Same start time as today, bright and early in the States. Jovanka, I could not have asked for a better first day in terms of the games. I could not have asked for a better co-commentator. This was such a pleasure. So thank you to you for bringing the energy all 6 hours. This time went by so quickly.
Yeah, it did. It was a fantastic day of chess, and the feeling is mutual, Daniel.
Thank you. Well, folks, we will see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. This was round 5 of the Tata Steel chess tournament. We would like to thank everybody in the chat, over 50,000 of you cheering on your favorite players, and our lovely, wonderful Chess.com production team and our producer, Hala, for the flawless work. And now, from Tata Steel Chess, I am Jovanka Huska and GM Daniel Nerditsky. We will see you tomorrow bright and early for round 6 of Tata Steel.